Is not the text appropriate in this case? They that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Chapter 2. The First Voyage Round the World. Magellan, his early history, his disappointment, his change of nationality, preparations for the expedition, Rio de Janeiro, St. Julian's Bay, revolt of a part of the squadron, terrible punishment of the guilty, Magellan's Strait, Patagonia, the Pacific, the Ladrone Islands, Zebu and the Philippine Islands, death of Magellan, Borneo, the Moluccas and their productions, separation of the Trinidad and Victoria, return to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope, last misadventures. No one as yet was aware of the immense size of the continent discovered by Christopher Columbus. Still was sought perseveringly on the coast of America, which was thought to be a collection of several islands, the famous strait which should lead at once to the Pacific Ocean and to those Spice Islands, the possession of which would have made the fortune of Spain. While Cortereal and Cabot were seeking for it in the Atlantic Ocean, and Cortés in the furthest part of the Gulf of California, while Pizarro was coasting along Peru, and Valdivia was conquering Chile. The solution of this problem was found by a Portuguese in the service of Spain, Ferdinand de Magellan. The son of a gentleman of Cota e Armas, Ferdinand de Magellan was born either at Oporto, at Lisbon, at Villa de Sabrosa, or at Villa de Figueiro, it is not actually known which. The date of his birth is unknown, but it took place towards the end of the 15th century. He had been brought up in the house of King John II, where he received as complete an education as could then be given him. After having made mathematics and navigation his special study, for at this time in Portugal there was an irresistible current which drew the whole country towards maritime expeditions and discoveries, Magellan early embraced a maritime career, and embarked in 1505 with Almeida, who was on his way to the Indies. He took part in the sacking of Quiloa, and in all the events of that campaign. The following year he accompanied Vaz Pereira to Sofala. Then, on returning to the Malabar coast, we find him assisting Albuquerque at the taking of Malacca, and bearing himself on that occasion with equal prudence and bravery. He took part in the expedition sent by Albuquerque about 1510, to seek for the famous Spice Islands, under the command of Antonio de Abreu and of Francisco Serrao, which discovered Banda, Amboyna, Ternate and Tidor. During this time Magellan had landed at the Malaysian Islands, distant 1800 miles from Malacca. And in the archipelago of the Moluccas he had obtained the circumstantial information which gave birth in his mind to the idea of the voyage which he was destined to accomplish later on. Magellan on board his caravel. From an old print. On his return to Portugal, Magellan obtained leave, though not without difficulty, to search through the royal archives. He soon became certain that the Moluccas were situated in the hemisphere which the Bull of Demarcation adopted at Tordesillas by the kings of Spain and Portugal, and confirmed in 1494 by Pope Alexander VI, had given to Spain. In virtue of this line of demarcation, which was destined to give rise to so many impassioned debates, all the countries situated at 360 miles west of the meridian of the Cape de Verde Islands were to belong to Spain, and all those lying to the east of the same meridian to Portugal. Magellan was of too active a nature to remain long without again taking service. He went next to fight in Africa at Azamar, a town in Morocco, where he received a slight wound in his knee, but one which by injuring a nerve made him lame for the remainder of his life, and obliged him to return to Portugal. Conscious of the superiority which his theoretical and practical knowledge and his services had earned for him above the herd of courtiers, Magellan naturally felt more keenly than another would have done the unjust treatment he received from Emmanuel with regard to certain complaints laid by the people of Azamar against the Portuguese officers. King Emmanuel's prejudices soon changed to a real dislike. It showed itself by the outrageous imputation that Magellan was pretending to suffer from a wound which was really of no consequence and was completely cured, that he might escape from accusations which he could not refute. Such an assertion was a serious matter for the honor of Magellan, so susceptible and suspicious. He thereupon came to a desperate determination which corresponded moreover with the greatness of the insult which he had received. That no one might be ignorant of it, he caused it to be legally set forth that he renounced his rights as a Portuguese citizen, and changed his nationality, and he then took out letters of naturalization in Spain. This was to proclaim, as solemnly as could possibly be done, that he intended to be looked upon as a subject of the crown of Castile, to which henceforward he would consecrate his services and his whole life. This was a serious determination, as we can see, which no one blamed, and which even the most severe historians, such as Barros and Faria y Souza, have excused. At the same time as Magellan, the licentiate Rey Falero left Lisbon with his brother Francisco and a merchant named Cristovam de Haro. The former was a man deeply versed in cosmographical knowledge, and had equally with Magellan fallen under Emmanuel's displeasure. Falero had entered into a treaty of partnership with Magellan to reach the Moluccas by a new way, but one which was not otherwise specified, and which remained Magellan's secret. As soon as they arrived in Spain, 1517, the two partners submitted their project to Charles V, who accepted it in principle, but there remained the always delicate question touching the means for putting it into execution. Happily, Magellan found in Juan de Aranda, the factor of the Chamber of Commerce, an enthusiastic partisan of his theories, and one who promised to exert all his influence to make the enterprise a success. He had an interview accordingly with the High Chancellor, the Cardinal and Bishop of Burgos, Fonseca. He set forth with such skill the great advantage that Spain would derive from the discovery of a route leading to the very center of the spice production, and the great prejudice which it would cause to the trade of Portugal, that an agreement was signed on the 22nd of March, 1518. The emperor undertook to pay all the expenses of the expedition on condition that the greater part of the profits should belong to him. But Magellan had still many obstacles to surmount before taking to the sea. In the first place there were the remonstrances of the Portuguese ambassador, Alvaro da Costa, who, seeing that his endeavors were in vain, even tried to compass the assassination of Magellan, so says Faria y Souza. Then he encountered the ill will of the employees of the Casa de Contratación at Seville, who were jealous of a stranger being entrusted with the command of such an important expedition, and envious of the least token of favor which had been accorded to Magellan and Rey Falero, who had been named commanders of the Order of St. James. But Charles V had given his consent by a public act, which seemed to be irrevocable. They tried, however, to make the emperor alter his decision by organizing, on the 22nd of October, 1518, a disturbance paid for with Portuguese gold. It broke out on the pretext that Magellan, who had just had one of his ships drawn on shore for repairs and painting, had decorated it with the Portuguese arms. This last attempt failed miserably, and 3 statutes of the 30th of March, and 6th and 30th of April, fixed the composition of the crews and named the staff. While a final official document dated from Barcelona the 26th of July, 1519, confided the sole command of the expedition to Magellan. What had meanwhile been happening to Rey Falero? We cannot exactly say. But this man, who had up to this time been treated on the same footing as Magellan, and who had perhaps first conceived the project, now found himself quite excluded from the command of the expedition. After some dissensions of which the cause is unknown. His health, already shaken, received a last shock from this affront, and poor Rey Falero, who had become almost childish, having returned to Portugal to see his family, was arrested there, and only released upon the intercession of Charles V. At last, after having sworn fidelity and homage to the crown of Castile, Magellan received in his turn the oath of his officers and sailors, and left the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda on the morning of the 10th of August, 1519. But before entering on the narrative of this memorable campaign, we must give a few particulars of the man who has left us the most complete account of it, Francesco Antonio Pigafetta, or Jerome Pigafetta as he is often called in France. Born at Venice about 1491, of a noble family, Pigafetta formed part of the suite of the ambassador Francesco Chiaricalco, sent by Leo X, to Charles V, who was then at Barcelona. His attention was no doubt aroused by the noise which the preparations for the expedition made at that time in Spain, and he obtained permission to take part in the voyage. This volunteer proved an excellent recruit, for he showed himself in every respect as faithful and intelligent an observer as he was a brave and courageous companion. He was wounded at the Battle of Zebu, fighting beside Magellan, which prevented him from being present at the banquet during which so many of his companions were destined to lose their lives. As to his narrative, with the exception of some exaggerations of detail according to the taste of that time, it is exact, and the greater part of the descriptions which we owe to him have been verified by modern travelers and learned men. Especially by M. Alcide d'Orbigny. Upon his return to Sanlúcar on the 6th of September, 1522, after having fulfilled the vow which he had made to go barefoot to return thanks to Nuestra Señora de la Victoria, the Lombard, as they called him on board the Victoria, presented to Charles V. Then at Valladolid, a complete journal of the voyage. When he returned to Italy, by means of the original as well as of some supplementary notes, he wrote a longer narrative of the expedition, at the request of Pope Clement VII. And of Villiers de l'Isle Adam, Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. He sent copies of this work to several distinguished personages, and notably to Louisa of Savoy, mother of Francis I. But she not understanding, so thinks Haris, the very learned author of the Bibliotheca Americana Vedistissima, the kind of patois used by Pigafetta, and which resembles a mixture of Italian, Venetian, and Spanish, employed a certain Jacques-Antoine Fabre to translate it into French. Instead of giving a faithful translation, Fabre made a kind of abridgment of it. Some critics, however, suppose that this narrative must have been written originally in French. They found their opinion upon the existence of 3 French manuscripts of the 16th century, which give very different readings, and of which 2 are deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris. Pigafetta died at Venice about 1534, in a house in the Rue de la Lune, which in 1800 was still to be seen, and which bore the well-known device, "No rose without a thorn." At the same time, not wishing to confine ourselves to Pigafetta's narrative entirely, we have compared and completed it with that of Maximilian Transylvain, secretary to Charles V. Of which there is an Italian translation in Ramusio's valuable collection. The fleet of Magellan consisted of the Trinidad, of 120 tons burden, which carried the flag of the commander of the expedition. The Sant Antonio, also of 120 tons, commanded by Juan de Carthagena, the second in rank, the person joined with Magellan, says the official document, the Concepcion, of 90 tons, commanded by Gaspar de Quesada. The famous Victoria, of 85 tons, commanded by Luis de Mendoza, and lastly the Santiago, of 75 tons, commanded by João Serrao, called by the Spaniard Serrano. 4 of these captains and nearly all the pilots were Portuguese. Barbosa and Gomez on board the Trinidad, Luis Alfonso de Goes and Vasco Gallego on the Victoria, Serrao, João Lopez de Carvalho on the Concepcion, João Rodrigues de Moferpil on the Sant Antonio, and João Serrao on the Santiago, with 25 sailors, formed a total of 33 Portuguese out of the whole body of 237 individuals whose names have all been handed down to us, and amongst whom are found a considerable number of Frenchmen. Of the officers whose names have been mentioned, it is to be remembered that Duarte Barbosa was brother-in-law to Magellan and that Estevão Gomez, who, by returning to Seville on the 6th of May, 1521, did not participate in the conclusion of this memorable voyage, was afterward sent by Charles V. to seek for the Northwest Passage, and in 1524 sailed along the coast of America from Florida to Rhode Island, and perhaps as far as Cape Cod. Nothing could have been better arranged than this expedition, for the equipment of which the whole resources of the nautical science of that epoch had been taxed. At the moment of departure Magellan gave his last orders to his pilots and captains, and the code of signals which were to ensure unanimity in maneuvers, and prevent a possible separation. On Monday morning, the 10th of August, 1519, the fleet weighed anchor and sailed down the Guadalquivir as far as Sanlúcar de Barrameda, which forms the port of Seville, where the victualling of the ships was completed. And it was the 20th of September before they were really off. 6 days afterwards the fleet anchored at Tenerife in the Canary Archipelago, where both wood and water were taken on board. It was on leaving this island that the first symptoms appeared of the misunderstanding between Magellan and Juan de Carthagena which was to prove so fatal to the expedition. The latter claimed to be informed by the commander-in-chief of the route which he intended to take, a claim which was at once rejected by Magellan, who declared that he was not called upon to give any explanation to his subordinate. After having passed between the Cape de Verde Islands and Africa, the ships reached the shores of Sierra Leone, where contrary winds and dead calms detained the fleet for 20 days. Juan de Carthagena placed in the stocks. A painful incident now occurred. During a council which was held on board the flag ship, a sharp dispute arose, and Juan de Carthagena, who affected to treat the captain-general with contempt, having answered him with pride and insolence. Magellan felt obliged to arrest him with his own hand, and to have him put in the stocks, an instrument made of 2 pieces of wood placed one upon the other and pierced with holes, in which were placed the legs of the sailor who was to be punished. The other captains remonstrated loudly with Magellan against a punishment which was too degrading for a superior officer, and Carthagena in consequence was simply put under arrest, and guarded by one of the captains. To the calms now succeeded rain, tempests, and heavy squalls, which obliged the vessels to lie to. During these storms the navigators several times witnessed an electric phenomenon of which the cause was not then known, but which they considered an undoubted sign of the protection of heaven, and which even at the present day is known by the name of St. Elmo's fire. Once past the equinoctial line, a passage which does not at that time seem to have been celebrated by the grotesque ceremony of baptism which is in vogue at the present day, they steered for Brazil, where, on the 13th of December, 1519, the fleet cast anchor in the magnificent port of Santa Lucia, now known under the name of Rio Janeiro. This was not, however, the first time that this bay had been seen by Europeans, as was long believed since the year 1511 it had been known under the name of Bahia do Cabo Frio. It had been visited also, for years before Magellan's arrival, by Pero Lopez, and seems to have been frequented since the commencement of the 16th century by mariners from Dieppe who, inheritors of the passion for adventurous navigation of their ancestors the Northmen, roamed over the world, and founded small establishments or factories in all directions. Here the Spanish expedition procured cheaply, in exchange for looking-glasses, pieces of ribbon, scissors, hawks' bells or fish hooks, a quantity of provisions, amongst which Pigafetta mentions pineapples, sugar-canes, sweet potatoes, fowls, and the flesh of the anta, which is thought to be the tapir. The account given in the same narrative of the manners of the inhabitants is sufficiently curious to be repeated. The Brazilians are not Christians, he says, but no more are they idolaters, for they worship nothing. Natural instinct is their only law. This is an interesting fact, and a singular avowal for an Italian of the 16th century, deeply imbued with superstition. It offers one more proof that the idea of the divinity is not innate, as some theologians have imagined. These natives live to a great age, they go entirely naked, and sleep in cotton nets called hammocks, suspended by the 2 ends to beams. As to their boats, called canoes, each is hollowed out of the single trunk of a tree and can hold as many as 40 men. They are anthropophagi, cannibals, but only on special occasions, and scarcely ever eat any but their enemies taken in battle. Their dress of ceremony is a kind of vest made of paraquet's feathers, woven together, and so arranged that the large wing and tail feathers form a sort of girdle round their loins, which gives them a whimsical and ridiculous appearance. We have already said that the feather cloak was in use on the shores of the Pacific. Among the Peruvians, it is curious to ascertain that it was worn equally by the Brazilians. Some specimens of this singular garment may be seen at the exhibition of the Ethnographical Museum. This was not however the only ornament of these savages. They suspended little stone cylinders from 3 holes pierced in the lower lip, a custom which is common among many of the oceanic people, and which may be compared with our fashion of earrings. These people were extremely credulous and of good disposition, and thus, as Pigafetta says, they could easily have been converted to Christianity, for they assisted in silence, and with gravity, at the Mass which was said on shore. A remark that Alvarez Cabral had already made. The coast of Brazil. After remaining 13 days in this place, the squadron continued its route to the south, coasting along the shore, and arrived at 34 degrees 40 minutes of south latitude in a country where flowed a large river of fresh water. It was the La Plata. The natives, called Chiruas, were so frightened at the sight of the vessels that they hastily took refuge in the interior of the country, carrying with them all their valuables, and it was impossible to overtake any of them. It was in this country that 4 years previously, Juan Diaz de Solis had been massacred by a tribe of Chiruas, armed with that terrible engine which is still in use at the present day among the gauchos of the Argentine Republic, the bolas, which are metal balls fastened to the two ends of a long leather thong, called a lasso. A little below the estuary of the La Plata, once thought to be an arm of the sea opening into the Pacific, the flotilla anchored at Port Desire. Here they obtained an ample supply of penguins for the crews of the 5 vessels, a bird which did not make a very delicious meal. Then they anchored in 49 degrees 30 minutes in a beautiful harbor, where Magellan resolved to winter, and which received the name of St. Julian's Bay. The Spaniards had been 2 months there, when one day they perceived a man who seemed to them to be of gigantic stature. At sight of them he began dancing and singing and throwing dust upon his head. This was a Patagonian, who allowed himself without resistance to be taken on board the vessels. He showed the greatest surprise at all he saw around him, but nothing astonished him so much as a large steel mirror which was presented to him. The giant, who had not the least idea of the use of this piece of furniture, and who, no doubt, now saw his own face for the first time, drew back in such terror, that he threw to the ground 4 of our people who were behind him. He was taken back on shore loaded with presents, and the kind welcome which he had received induced 18 of his companions, 13 women and 5 men, to come on board. They were tall, and had broad faces, painted red except the eyes, which were encircled with yellow. Their hair was whitened with lime, they were wrapped in enormous fur cloaks, and wore those large leather boots from which was given to them the name of large feet or Patagonians. Their stature was not, however, so gigantic as it appeared to our simple narrator, for it varies from 5 feet 10 inches to 5 feet 8 inches, being somewhat above the middle height among Europeans. For arms they had a short massive bow, and arrows made of reed, of which the point was formed of a sharp pebble. The captain, to retain 2 of these savages whom he wished to take to Europe, used a stratagem, which we should characterize as hateful in the present day, but which had nothing revolting about it for the 16th century. When Indians and Negroes were universally considered to be a kind of brute beasts, Magellan loaded these Indians with presents, and when he saw them embarrassed with the quantity, he offered to each of them one of those iron rings used for chaining captives. They would have desired to carry them away, for they valued iron above everything, but their hands were full. It was then proposed to fasten the rings to their legs, to which they agreed without suspicion. The sailors then closed the rings, so that the savages found themselves in fetters. Nothing can give an idea of their fury when they discovered this stratagem, worthy rather of savages than of civilized men. The capture of others was attempted, but in vain, and in the chase one of the Spaniards was wounded by a poisoned arrow, which caused his death almost instantaneously. Intrepid hunters, these people wander about perpetually in pursuit of guanacos and other game. They are endowed with such wonderful voracity, that what would suffice for the nourishment of 20 sailors, can scarcely satisfy 7 or 8 of them. Magellan, foreseeing that the stay here was likely to be prolonged, and perceiving that the country only presented meager resources, gave orders to economize the provisions, and to put the men on fixed rations, that they might not experience too great privations before the spring, when they might reach a country where there was more game. But the Spaniards, discontented at the sterility of the place, and at the length and rigor of the winter, began to murmur. This land seemed to stretch southwards as far as the Antarctic pole, they said, there did not seem to be any strait. Already several had died from the privations they had endured, lastly it was time to return to Spain, if the commander did not wish to see all his men perish in this place. Magellan, fully resolved to die, or else to bring the enterprise he commanded to a successful issue, replied that the emperor had assigned him the course which the voyage was to take, and he neither could nor would depart from it under any pretext. And that in consequence, he should go straight forward to the end of this land, or until he met with some strait. As to provisions, if they found them insufficient, his men might add to their rations the produce of their fishing or hunting. Magellan thought that so firm a declaration would impose silence on the malcontents, and that he would hear no more of privations, from which he suffered equally with his crews. He deceived himself completely. Certain of the captains, and Juan de Carthagena in particular, were interested in causing a revolt to break out. These rebels therefore began by reminding the Spaniards of their old animosity against the Portuguese. The captain-general, being one of the latter nation, had never, according to them, tendered a wholehearted allegiance to the Spanish flag. In order to be able to return to his own country and to gain pardon for what he had done wrong, he wished to commit some heinous crime, and nothing could be more advantageous to Portugal than the destruction of this fine fleet. Instead of leading them to the archipelago of the Moluccas, of the riches of which he had boasted to them, he wished to take them into frozen regions, the dwelling place of eternal snow, where he could easily manage that they should all perish. Then, with the help of the Portuguese on board the squadron, he would take back to his own country the vessels which he had seized. Such were the reports and accusations that the partisans of Juan de Carthagena, Luis de Mendoza, and Gaspar de Quesada had disseminated among the sailors, when on Palm Sunday, the 1st of April, 1520, Magellan summoned the captains, officers, and pilots, to hear mass on board his vessel and to dine with him afterwards. Alvaro de la Mesquita, a cousin of the captain-general, accepted this invitation with Antonio de Coca and his officers, but neither Mendoza nor Quesada, nor Juan de Carthagena, who was Quesada's prisoner, appeared. The next night the malcontents boarded the Sant Antonio with 30 of the men of the Concepcion, and desired to have La Mesquita given up to them. The pilot, Juan de Iliarrega, while defending his captain, received 4 stabs from a poniard in the arm. Quesada cried out at the same time, "You will see that this fool will make our business fail." The 3 vessels, the Concepcion, Sant Antonio, and Santiago, fell without difficulty into the hands of the rebels, who reckoned more than one accomplice among the crews. In spite of this success, the 3 captains did not dare openly to attack the commander-in-chief, and sent to him some proposals for a reconciliation. Magellan ordered them to come on board the Trinidad to confer with him. But this they stoutly refused to do, whereupon Magellan, having no further need of caution, had the boat seized which had brought him this answer, and choosing 6 strong and brave men from amongst his crew, he sent them on board the Victoria under the command of the alguazil Espinosa. He carried a letter from Magellan to Mendoza enjoining him to come on board the Trinidad, and when Mendoza smiled in a scornful manner, Espinosa stabbed him in the throat with a poniard, while a sailor struck him on the head with a cutlass. While these events were taking place, another boat, laden with 15 armed men, came alongside the Victoria, and took possession of her without any resistance from the sailors, surprised by the rapidity of the action. On the next day, the 3rd of April, the 2 other rebel vessels were taken, not however without bloodshed. Mendoza's body was divided into quarters, while a clerk read in a loud voice the sentence that blasted his memory. 3 days afterwards, Quesada was beheaded and cut in pieces by his own servant, who undertook this sad task to save his own life. As to Carthagena, the high rank which the royal edict had conferred upon him in the expedition saved him from death, but with Gomez de la Reina, the chaplain, he was left behind on the shore, where some months afterwards he was found by Estevan Gomez. 40 sailors convicted of rebellion were pardoned because their services were considered indispensable. After this severe lesson Magellan might well hope that the mutinous spirit was really subdued. When the temperature became milder the anchors were weighed, the squadron put to sea on the 24th of August, following the coast, and carefully exploring all the gulfs to find that strait which had been so persistently sought. At the level of Cape St. Croix, one of the vessels, the Santiago, was lost on the rocks during a violent gale from the east. Happily both the men and merchandise on board were saved, and they succeeded also in taking from the wrecked vessel the rigging and appurtenances of the ship, which they divided among the 4 remaining vessels. At last on the 21st of October, according to Pigafetta, the 27th of November according to Maximilian Transylvain, the flotilla penetrated by a narrow entrance into a gulf, at the bottom of which a strait opened. which as they soon saw passed into the sea to the south. First they called this the Strait of the 11,000 Virgins, because this was the day dedicated to them. On each side of the strait rose high land covered with snow, on which they saw numerous fires, especially to the left, but they were unable to obtain any communication with the natives. The details which Pigafetta and Martin Transylvain have given with regard to the topographical and hydrographical dispositions of this strait are rather vague, and as we shall have to mention it again when we speak of de Bougainville's expedition, we shall not dilate upon it now. After sailing for 22 days across this succession of narrow inlets and arms of the sea, in some places 3 miles wide, in some 12, which extends for a distance of 440 miles and has received the name of Magellan's Strait, the flotilla emerged upon a sea of immense extent and great depth. The rejoicings were general when at last the sailors found themselves at the long-wished-for end of their efforts. Henceforward the route was open and Magellan's clever conjectures were realized. Nothing is more extraordinary than the navigation of Magellan upon this ocean, which he called Pacific, because for 4 months no storm assailed him upon it. The privations endured by the crews during this long space of time were excessive. The biscuit was nothing more than dust mixed with worms, while the water had become bad and gave out an unbearable smell. The sailors were obliged to eat mice and sawdust to prevent themselves from dying of hunger, and to gnaw all the leather that it was possible to find. As it was easy to foresee under these circumstances, the crews were decimated by scurvy. 19 men died, and 30 were seized with violent pains in their arms and legs, which caused prolonged sufferings. At last, after having sailed over more than 12,000 miles without meeting with a single island, in a sea where so many and such populous archipelagos were destined to be discovered, the fleet came upon 2 desert and sterile islands, called for that reason the Unfortunate Islands, but of which the position is indicated in much too contradictory a manner, for it to be possible to recognize them. In 12 degrees north latitude and 146 degrees longitude, on Wednesday the 6th of March, the navigators discovered successively 3 islands, at which they greatly desired to stop to recruit, and take in fresh provisions. But the islanders who came on board stole so many things, without the possibility of preventing them, that the sailors were obliged to give up the idea of remaining there. The natives contrived even to carry off a long boat. Magellan, indignant at such daring, made a descent with 40 armed men, burned some houses and boats, and killed 7 men. These islanders had neither chief, king, nor religion. Their heads were covered with palm leaf hats, they wore beards, and their hair descended to their waists. Generally of an olive tint, they thought they embellished themselves by coloring their teeth black and red, while their bodies were anointed with coconut oil, no doubt in order to protect themselves from the heat of the sun. Their canoes of curious construction, carried a very large matting sail, which might have easily capsized the boat if the precaution had not been taken of giving a more stable trim by means of a long piece of wood kept at a certain distance by 2 poles. This is what is called the balance. These islanders were very industrious, but had a singular aptitude for stealing, which has gained for their country the name of the Islands of Thieves, Ladrone Islands. The Ladrone Islands. From an old print. On the 16th of March was seen, at about 900 miles from the Ladrones, some high ground. This was soon discovered to be an island which now goes by the name of Samar Island. There Magellan, resolving to give his exhausted crews some rest, caused 2 tents to be pitched on land for the use of the sick. The natives quickly brought bananas, palm wine, coconuts, and fish, for which mirrors, combs, bells, and other similar trifles were offered in exchange. The coconut, a tree which is valuable beyond all others, supplied these natives with their bread, wine, oil, and vinegar, and besides they obtained from it their clothing and the necessary wood for building and roofing in their huts. The natives soon became familiar with the Spaniards, and told them that their archipelago produced cloves, cinnamon, pepper, nutmegs, ginger, maize or Indian corn, and that even gold was found there. Magellan gave this archipelago the name of the St. Lazarus Islands, afterwards changed to that of the Philippines from the name of Philip of Austria, son of Charles V. This archipelago is formed of a great number of islands which extend in Malaysia, between 5 degrees 32 minutes and 19 degrees 38 minutes north latitude, and 114 degrees 56 minutes and 123 degrees 43 minutes longitude east of the meridian of Paris. The most important are Luzon, Mindoro, Leyte, the Ceylon of Pigafetta, Samar, Panay, Negros, Zebu, Bohol, Palawan, and Mindanao. When they were a little restored, the Spaniards put to sea again, in order to explore the archipelago. They saw in succession the islands of Senilo, Huanagan, Ibusan, and Iberian, as well as another island called Maseva, of which the King Calambu could make himself understood by a slave, a native of Sumatra, whom Magellan had taken to Europe from India, and who by his knowledge of Malay rendered signal service in several instances. The king came on board with 6 or 8 of his principal subjects. He brought with him presents for the captain general, and in exchange he received a vest of red and yellow cloth, made in Turkish fashion, and a cap of fine scarlet, while mirrors and knives were given to the members of his suite. The Spaniards showed him all their firearms and fired some shots from the cannon in his presence, at which he was much terrified. Then Magellan caused one of our number to be fully armed, says Pigafetta, and ordered 3 men to give him blows with the sword and stiletto, to show the king that nothing could wound a man armed in this manner, which surprised him greatly. And turning to the interpreter he said to the captain through him, that a man thus armed, could fight against 100. Yes, replied the interpreter, in the name of the commandant, and each of the 3 vessels carries 200 men armed in this manner. The king, astonished by all that he had seen, took leave of the captain, begging him to send 2 of his men with him, to let them see something of the island. Pigafetta was chosen, and was much satisfied with the welcome that he received. The king told him, that in this island they found pieces of gold as large as nuts, and even eggs, mixed with the earth which they passed through a sieve to find them. All his vessels and even some of the ornaments of his house were of this metal. He was very neatly dressed, according to the custom of the country, and was the finest man that I have seen among these people. His black hair fell upon his shoulders, a silk veil covered his head, and he wore 2 rings in his ears. From his waist to his knees, he was covered with a cotton cloth embroidered in silk. On each of his teeth there were 3 spots of gold, arranged in such a manner that one would have said all his teeth were fastened together with this metal. He was perfumed with storax and benzoin. His skin was painted, but its natural tint was olive. On Easter Day, the Europeans went on shore to celebrate Mass in a kind of little church which they had constructed on the seashore with sails and branches of trees. An altar had been set up, and during the whole time that the religious ceremony lasted, the king with a large concourse of people, listened in silence and imitated all the motions of the Spaniards. Then a cross having been planted on a hill with great solemnity, they weighed anchor and made for the port of Zebu, as being the best for revictualling the vessels and trading. They arrived there on Sunday, the 7th of April. Magellan sent one of his officers on shore at once with the interpreter, as ambassador to the king of Zebu. The envoy explained that the chief of the squadron was under the orders of the greatest king in the world. The object of the voyage, he added, was the wish to pay him a visit, and at the same time to take in some fresh provisions in exchange for merchandise, and then to go to the Molucca Islands. Such were the motives which caused them to tarry in a country where they came as friends. They are welcome, replied the king. But if they intend to trade they should pay a duty to which all vessels are subject that enter my port, as did, not 4 days since, a junk from Siam, which came to seek for slaves and gold. To which a Moorish merchant who has remained in this country can testify. The Spaniard replied that his master was too great a king to submit to such an unreasonable demand. They had come with pacific intentions, but if war were declared, it would be seen with whom they had to deal. The king of Zebu, warned by the Moorish merchant, of the power of those who stood before him, and whom he took for Portuguese, at length consented to forego his claims. Moreover the king of Maseva, who had continued to serve as pilot to the Spaniards, so altered the inclinations of his brother sovereign, that the Spaniards obtained the exclusive privilege of trading in the island. And a loyal friendship was sealed between the king of Zebu and Magellan by an exchange of blood which each drew from his right arm. From this moment, provisions were brought and cordial relations established. The nephew of the king came with a numerous suite to visit Magellan on board his ship, and the latter took this opportunity to relate to his visitors the wonderful history of the creation of the world, and of the redemption of the human race, and to invite him and his people to become converts to Christianity. They showed no repugnance to being baptized, and on the 14th of April the kings of Zebu and Masava, and the Moorish merchant, with 500 men and as many women received baptism. But what was only a fashion at first, for it cannot be said that the natives knew the religion which they embraced or were persuaded of its truth, became a real frenzy, after a wonderful cure had been effected by Magellan. Having learnt that the father of the king had been ill for 2 years and was on the point of death, the captain general promised, that if he consented to be baptized and the natives would burn their idols, he would find himself cured. He added that he was so convinced of what he said, relates Pigafetta, for it is as well to quote the author verbatim in such a matter, that he agreed to lose his head if what he promised did not happen immediately. We then made a procession, with all possible pomp, from the place where we were to the sick man's house, whom we found really in a very sad state in that he could neither speak nor move. We baptized him with 2 of his wives and 10 daughters. The captain asked him directly after his baptism how he found himself, and he suddenly replied that thanks to our Lord he was well. We were all witnesses of this miracle. The captain above all rendered thanks to God for it. He gave the prince a refreshing drink, and continued to send him some of it every day till he was quite restored. On the 5th day the invalid found himself quite cured and got up. His first care was to have burned, in the presence of the king and all the people, an idol for which he had great veneration, and which some old women guarded carefully in his house. He also caused some temples which stood on the seashore, and in which the people assembled to eat the meat consecrated to their old divinities, to be thrown down. All the inhabitants applauded these acts, and proposed themselves to go and destroy all the idols, even those which were in use in the king's house, crying at the same time Vive la Castile, in honor of the king of Spain. Near to the island of Zebu is another island called Matan which had 2 chiefs, one of whom had recognized the authority of Spain, while the other having energetically resisted it, Magellan resolved to impose it upon him by force. On Friday, the 26th of April, 3 long boats left for the island of Matan containing 60 men wearing cuirasses and helmets, and armed with muskets, and 30 balangays bearing the king of Zebu, his son-in-law, and a number of warriors. The Spaniards waited for day and then to the number of 49 leapt into the water, for the boats could not approach the land on account of the rocks and shallow water. More than 1,500 natives awaited them, and at once threw themselves upon them, and attacked them in 3 troops, both in front and flank. The musketeers and the crossbowmen fired on the multitude of warriors from a distance, without doing them much harm, they being protected by their bucklers. The Spaniards, assailed by stones, arrows, javelins, and lances, and overwhelmed by numbers, set fire to some huts to disperse and intimidate the natives. But these, made more furious by the sight of the fire, redoubled their efforts, and pressed the Spaniards on all sides, who had the greatest difficulty in resisting them, when a sad event took place which compromised the issue of the combat. The natives were not slow in remarking that all the blows which they directed towards those parts of their enemies' bodies which were protected by armor, caused no wounds. They set themselves therefore to hurl their arrows and javelins against the lower part of the body, which was undefended. Magellan, wounded in the leg by a poisoned arrow, gave the order for retreat, which, begun in good order, soon changed into such a flight, that 7 or 8 Spaniards alone remained at his side. With much difficulty they kept moving backwards, fighting as they went, in order to reach the boats. They were already knee-deep in the water when several islanders rushed all together upon Magellan, who, wounded in the arm, was unable to draw his sword. They gave him such a saber cut upon his leg that he immediately fell down in the water, where he was speedily dispatched. His remaining companions, and among them Pigafetta, every one of whom had been hit, hastily regained the boats. Thus perished the illustrious Magellan on the 27th of April, 1521. He was adorned with every virtue, says Pigafetta, and ever exhibited an unshaken constancy in the midst of the greatest adversity. At sea he always condemned himself to greater privations than the rest of his crew. Better versed than anyone else in the knowledge of nautical charts, he was perfect in the art of navigation, as he proved by making the tour of the world, which none before him had ventured to do. Pigafetta's funeral eulogy, though a little hyperbolical, is not untrue in the main. Magellan had need of singular constancy and perseverance to penetrate, despite the fears of his companions, into regions peopled by the superstitious spirit of the time with fantastic dangers. Peculiar nautical science was also necessary to achieve the discovery at the extremity of that long coast of the strait which so justly bears his name. He was obliged to give unceasing attention to avoid all untoward accidents while exploring those unknown parts without any exact instruments. That one of the vessels was lost must be imputed to pride and a spirit of revolt in her own captain, more than to any incapacity or want of caution in the captain-general. Let us add with our enthusiastic narrator, the glory of Magellan will survive his death. Death of Magellan. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and Juan Serrano were elected commanders by the Spaniards, who were destined to meet with further catastrophes. The slave who had acted as interpreter up to this time had been slightly wounded during the battle. From the time of his master's death he had kept aloof, not rendering any further service to the Spaniards, and remaining extended upon his mat. After some rather sharp reproofs from Barbosa, who told him that his master's death did not make him a free man, he disappeared all at once. He was gone to the newly baptized king, to whom he declared that if he could allure the Spaniards into some trap and then kill them, he would make himself master of all their provisions and merchandise. Serrano, Barbosa, and 27 Spaniards were accordingly invited to a solemn assembly to receive the presents destined by the king of Zebu for the emperor. During the banquet they were attacked unexpectedly, and were all massacred except Serrano, who was led bound to the seashore, where he besought his companions to ransom him, for if they did not he would be murdered. But Juan de Carvalho and the others, fearing that the insurrection would become general, and that they might be attacked during the negotiations by a numerous fleet which they would not be able to resist, turned a deaf ear to the unfortunate Serrano's supplications. The ship set sail and reached the island of Bohol, which was not far distant. When there, thinking that their numbers were too much reduced to navigate 3 vessels, they burnt the Concepcion, after having transshipped all that was most precious on board the other vessels. Then, after having coasted along the island of Panalongan, they stopped at Butuan, which forms part of Mindanao, a magnificent island, with numerous ports, and rivers abounding in fish, to the northwest of which lies the island of Luzon, the most considerable of the archipelago. The ships touched also at Palawan, where they found pigs, goats, fowls, different kinds of bananas, coconuts, sugar canes, and rice, with which they provisioned the ships. This was for them, as Pigafetta expresses it, a promised land. Among the things which he thought worthy of notice, the Italian traveler mentions the cocks kept by the natives for fighting, a passion which after so many years is still deeply rooted amongst the population of the whole Philippine archipelago. From Palawan, the Spaniards next went to the island of Borneo, the center of Malay civilization. From that time they had no longer to deal with poverty-stricken people, but with a rich population, who received them with magnificence. Their reception by the Raja is sufficiently curious to warrant a few words being devoted to it. At the landing place they found 2 elephants with silk trappings, who bore the strangers to the house of the governor of the town, while 12 men carried the presents which were to be offered to the Raja. From the governor's house where they slept, to the palace of the king, the streets were kept by armed men. Upon descending from their elephants the Spaniards were admitted to a room filled with courtiers. At the end of this room opened another smaller room, hung with cloth of gold, in which were 300 men of the king's guard armed with poniards. Through a door they could then see the Raja, sitting by a table with a little child, chewing betel nut. Behind him there were only some women. Etiquette required that the petition to be made must pass in succession through the mouths of 3 nobles, each of higher rank than the last, before being transmitted, by means of a hollow cane placed in a hole in the wall, to one of the principal officers, who submitted it to the king. Then there was an exchange of presents, after which the Spanish ambassadors were conducted back to their vessels with the same ceremony as on their arrival. The capital is built on piles in the sea, so that when the tide rises, the women who sell provisions go about the town in boats. On the 29th of July more than 100 canoes surrounded the two vessels, whilst at the same time some junks weighed anchor to approach them more nearly. The Spaniards, fearing to be treacherously attacked, took the initiative and fired off their artillery, which killed a number of people in the canoes, upon which the king excused himself, saying that his fleet had not been directed against them, but against the Gentiles with whom the Mussulman had daily combats. This island produces arak, the alcohol of rice, camphor, cinnamon, ginger, oranges, citrons, sugarcanes, melons, radishes, onions, and the articles of exchange are copper, quicksilver, cinnabar, glass, woolen cloths, and canvas, and above all iron and spectacles, without mentioning porcelain, and diamonds, some of which were of extraordinary size and value. The fauna comprises elephants, horses, buffaloes, pigs, goats, and domestic poultry. The money in use is of bronze, it is called sapik and consists of small coins which are perforated with holes, that they may be strung together. On leaving Borneo the travelers sought for a suitable spot in which to repair their vessels, which were in such great need of it that the men were not less than 42 days over the work. The oddest things which I have found in this island, says Pigafetta, are the trees of which all the leaves are animated. These leaves resemble those of the mulberry, but are not so long. The stalk is short and pointed, and near the stalk on both sides there are 2 feet. If you touch the leaves, they escape, but when crushed no blood comes from them. I have kept one of them in a box for 9 days. When I opened the box, the leaf was walking about in it. I believe they must live upon air. These very curious animals are well known at the present day, and are commonly called leaf flies, muchas fly. They are of a grey-brown, which makes them more easily mistaken for dead leaves, which they exactly resemble in appearance. It was while in these parts that the Spanish expedition, which, during Magellan's life had preserved its scientific character, began perceptibly to become piratical. Thus, on several occasions, junks were seized upon, and their crews forced by their Spanish captors to pay large ransoms. The ships next passed by the archipelago of the Sulu Islands, the haunt of Malay pirates, who have even now only lately submitted to the Spanish arms. Then by Mindanao, which had been already visited, for it was known that the eagerly sought-for Moluccas must be in its neighborhood, whether more or less remote. At last, after having seen a number of islands, of which the names would not convey much idea to us, on Wednesday, the 6th of November the Spaniards discovered the archipelago, about which the Portuguese had related such terrifying fables. And 2 days later they landed at Tidor. Thus the object of the voyage was attained. The king came to meet the Spaniards, and invited them to go on board his canoe. He was seated under a silk parasol which covered him entirely. In front of him were placed one of his sons who carried the royal scepter, 2 men who had each a golden vase full of water for washing the king's hands, and 2 others holding small gilt boxes filled with betel. Then the Spaniards made the king come on board the vessels, where they showed him much respect, at the same time loading him and those who accompanied him with presents, which seemed to them very precious. This king is a Moor, that is to say, an Arab, Pigafetta affirms. He is nearly 45 years of age, tolerably well made, and with a fine physiognomy. His clothing consisted of a very fine shirt, the cuffs of which were embroidered in gold. Drapery descended from his waist to his feet, a silk veil, no doubt a turban, covered his head, and upon this veil there was a garland of flowers. His name is Raja Sultan Mansur. The next day, in a long interview which he had with the Spaniards, Mansur declared his intention of placing himself with the islands of Ternate and Tidor under the protection of the King of Spain. The Sultan Mansur. This is the place to give some details about the archipelago of the Moluccas, drawn from Pigafetta's narrative, which we are following step by step in the version that M. Ed. Charton has given, and to which he has added such valuable notes. This archipelago, properly speaking, comprises the islands of Gilolo, Ternate, Tidor, Mornay, Batchian, and Misao, but the Banda and Amboina groups are also often comprehended under the general name of Molucca. Formerly convulsed by repeated volcanic commotions, this archipelago contains a great number of craters almost all extinct, or in repose during a long succession of years. The air there is burning, and would be almost unfit to breathe, if frequent rains did not fall and refresh the atmosphere. The natural productions are extremely valuable. In the first rank must be placed the sago tree, of which the pith called sago takes, with yams, the place of cereals throughout Malacca. As soon as the tree is cut down, the pith is extracted, which is then grated, passed through a sieve, and afterwards cut up in the form of small rolls, which are dried in the shade. There are also the mulberry, the clove, the nutmeg, the camphor, and pepper trees, in fact all the spice trees and all the tropical fruits. The forests contain some valuable kinds of wood, ebony, ironwood, teak, famous for its strength and employed from the most ancient times in costly buildings, and the Calalaban laurel, which yields an aromatic essential oil that is highly prized. At this period domestic animals were not numerous in the Moluccas, but among the wild animals the most curious were the babirusa, an enormous wild boar with long tusks bent backwards. The opossum, a kind of didelphis a little larger than our squirrel, the phalanger, a marsupial which lives in thick, dark forests, where it feeds upon leaves and fruit. And the tarsia, a kind of jerboa, a very harmless, inoffensive little animal with reddish-colored hair, about the size of a rat, but whose body bears some resemblance to that of an ape. Among the birds, the most remarkable were the parakeets and cockatoos, the birds of paradise of which so many fabulous accounts were given, and which until then had been believed to be without legs, the kingfishers, and the cassowaries. Great wading birds almost as large as ostriches. A Portuguese named Lourosa had been long settled in the Moluccas, and to him the Spaniards forwarded a letter, in the hope that he would betray his country and attach himself to Spain. They obtained the most curious information from him with regard to the expeditions which the King of Portugal had dispatched to the Cape of Good Hope, to the Rio de la Plata and to the Moluccas. But from various circumstances these latter expeditions had not been able to take place. He himself had been 16 years in this archipelago. The Portuguese had been installed there for 10 years, but upon this fact they preserved the most complete silence. When Lourosa saw the Spaniards making their preparations for departure, he came on board with his wife and his goods to return to Europe. On the 12th of November all the merchandise destined for barter was landed, it being chiefly derived from the 4 junks which had been seized in Borneo. Certainly the Spaniards traded to great advantage, but nevertheless not to so great an extent as they might have done, for they were in haste to return to Spain. Some vessels from Gilolo and Batchian came also to trade with them, and a few days later they received a considerable stock of cloves from the king of Tidor. This king invited them to a great banquet which he said it was his custom to give when a vessel or junk was loaded with the first cloves. But the Spaniards, remembering what had happened to them in the Philippines, refused the invitation while presenting compliments and excuses to the king. When their cargo was completed, they set sail. Scarcely had the Trinidad put to sea before it was perceived that she had a serious leak, and the return to Tidor as fast as possible was unavoidable. The skillful divers whom the king placed at the disposal of the Spaniards, were unable to discover the hole, and it became necessary to partly unload the ship to make the necessary repairs. The sailors who were on board the Victoria would not wait for their companions, and the ship's officers seeing clearly that the Trinidad would not be fit for the voyage to Spain, decided that she should go to Darien, where her valuable cargo would be discharged and transported across the isthmus to the Atlantic, where a vessel would be sent to fetch it. But neither the unfortunate vessel nor her crew was destined ever to return to Spain. The Trinidad, commanded by the alguazil Gonzalo Gomez de Espinosa, who had Juan de Carvalho as pilot, was in so bad a state that after leaving Tidor, she was obliged to anchor at Ternate, in the port of Talangomi, where her crew consisting of 17 men was immediately imprisoned by the Portuguese. The only reply given to Espinosa's remonstrances was a threat to hang him to the yard of a vessel. And the unfortunate alguazil, after having been transferred to Cochin, was sent to Lisbon, where for 7 months he remained shut up in the prison of the Limoero with 2 Spaniards, the sole survivors of the crew of the Trinidad. As to the Victoria, she left Titer richly laden under the command of Juan Sebastian del Cano, who, after having been simply a pilot on board one of Magellan's ships, had taken the command of the Concepcion on the 27th of April, 1521. And who succeeded to Juan López de Carvalho, when the latter was superseded in his command for incapacity. The crew of the Victoria was composed of only 53 Europeans and 13 Indians. 54 Europeans remained at Titer on board the Trinidad. After passing amidst the islands of Cayoan, Ligoma, Seco, Geoffy, Coffee, Loboan, Toloman, Batchian, Mata, and Batu, the Victoria left this latter island to the west, and steering west-southwest. Stopped during the night at the island of Zulla or Zula. At 30 miles from thence the Spaniards anchored at Burro, the Boero of Bougainville, where the ship was revictualled. They stopped 105 miles further on, at Banda, where mace and nutmegs are found, then at Solar, where a great trade in white sandalwood is carried on. They spent a fortnight there to repair their ship, which had suffered much, and there they laid in an ample provision of wax and pepper. Then they anchored at Timor, where they could only obtain provisions by retaining by stratagem the chief of the village and his son, who had come on board the ship. This island was frequented by junks from Luzon, and by the Preos, from Malacca and Java, which traded largely there in sandalwood and pepper. A little further on the Spaniards touched at Java, where, as it appears, suttee was practiced at this time, as it has been in India until quite recently. Among the stories which Pigafetta relates, without entirely believing them, is one which is most curious. It concerns a gigantic bird the Epiornis, of which the bones and the enormous eggs were discovered in Madagascar about the year 1850. It is an instance proving the caution needed before rejecting as fictitious many apparently fabulous legends, but which on examination may prove to possess a substratum of truth. To the north of Greater Java, says Pigafetta, in the Gulf of China, there is a very large tree called Kampangangi inhabited by certain birds called garrula, which are so large and strong that they can bear away a buffalo and even an elephant, and carry it as they fly to the place where the tree Pusathir is. This legend has been current ever since the 9th century, among the Persians and Arabs, and this bird plays a wonderful part in Arabian tales under the name of the roc. It is not surprising, therefore, that Pigafetta found an analogous tradition among the Malays. After leaving Greater Java, the Victoria rounded the peninsula of Malacca, which had been subjugated to Portugal by the great Albuquerque 10 years before. In the immediate neighborhood are Siam and Cambodia, and Kayampa, where rhubarb grows. This substance is discovered in the following manner. A company of from 20 to 25 men go into the wood, where they pass the night in the trees, to protect themselves from lions. Note here, that there are no lions in this country, and other ferocious beasts. And also that they may better perceive the odor of the rhubarb, which the wind wafts towards them. In the morning they go towards the place whence came the odor, and search there for the rhubarb until they find it. Rhubarb is the putrefied wood of a great tree, and acquires its odor even from its putrefaction. The best part of the tree is the root, nevertheless the trunk, which they call calama, has the same medicinal virtue. Decidedly it is not from Pigafetta that we should seek to acquire botanical knowledge. We should run a great risk of deceiving ourselves if we took in earnest the nonsense that the Moor told him from whom he drew his information. The Lombard traveller gives us also fantastic details about China with the greatest seriousness, and falls into the grave errors, which his contemporary Duarte Barbosa had avoided. It is to the latter we owe the information that the trade in Amphium or opium has existed from this period. When once the Victoria had left the shores of Malacca, Sebastian del Cano took great care to avoid the coast of Zangbar, where the Portuguese had been established since the beginning of the century. He kept to the open sea as far as 42 degrees south latitude, and for 9 weeks he was obliged to keep the sails furled, on account of the constant west and northwest winds, which ended in a fearful storm. To keep to this course required great perseverance on the part of the captain, with a settled desire on his part to carry his enterprise to a successful issue. The vessel had several leaks, and a number of the sailors demanded an anchorage at Mozambique, for the provisions which were not salted having become bad, the crew had only rice and water for food and drink. At last on the 6th of May, the Cape of Tempests was doubled and a favourable issue to the voyage might be hoped for. Nevertheless, many vexatious accidents still awaited the navigator. In 2 months, 21 men, Europeans and Indians, died from privations, and if on the July 9th they had not landed at Santiago, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, the whole crew would have died of hunger. As this archipelago belonged to Portugal, the sailors took care to say that they came from America, and carefully concealed the route which they had discovered. But one of the sailors having had the imprudence to say that the Victoria was the only vessel of Magellan's squadron which had returned to Europe, the Portuguese immediately seized the crew of a longboat, and prepared to attack the Spanish vessel. However, Del Cano on board his vessel was watching all the movements of the Portuguese, and suspecting, by the preparations which he saw, that there was an intention of seizing the Victoria, he set sail, leaving 13 men of his crew in the hands of the Portuguese. Maximilian Transylvain assigns a different motive from the one given by Pigafetta, for the anchorage at the Cape de Verde Islands. He asserts that the fatigued state of the crew, who were reduced by privations, and who in spite of everything had not ceased to work the pumps, had decided the captain to stop and buy some slaves to aid them in this work. Having no money, the Spaniards would have paid with some of their spices, which would have opened the eyes of the Portuguese. To see if our journals were correctly kept, says Pigafetta, we inquired on shore what day of the week it was. They replied that it was Thursday, which surprised us, because according to our journals it was as yet only Wednesday. We could not be persuaded that we had made the mistake of a day. I was more astonished myself than the others were, because having always been sufficiently well to keep my journal, I had uninterruptedly marked the days of the week, and the course of the months. We learned afterwards, that there was no error in our calculation, for having always travelled towards the west, following the course of the sun, and having returned to the same point, we must have gained 24 hours upon those who had remained stationary. One has only need of reflection to be convinced of this fact. Sebastian del Cano rapidly made the coast of Africa, and on the 6th of September entered the bay of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, with a crew of 17 men, almost all of whom were ill. 2 days later he anchored before the mole at Seville, after having accomplished a complete circuit of the world. As soon as he arrived, Sebastian del Cano went to Valladolid, where the court was, and received from Charles V. The welcome which was merited after so many difficulties had been courageously overcome. The bold mariner received permission to take as his armorial bearings, a globe with this motto, Prima circumdedisci me, and he also received a pension of 500 ducats. The rich freight of the Victoria decided the emperor to send a second fleet to the Moluccas. The supreme command of it was not, however, given to Sebastian del Cano. It was reserved for the commander Garcia de Loaiza, whose only claim to it was his grand name. However, after the death of the chief of the expedition, which happened as soon as the fleet had passed the Strait of Magellan, del Cano found himself invested with the command, but he did not hold it long, for he died 6 days afterwards. As for the ship Victoria, she was long preserved in the port of Seville, but in spite of all the care that was taken of her, she at length fell to pieces from old age. Chapter 3. The Polar Expeditions and the Search for the Northwest Passage. I. The Northmen, Eric the Red, the Zenas, John Cabot, Cortereal, Sebastian Cabot, Willoughby, Chancellor. Pytheas had opened up the road to the north to the Scandinavians by discovering Iceland, the famous Thule, and the Cronian Ocean, of which the mud, the shallow water, and the ice render the navigation dangerous. And where the nights are as light as twilight. The traditions of the voyages undertaken by the ancients to the Orkneys, the Faroe Islands, and even to Iceland, were treasured up among the Irish monks, who were learned men, and themselves bold mariners. As their successive establishments in these archipelagos clearly prove. They were also the pilots of the Northmen, a name given generally to the Scandinavian pirates, both Danish and Norwegian, who rendered themselves so formidable to the whole of Europe during the Middle Ages. But if all the information that we owe to the ancients, both Greeks and Romans, with regard to these Hyperborean countries be extremely vague and so to speak fabulous, it is not so with that which concerns the adventurous enterprises of the men of the north. The sagas, as the Icelandic and Danish songs are called, are extremely precise, and the numerous data which we owe to them are daily confirmed by the archaeological discoveries made in America, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark. This is a source of valuable information which was long unknown and unexplored, and of which we owe the revelation to the learned Dane, C. Raffn, who has furnished us with authentic facts of the greatest interest bearing on the pre-Columbian discovery of America. Norway was poor and encumbered with population. Hence arose the necessity for a permanent emigration, which should allow a considerable portion of the inhabitants to seek in more favored regions the nourishment which a frozen soil denied them. When they had found some country rich enough to yield them an abundant spoil, they then returned to their own land, and set out the following spring accompanied by all those who could be enticed either by the love of lucre, the desire for an easy life, or by the thirst for strife. Intrepid hunters and fishermen, accustomed to a dangerous navigation between the continent and the mass of islands which border it and appear to defend it against the assaults of the ocean, and across the narrow, deep fjords, which seem as though they were cut into the soil itself by some gigantic sword, they set out in those oak vessels, the sight of which made the people tremble who lived on the shores of the North Sea and British Channel. Sometimes decked, these vessels, long or short, large or small, were usually terminated in front by a spur of enormous size, above which the prow sometimes rose to a great height, taking the form of an S. The Horusninger, for so they call the graphic representations so often met with on the rocks of Sweden and Norway, enable us to picture to ourselves these swift vessels, which could carry a considerable crew. Such was the Long Serpent of Olaf Tryggvason, which had 32 benches of rowers and held 90 men, Canute's vessel, which carried 60, and the 2 vessels of Olaf the Saint, which carried sometimes 200 men. The Sea Kings, as they often called these adventurers, lived on the ocean, never settling on shore, passing from the pillage of a castle to the burning of an abbey, devastating the coasts of France, ascending rivers, especially the Seine, as far as Paris, sailing over the Mediterranean as far as Constantinople, establishing themselves later in Sicily, and leaving traces of their incursions or their sojourn in all the regions of the known world. Norman ships. Piracy, far from being, as at the present day, an act falling under the ban of the law, was not only encouraged in that barbarous or half-civilized society, but was celebrated in the songs of the Skalds, who reserved their most enthusiastic eulogies for celebrating chivalrous struggles, adventurous privateering, and all exhibitions of strength. From the 8th century, these formidable sea rovers frequented the groups of the Orkney, the Hebrides, the Shetland, and Faroe Islands, where they met with the Irish monks, who had settled themselves there nearly a century earlier, to instruct the idolatrous population. In 861 a Norwegian pirate, named Naded, was carried by a storm towards an island covered with snow, which he named Snowland, Land of Snow, a name changed later to that of Iceland, Land of Ice. There again the Northmen found the Irish monks under the name of Papis, in the cantons of Papia and Papilai. Ingolf installed himself some years afterwards in the country, and founded Reykjavik. In 885 the triumph of Harald Harfaga, who had just subjugated the whole of Norway by force of arms, brought a considerable number of malcontents to Iceland. They established there the republican form of government, which had just been overthrown in their own country, and which subsisted till 1261, the epoch when Iceland passed under the dominion of the kings of Norway. When established in Iceland, these bold fellows, lovers of adventure and of long hunts in pursuit of seals and walrus, retained their wandering habits and pursued their bold plans in the west, where only 3 years after the arrival of Ingolf, Gunnbjorn discovered the snowy peaks of the mountains of Greenland. 5 years later, Eric the Red, banished from Iceland for murder, rediscovered the land in latitude 64 degrees north, of which Gunnbjorn had caught a glimpse. The sterility of this icebound coast made him decide to seek a milder climate with a more open country, and one producing more game, in the south. So he rounded Cape Farewell at the extremity of Greenland, established himself on the west coast, and built some vast dwellings for himself and his companions, of which M. Jorgensen has discovered the ruins. This country was worthy at that period of the name of Greenland, Groenland, which the Northmen gave to it, but the annual and great increase of the glaciers has rendered it since that epoch a land of desolation. Eric returned to Iceland to seek his friends, and in the same year that he returned to Bratahalida, for so he called his settlement, 14 vessels laden with emigrants came to join him. It was a veritable exodus. These events took place in the year 1000. As quickly as the resources of the country allowed of it, the population of Greenland increased, and in 1121, Gardar, the capital of the country, became the seat of a bishopric, which existed until after the discovery of the Antilles by Christopher Columbus. In 986 Bjarn Heriulfsson, who had come from Norway to Iceland to spend the winter with his father, learnt that the latter had joined Eric the Red in Greenland. Without hesitation, the young man again put to sea, seeking at haphazard for a country of which he did not even know the exact situation, and was cast by currents on coasts which we think must have been those of New Scotland, Newfoundland, and Maine. He ended, however, by reaching Greenland, where Eric, the powerful Norwegian Jarl, reproached him for not having examined with more care countries of which he owed his knowledge to a happy accident of the sea. Eric had sent his son Leif to the Norwegian court, so close at this time was the connection between the metropolis and the colonies. The king, who had been converted to Christianity, had just dispatched a mission to Iceland charged to overthrow the worship of Odin. He committed to Leif's care some priests who were to instruct the Greenlanders. But scarcely had the young adventurer returned to his own country, when he left the holy men to work out the accomplishment of their difficult task in hearing of the discovery made by Bjarn. He fitted out his vessels and went to seek for the lands which had been only imperfectly seen. He landed first on a desolate and stony plain, to which he gave the name of Helgeland, and which we have no hesitation in recognizing as Newfoundland, and afterwards on a flat sandy shore behind which rose an immense screen of dark forests, cheered by the songs of innumerable birds. A third time he put to sea, and steering towards the south he arrived at the Bay of Rhode Island, where the mild climate and a river teeming with salmon induced him to settle, and where he constructed vast buildings of planks, which he called Leifsbutter, Leif's house. Then he sent some of his companions to explore the country, and they returned with the good news that the wild vine grows in the country, to which it owes the name of Vinland. In the spring of the year 1001, Leif, having laded his ship with skins, grapes, wood, and other productions of the country, set out for Greenland. He had made the valuable observation that the shortest day in Vinland lasted 9 hours, which places the site of Leifsbutter at 41 degrees 24 minutes 10 seconds. This fortunate voyage and the salvage of a Norwegian vessel carrying 15 men, gained for Leif the surname of the Fortunate. This expedition made a great stir, and the account of the wonders of the country in which Leif had settled, induced his brother Thorvald, to set out with 30 men. After passing the winter at Leifsbutter, Thorvald explored the coasts to the south, returning in the autumn to Vinland, and in the following year 1004, he sailed along the coast to the north of Leifsbutter. During this return voyage, the Northmen met with the Eskimo for the first time, and without any provocation, slaughtered them without mercy. The following night they found themselves all at once surrounded by a numerous flotilla of kayaks, from which came a cloud of arrows. Thorvald alone, the chief of the expedition, was mortally wounded. He was buried by his companions on a promontory, to which they gave the name of the Promontory of the Cross. Now, in the Gulf of Boston in the 18th century, a tomb of masonry was discovered, in which, with the bones, was found a sword hilt of iron. The Indians not being acquainted with this metal, it could not be one of their skeletons. It was not either the remains of one of the Europeans who had landed after the 15th century, for their swords had not this very characteristic form. This tomb has been thought to be that of a Scandinavian, and we venture to say, that of Thorvald, son of Eric the Red. In the spring of 1007, 3 vessels carrying 160 men and some cattle, left Eriksfjord. The object in view was the foundation of a permanent colony. The emigrants after sighting Helluland, Markland, and Vinland, landed in an island, upon which they constructed some barracks and began the work of cultivation. But they must either have laid their plans badly, or have been wanting in foresight, for the winter found them without provisions, and they suffered cruelly from hunger. They had, however, the good sense to regain the continent, where in comparative ease, they could await the end of the winter. At the beginning of 1008, they set out to seek for leaf butter, and settled themselves at Mount Hope Bay, on the opposite shore to the old settlement of Leith. There, for the first time, some intercourse was held with the natives, called Skrellings in the sagas, and whom, from the manner in which they are portrayed, it is easy to recognize as Eskimo. The first meeting was peaceable, and barter was carried on with them until the day when the desire of the Eskimo to acquire iron hatchets, always prudently refused them by the Northmen, drove them to acts of aggression, which decided the newcomers, after 3 years of residence, to return to their own country, which they did without leaving behind them any lasting trace of their stay in the country. It will be easily understood that we cannot give any detailed account of all the expeditions, which set out from Greenland, and succeeded each other on the coasts of Labrador and the United States. Those of our readers who wish for circumstantial details, should refer to M. Gabriel Gravier's interesting publication, the most complete work on the subject, and from which we have borrowed all that relates to the Norman expeditions. The same year as Eric the Red landed in Greenland, 983, a certain Harry Marson, being driven out of the ordinary course by storms, was cast upon the shores of a country known by the name of White Man's Land, which extended according to Raffin from Chesapeake Bay to Florida. What is the meaning of this name, White Man's Land? Had some compatriots of Marson's already settled there? There is some reason to suppose so even from the words used in the chronicle. We can understand how interesting it would be, to be able to determine the nationality of these first colonists. However, the sagas have not as yet revealed all their secrets. There are probably, some of them still unknown, and as those which have been successively discovered, have confirmed facts already admitted, there is every reason to hope that our knowledge of Icelandic navigation may become more precise. Another legend, of which great part is mere romance, but which nevertheless, contains a foundation of truth, relates that a certain Bjorn, who was obliged to quit Iceland in consequence of an unfortunate passion, took refuge in the countries beyond Vinland, where in 1027, he was found by some of his countrymen. In 1051, during another expedition, an Icelandic woman was killed by some Skrellings, and in 1867, a tomb was exhumed, bearing a runic inscription, and containing bones, and some articles of the toilet, which are now preserved in the museum at Washington. This discovery was made at the exact spot indicated in the saga which related these events, and which was not itself discovered until 1863. But the Northmen, established in Iceland and Greenland, were not the only people who frequented the coast of America about the year 1000, which is proved by the name of Great Ireland, which was given to White Man's Land. As the history of Madacapoan proves, the Irish and Welsh founded colonies there, regarding which we have but little information, but vague and uncertain as it is. D'Avezac and Gaffarel agree in recognizing its probability. Having now said a few words upon the travels and settlements of the Northmen in Labrador, Vinland, and the more southern countries, we must return to the north. The colonies first founded in the neighborhood of Cape Farewell, had not been slow in stretching along the western coast, which at this period was infinitely less desolate than it is at the present day, as far as northern latitudes, which were not again reached until our own day. Thus at this time they caught seals, walrus, and whales in the Bay of Disco. There were 190 towns counted then in Westerbygd and 86 in Esterbygd, while at the present day, there are far fewer Danish settlements on these icy shores. These towns were probably only inconsiderable groups of those houses in stone and wood, of which so many ruins have been found from Cape Farewell, as far as Upernavik in about 72 degrees 50 minutes. At the same time numerous runic inscriptions, which have now been deciphered, have given a degree of absolute certainty to facts so long unknown. But how many of these vestiges of the past still remain to be discovered? How many of these valuable evidences of the bravery and spirit of enterprise of the Scandinavian race are forever buried under the glaciers? The glaciers of Greenland. We have also obtained evidence that Christianity had been brought into America, and especially into Greenland. To this country, according to the instructions of Pope Gregory IV. There were pastoral visits made to strengthen the newly converted Northmen in the faith, and to evangelize the Eskimo and the Indian tribes. Besides this, M. Ryant in 1865, has proved incontrovertibly that the Crusades were preached in Greenland in the bishopric of Gardar, as well as in the islands and neighboring lands, and that up to 1418, Greenland paid to the Holy See tithes and St. Peter's pence, which for that year consisted of 2,600 pounds, of walrus tusks. The Norwegian colonies owe their downfall and ruin to various causes. To the very rapid extension of the glaciers, Hayes has proved that the glacier of Friar John moves at the rate of about 33 yards annually. To the bad policy of the mother country, which prevented the recruiting of the colonies, to the Black Plague, which decimated the population of Greenland from 1347 to 1351. Lastly, to the depredations of the pirates, who ravaged these already enfeebled countries in 1418, and in whom some have thought they recognized certain inhabitants of the Orkney and Faroe Islands, of which we are now about to speak. One of the companions of William the Conqueror, named St. Clair or Sinclair, not thinking that the portion of the conquered country allotted to him was proportioned to his merits, went to try his luck in Scotland, where he was not long in rising to fortune and honors. In the latter half of the 14th century, the Orkney Islands passed into the hands of his descendants. About 1390, a certain Niccolò Zeno, a member of one of the most ancient and noble Venetian families, who had fitted out a vessel at his own expense, to visit England and Flanders as a matter of curiosity, was wrecked in the archipelago of the Orkneys whither he had been driven by a storm. He was about to be massacred by the inhabitants, when the Earl, Henry Sinclair, took him under his protection. The history of this wreck, and the adventures and discoveries which followed it, published in the collection of Ramusio, had been written by Antonio Zeno, says Clements Markham, the learned geographer, in his Threshold of the Unknown Region. Unfortunately, one of his descendants named Niccolò Zeno, born in 1515, when a boy, not knowing the value of these papers, tore them up, but some of the letters surviving, he was able from them subsequently to compile the narrative as we now have it, and which was printed in Venice in 1558. There was also found in the palace an old map, rotten with age, illustrative of his voyages. Of this he made a copy, unluckily supplying from his own reading of the narrative what he thought was requisite for its illustration. By doing this in a blundering way, unaided by the geographical knowledge which enables us to see where he goes astray, he threw the whole of the geography which he derived from the narrative into the most lamentable confusion. While those parts of the map which are not thus sophisticated, and which are consequently original, present an accuracy far in advance by many generations of the geography even of Niccolò Zeno's time, and confirm in a notable manner the site of the old Greenland colony. In these facts we have not only the solution of all the discussions which have arisen on the subject, but the most indisputable proof of the authenticity of the narrative. For it is clear that Niccolò Zeno, Jr., could not himself have been the ingenious concocter of a story the straightforward truth of which he could thus ignorantly distort upon the face of the map. The name of Zichmni, in which writers of the present day, and chief among them Mr. H. Major, who has rescued these facts from the domain of fable, recognize the name of Sinclair, appears to be in fact only applicable to this Earl of the Orkneys. At this time the seas of the north of Europe were infected by Scandinavian pirates. Sinclair, who had recognized in Zeno a clever mariner, attached him to himself, and with him conquered the country of Frisland, the haunt of pirates, who ravaged all the north of Scotland. In the maps at the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century this name is applied to the archipelago of the Faroe Islands, a reasonable indication. For Boach has recognized in the present names of the harbors and islands of this archipelago a considerable number of those given by Zeno. Finally, the facts which we owe to the Venetian navigator about the waters, abounding in fish and dangerous from shallows, which divide this archipelago, are still true at the present day. Satisfied with his position, Zeno wrote to his brother Antonio to come and join him. While Sinclair was conquering the Faroe Islands, the Norwegian pirates desolated the Shetland Islands, then called Eastland. Niccolo set sail to give them battle, but was himself obliged to fly before their fleet, much more numerous than his own, and to take refuge on a small island on the coast of Iceland. After wintering in this place, Zeno must have landed the following year on the eastern coast of Greenland at 69 degrees north latitude, in a place where was a monastery of the Order of Preaching Friars, and a church dedicated to St. Thomas. The cells were warmed by a natural spring of hot water, which the monks used to prepare their food and to bake their bread. The monks had also gardens covered over in the winter season, and warmed by the same means, so that they were able to produce flowers, fruits, and herbs as well as if they had lived in a mild climate. There would seem to be some confirmation of these narratives in the fact that between the years 1828 to 1830 a captain of the Danish navy met with a population of 600 individuals at 69 degrees north latitude, of a purely European type. But these adventurous travels in countries of which the climate was so different from that of Venice, proved fatal to Zeno, who died a short time after his return to Friesland. An old sailor, who had returned with the Venetian, and who said he had been for many long years a prisoner in the countries of the extreme west, gave to Sinclair such precise and tempting details of the fertility and extent of these regions, that the latter resolved to attempt their conquest with Antonio Zeno, who had rejoined his brother. But the inhabitants showed themselves everywhere so hostile, and opposed such resistance to the strangers' landing, that Sinclair after a long and dangerous voyage was obliged to return to Friesland. These are all the details that have been left to us, and they make us deeply regret the loss of those that Antonio should have furnished in his letters to his father Carlo. On the subject of the countries which Forster and Maltobrunn have thought may be identified with Newfoundland. Who knows, if in his voyage to England and during his wanderings as far as Thule, Christopher Columbus may not have heard mentioned the ancient expeditions of the Northmen and the Zeni. And if this information may not have appeared to him a strange confirmation of the theories which he held, and of the ideas for whose realization he came to claim the protection of the King of England. From the collection of facts which have been here briefly given, it follows that America was known to Europeans and had been colonized before the time of Columbus. But in consequence of various circumstances, and foremost among these must be placed the rarity of communication between the people in the north of Europe and those in the south. The discoveries made by the Northmen were only vaguely known in Spain and Portugal. Judging by appearances, we of the present day know much more on this subject than did the fellow countrymen and contemporaries of Columbus. If the Genoese mariner had been informed of the existence of some rumors, he classed them with the information he had collected in the Cape de Verde Islands and with his classical recollections of the famous island of Antilia and the Atlantides of Plato. From this information, which came from so many different sides, the certainty awoke within him that the East could be reached by the western route. However it may be, his glory remains whole and entire. He is really the discoverer of America, and not those who were carried thither in spite of themselves by chances of wind and storm, without their having any intention of reaching the shores of Asia, which Christopher Columbus would have done, had not the way been barred by America. The information that we are about to give on the family of Cortereal, although it may be much more complete than that which can be met with in biographical dictionaries, is still extremely vague. Nevertheless we must content ourselves with it, for up to this time history has not collected further details concerning this race of intrepid navigators. João Vaz Cortereal was the natural son of a gentleman named Vasco Annis da Costa, who had received the sobriquet of Cortereal from the King of Portugal, on account of the magnificence of his house and followers. Devoted like so many other gentlemen of this period to seafaring adventure, João Vaz had carried off in Galicia a young girl named Maria de Abarca, who became his wife. After having been gentleman usher to the Infante Don Fernando, he was sent by the king to the North Atlantic, with Alvaro Martins Hamem. The two navigators saw an island known from this time by the name of Terra dos Bacalhaos, the land of codfish, which must really have been Newfoundland. The date of this discovery is approximately fixed by the fact that on their return, they landed at Terceira, and finding the captainship vacant by the death of Jacome de Bruges, they went to ask for it from the Infanta Dona Brights. the widow of the Infante Don Fernando. She bestowed it upon them on condition that they would divide it between them, a fact which is confirmed by a deed of gift dated from Evora the 2nd of April, 1464. Though one cannot guarantee the authenticity of this discovery of America, it is nevertheless an ascertained fact that Cortereal's voyage must have been signalized by some extraordinary event. Donations of such importance as this were only made to those who had rendered some great service to the crown. When Vaz Cortereal was settled at Terceira from 1490 to 1497, he caused a fine palace to be built in the town of Angra, where he lived with his 3 children. His third son, Gaspard, after having been in the service of King Emmanuel, when the latter was only Duc de Beja, had felt himself attracted while still young to the enterprises of discovery which had rendered his father illustrious. By an act dated from Sintra the 12th of March, 1500, King Emmanuel made a gift to Gaspard Cortereal of any islands or terra firma which he might discover, and the king added this valuable information: that, already and at other times he had sought for them on his own account and at his own expense. For Gaspard Cortereal this was not his first essay. Probably, his researches may have been directed to the parts where his father had discovered the island of Cod. At his own expense, although with the assistance of the king, Gaspard Cortereal fitted out 2 vessels at the commencement of the summer of 1500, and after having touched at Terceira, he sailed towards the northwest. His first discovery was of a land of which the fertile and verdant aspect seems to have charmed him. This was Canada. He saw there a great river bearing ice along with it on its course, the St. Lawrence, which some of his companions mistook for an arm of the sea, and to which he gave the name of Rio Nevado. Its volume is so considerable that it is not probable that this country is an island. Besides, it must be completely covered with a very thick coating of snow to produce such a stream of water. The houses in this country were of wood and covered with skins and furs. The inhabitants were unacquainted with iron, but used swords made of sharpened stones, and their arrows were tipped with fish bones or stones. Tall and well made, their faces and bodies were painted in different colors according to taste, they wore golden and copper bracelets, and dressed themselves in garments of fur. Cortereal pursued his voyage and arrived at the Cape of Bacalhaos, fishes which are found in such great quantities upon this coast that they hinder the advance of the caravels. Then he followed the shore for a stretch of 600 miles, from 56 degrees to 60 degrees, or even more, naming the islands, the rivers, and the gulfs that he met with, as is proved by Terra do Labrador, Bahia de Conceição, and landing and holding intercourse with the natives. Severe cold, and a veritable river of gigantic blocks of ice prevented the expedition from going farther north, and it returned to Portugal bringing back with it 57 natives. The very year of his return, on the 15th of May, 1501, Gaspard Cortereal, in pursuance of an order of the 15th of April, received provisions, and left Lisbon in the hope of extending the field of his discoveries. But from this time he is never again mentioned. Michael Cortereal, his brother, who was the first gentleman usher to the king, then requested and obtained permission to go and seek his brother, and to pursue his enterprise. By an act of the 15th of January, 1502, a deed of gift conveyed to him the half of the terra firma and islands which his brother might have discovered. Setting out on the 10th of May of this year with 3 vessels, Michael Cortereal reached Newfoundland, where he divided his little squadron, so that each of the vessels might explore the coast separately, while he fixed the place of rendezvous. But at the time fixed, he did not reappear, and the 2 other vessels, after waiting for him till the 20th of August, set out on their return to Portugal. In 1503, the king sent 2 caravels to try to obtain news of the 2 brothers, but the search was in vain, and they returned without having acquired any information. When Vasco Annis, the last of the brothers Cortereal, who was captain and governor of the islands of St. George and Terceira, and Alcade Moore of the town of Tavilla, became acquainted with these sad events, he resolved to fit out a vessel at his own cost, and to go and search for his brothers. The king, however, would not allow him to go, fearing to lose the last of this race of good servants. Upon the maps of this period, Canada is often indicated by the name of Terra dos Cortereals, a name which is sometimes extended much further south, embracing a great part of North America. All that concerns John and Sebastian Cabot has been until recently shrouded by a mist which is not even now completely dissipated, notwithstanding the conscientious labors of Biddle the American in 1831, and of our compatriot M. D'Avezac. As also those of Mr. Nichols the Englishman, who taking advantage of the discoveries made among the English, Spanish and Venetian archives, has built up an imposing monument, of which some parts, however, are open to discussion. It is from the two last named works that we shall draw the materials for this rapid sketch, but principally from Mr. Nichols' book, which has this advantage over the smaller volume of M. D'Avezac, that it relates the whole life of Sebastian Cabot. Sebastian Cabot. From an old print. It has been found impossible to determine with certainty either the name or the nationality of John Cabot, and still less to settle the period of his birth. John Cabota, Caboto, or Cabot must have been born, if not in Genoa itself, as M. D'Avezac asserts, at least in the neighborhood of that town, possibly at Castiglione, about the first quarter of the 15th century. Some historians have considered that he was an Englishman, and perhaps Mr. Nichols from national considerations is inclined to adopt this opinion, at least this seems to be the meaning of the expressions used by him. What we do know without room for doubt, is that John Cabot came to London to occupy himself with commerce, and that he soon settled at Bristol, then the second town in the kingdom, in one of the suburbs which had received the name of Cathay. Probably from the number of Venetians who resided there, and the trade carried on by them with the countries of the extreme east. It was at Bristol that Cabot's two youngest children were born, Sebastian and Sancho, if we may rely upon the following account given by the old chronicler Eden. Sebastian Cabot told me that he was born at Bristol, and that at 4 years of age he went with his father to Venice, returning with him to England some years later. This made people imagine that he was born at Venice. In 1476, John Cabot was at Venice, and there on the 29th of March, he received letters of naturalization, which prove that he was not a native of this city, and that he must have merited the honor by some service rendered to the Republic. M. D'Avezac is inclined to think that he devoted himself to the study of cosmography and navigation, perhaps even in company with the celebrated Florentine, Paul Toscanelli, with whose theories upon the distribution of land and sea on the surface of the globe, he would certainly be acquainted at this time. He may also have heard mention made of the island situated in the Atlantic, and known by the names of Antilia, the land of the 7 cities, or Brazil. What seems more certain is, that his business affairs took him to the Levant, and, it is said, to Mecca, and that while there he would learn from what country came the spices, which then constituted the most important branch of Venetian commerce. Whatever value we may attach to these speculative theories, it is at least certain that John Cabot founded an important mercantile house at Bristol. His son Sebastian, who in these first voyages had acquired an inclination for the sea, studied navigation, as far as it was then known, and made some excursions on the sea, to render himself as familiar with the practice of this art as he already was with its theory. For 7 years past, says the Spanish ambassador in a dispatch of the 25th of July, 1498, speaking of an expedition commanded by Cabot, the people of Bristol have fitted out 2, 3, or 4 caravels every year, to go in search of the island of Brazil, and of the 7 cities, according to the ideas of the Genoese. At this time the whole of Europe resounded with the fame of the discoveries of Columbus. It awoke in me, says Sebastian Cabot, in a narrative preserved by Ramusio, a great desire and a kind of ardor in my heart to do myself also something famous, and knowing by examining the globe, that if I sailed by the west wind I should reach India more rapidly, I at once made my project known to His Majesty, who was much satisfied with it. The king to whom Cabot addressed himself was the same Henry VII, who some years before had refused all support to Christopher Columbus. It is evident that he received with favor the project which John and Sebastian Cabot had just submitted to him. And though Sebastian, in the fragment which we have just quoted, attributes to himself alone all the honor of the project, it is not less true that his father was the promoter of the enterprise, as the following charter shows, which we translate in an abridged form. We Henry permit our well-beloved Johann Cabot, citizen of Venice, and Louis, Sebastian, and Sancho, his sons, under our flag and with 5 vessels of the tonnage and crew which they shall judge suitable, to discover at their own expense and charge. We grant to them as well as to their heirs and assigns, license to occupy, possess. At the charge of, by them, upon the profits, benefits, and advantages, accruing from this navigation, to pay us in merchandise or in money the 5th part of the profit thus obtained, for each of their voyages. Every time that they shall return to the port of Bristol, at which port they shall be compelled to land. We promise and guarantee to them, their heirs and assigns, that they shall be exempt from all custom house duties on the merchandise which they shall bring from the countries thus discovered. We command and direct all our subjects, as well on land as on the sea, to render assistance to the said Jahan, and to his sons. Given at, the 5th day of March, 1495. Such was the charter that was granted to John Cabot and his sons upon their return from the American continent, and not as certain authors have pretended, anterior to this voyage. From the time that the news of the discovery made by Columbus had reached England, that is to say, probably in 1493, John and Sebastian Cabot prepared the expedition at their own expense, and set out at the beginning of the year 1494. With the idea of reaching Cathay, and finally the Indies. There can be no doubt upon this point, for in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris is preserved an unique copy of the map engraved in 1544, that is to say, in the lifetime of Sebastian Cabot, which mentions this voyage. And the precise and exact date of the discovery of Cape Breton. It is probable that we must attribute to the intrigues of the Spanish ambassador, the delay which occurred in Cabot's expedition, for the whole of the year 1496 passed without the voyage being accomplished. The following year he set out at the beginning of summer. After having again sighted the Terra Bonavista, he followed the coast, and was not long in perceiving to his great disappointment that it trended towards the north. Then, sailing along it to make sure if I could not find some passage, I could not perceive any, and having advanced as far as 56 degrees, and seeing that at this point the land turned towards the east, I despaired of finding any passage. And I put about to examine the coast in this direction towards the equinoctial line, always with the same object of finding a passage to the Indies, and in the end, I reached the country now called Florida. Whereas provisions were beginning to run short, I resolved to return to England. This narrative, of which we have given the commencement above, was related by Cabot to Fracastor, 40 or 50 years after the event. Also, is it not astonishing that Cabot mixes up in it 2 perfectly distinct voyages, that of 1494, and that of 1497? Let us add some reflections on this narrative. The first land seen was, without doubt, the North Cape, the northern extremity of the island of Cape Breton, and the island which is opposite to it is that of Prince Edward, long known by the name of St. John's Island. Cabot, probably penetrated into the estuary of the St. Lawrence, which he took for an arm of the sea, near to the place where Quebec now stands, and coasted along the northern shore of the Gulf, so that he did not see the coast of Labrador stretching away in the east. He took Newfoundland for an archipelago, and continued his course to the south, not doubtless, as far as Florida as he states himself, the time occupied by the voyage making it impossible that he can have descended so low. But as far as Chesapeake Bay. These were the countries which the Spaniards afterwards called Terra de Estevan Gomez. On the 3rd of February, 1498, King Henry VII signed at Westminster some new letters patent. He empowered John Cabot or his representative, being duly authorized, to take in English ports 6 vessels of 200 tons burden, and to procure all that should be required for their equipment, at the same price as if it were for the crown. He was allowed to take on board such master mariners, pages, and other subjects as might of their own accord wish to go, and pass with him to the recently discovered land and islands. John Cabot bore the expense of the equipment of 2 vessels, and 3 others were fitted out at the cost of the merchants of Bristol. In all probability it was death, a sudden and unexpected death, which prevented John Cabot from taking the command of this expedition. His son Sebastian then assumed the direction of the fleet, which carried 300 men and provisions for a year. After having sighted land at 45 degrees, Sebastian Cabot followed the coast as far as 58 degrees, perhaps even higher, but then it became so cold, and although it was the month of July, there was so much floating ice about, that it would have been impossible to go further northwards. The days were very long, and the nights excessively light, an interesting detail by which to fix the latitude reached, for we know that below the 60th parallel of latitude the longest days are 18 hours. These various reasons made Sebastian Cabot decide to put about, and he touched at the Bacalhaos Islands, of which the inhabitants, who were clothed in the skins of animals, were armed with bow and arrows, lance, javelin, and wooden sword. The navigators here caught a great number of codfish. They were even so numerous, says an old narrative, that they hindered ships from advancing. After having sailed along the coast of America as far as 38 degrees, Cabot set out for England, where he arrived at the beginning of autumn. This voyage had indeed a threefold object, that of discovery, commerce, and colonization, as is shown by the number of vessels which took part in it and the strength of the crews. Nevertheless, it does not appear that Cabot landed any one, or that he made any attempts at forming a settlement, either in Labrador, or in Hudson's Bay, which he was destined to explore more completely in 1517, in the reign of Henry VIII. Or even to the south of the Bacalhaos, known by the general name of Newfoundland. At the close of this expedition, which was almost entirely unproductive, we lose sight of Sebastian Cabot, if not completely, at least so as to be insufficiently informed about his deeds and voyages until 1517. The traveller Hojeda, whose various enterprises we have related above, had left Spain in the month of May, 1499. We know that in this voyage he met with an Englishman at Caquibaco, on the coast of America. Can this have been Cabot? Nothing has come to light to enable us to settle this point. But we may believe that Cabot did not remain idle, and that he would be likely to undertake some fresh expedition. What we do know is, that in spite of the solemn engagements that he had made with Cabot, the King of England granted certain privileges of trading in the countries which he had discovered, to the Portuguese and to the merchants of Bristol. This ungenerous manner of recognizing his services wounded the navigator, and decided him to accept the offers which had been made to him on different occasions, to enter the Spanish service. From the death of Vespucius, which happened in 1512, Cabot was the navigator held in most renown. To attach him to himself, Ferdinand wrote on the 13th of September, 1512, to Lord Willoughby, commander-in-chief of the troops which had been transported to Italy, to treat with the Venetian navigator. Discoveries of John and Sebastian Cabot. As soon as he arrived in Castile, Cabot received the rank of captain, by an edict dated the 20th of October, 1512, with a salary of 5,000 maravedis. Seville was fixed upon for his residence, until an opportunity might arise of turning his talents and experience to account. There was a plan on foot for his taking the command of a very important expedition, when Ferdinand the Catholic died, on the 23rd of January, 1516. Cabot returned at once to England, having probably obtained leave of absence. Eden tells us that the following year Cabot was appointed with Sir Thomas Pert to the command of a fleet which was to reach China by the northwest. On the 11th of June, he was in Hudson's Bay at 67½ degree of latitude. The sea free from ice spread itself out before him so far that he reckoned upon success in his enterprise, when the faint-heartedness of his companion, together with the cowardice and mutinous spirit of the crews, who refused to go any further, obliged him to return to England. In his Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, Ortelius traces the shape of Hudson's Bay as it really is. He even indicates at its northern extremity a strait leading northwards. How can the geographer have attained to such exactness? Who, says Mr. Nichols, can have given him the information set forth in his map, if not Cabot? On his return to England, Cabot found the country ravaged by a horrible plague, which put a stop even to commercial transactions. Soon, either because the time of his leave had expired, or that he wished to escape from the pestilence, or that he was recalled to Spain, the Venetian navigator returned to that country. In 1518, on the 5th of February, Cabot was made pilot major, with a salary which, added to that which he already had, made a total of 125,000 maravedis, say, 300 ducats. He did not actually exercise the functions of his office till Charles V returned from England. His principal duty consisted in examining pilots, who were not allowed to go to the Indies until after having passed this examination. This epoch was by no means favorable to great maritime expeditions. The struggle between France and Spain absorbed all the resources both in men and money, of these two countries. Cabot too, who seems to have adopted science for his fatherland, much more than any particular country, made some overtures to Contarini, the ambassador of Venice, to take service on board the fleets of the Republic. But when the favorable answer of the Council of Ten arrived, he had other projects in his head, and did not carry his attempt any further. Cabot presides over a conference of cosmographers. In the month of April, 1524, Cabot presided at a conference of mariners and cosmographers, which met at Badajoz, to discuss the question whether the Moluccas belonged, according to the celebrated Treaty of Tordesillas, to Spain or Portugal. On the 31st of May, it was decided that the Moluccas were within the Spanish waters, by 20 degrees. Perhaps this resolution of the junta of which Cabot was president, and which again placed in the hands of Spain a great part of the spice trade, was not without its influence upon the resolutions of the Council of the Indies. However this may be, in the month of September of the same year Cabot was authorized to take the command of 3 vessels of 100 tons, and a small caravel, carrying together 150 men, with the title of Captain General. The declared aim of this voyage was to pass through the Strait of Magellan, carefully to explore the western coast of America, and to reach the Moluccas, where they would take in on their return a cargo of spices. The month of August, 1525, had been fixed upon as the date of departure, but the intrigues of Portugal succeeded in delaying it until April, 1526. Different circumstances seem from this moment to have augured ill for the voyage. Cabot had only a nominal authority, and the association of merchants who had defrayed the expenses of the equipment not accepting him willingly as chief, had found means to oppose all the plans of the Venetian sailor. Thus it was that in place of the man whom he had appointed as second in command, another was imposed upon him, and that instructions destined to be unsealed when at sea were delivered to each captain. They contained this absurd arrangement, that in case of the death of the Captain General, 11 individuals were to succeed him each in his turn. Was not this an encouragement given to assassination? Scarcely was the fleet out of sight of land, when discontent appeared. The rumor spread that the Captain General was not equal to his task. Then as they saw that these calumnies did not affect him, they pretended that the flotilla was already short of provisions. The mutiny broke out as soon as land was reached, but Cabot was not the man to allow himself to be annihilated by it. He had suffered too much from Sir Thomas Pert's cowardice to bear such an insult. In order to nip the evil in the bud, he had the mutinous captains seized, and notwithstanding their reputation and the brilliancy of their past services, he made them get into a boat, and abandoned them on the shore. For months afterwards they had the good luck to be picked up by a Portuguese expedition, which seems to have had orders to thwart the plans of Cabot. The Venetian navigator then penetrated into the Rio de la Plata, the exploration of which had been commenced by his predecessor the pilot Major de Solis. The expedition was not then composed of more than 2 vessels, one having been lost during the voyage. Cabot sailed up the Argent River, and discovered an island which he called Francis Gabriel, and upon which he built the fort of San Salvador, entrusting the command of it to Antonio de Grajeda. Cabot had the keel removed from one of his caravels, and with it, being towed by his small boats, entered the Parana, built a new fort at the confluence of the Carcarama and Tercero. And after having thus secured his line of retreat he pursued the course of these rivers farther into the interior. Arriving at the confluence of the Parana and Paraguay, he followed the second, the direction of which agreed best with his project of reaching the region of the west where silver was to be obtained. But it was not long before the aspect of the country changed, and the attitude of the inhabitants altered also. Until now, they had collected in crowds, astonished at the sight of the vessels. But upon the cultivated shores of the Paraguay they courageously opposed the strangers' landing, and 3 Spaniards having tried to knock down the fruit from a palm tree, a struggle took place, in which 300 natives lost their lives. This victory had disabled 25 Spaniards. It was too much for Cabot, who rapidly removed his wounded to the Fort San Spirito and retired, still presenting a bold front to the enemy. Cabot had already sent 2 of his companions to the emperor, to acquaint him with the attempt at revolt of the captains, to explain to him the motives which obliged him to modify the course marked out for his voyage, and to request aid from him, both in men and provisions. The answer arrived at last. The emperor approved of what Cabot had done, and ordered him to colonize the country in which he had just made a settlement, but did not send him either one man or a single maravedi. Cabot tried to procure the resources which he needed in the country, and caused some attempts at cultivation to be commenced. At the same time, to keep his troops in exercise, he reduced the neighboring nations to obedience, had some forts built, and again sailing up the Paraguay he reached Potosi, and the watercourses of the Andes which feed the basin of the Atlantic. At last he prepared to enter Peru, from whence came the gold and silver which he had seen in the possession of the natives, but it needed more troops than he could muster, to attempt the conquest of this vast region. The emperor, however, was quite unable to send him any. His European wars absorbed all his resources, the Cortes refused to vote new subsidies and the Moluccas had just been pledged to Portugal. In this state of affairs, after having occupied the country for 5 years, and waited all this time for the assistance which never came, Cabot decided to evacuate a part of his settlements, and he returned with some of his people to Spain. The rest, amounting to 120, men who were left to guard the fort of San Spirito, after many vicissitudes which cannot be related here, perished by the hands of the Indians, or were obliged to take refuge in the Portuguese settlements on the coast of Brazil. It is to the horses imported by Cabot that is due the wonderful race of wild horses which may be seen in large troops on the pampas of La Plata at the present day. This was the only result of the expedition. Some time after his return to Spain, Cabot resigned his office, and went to Bristol, where he settled about 1548, that is to say at the beginning of the reign of Edward VI. What were the motives of this fresh change? Was Cabot discontented at having been left to his own resources during his expedition? Was he hurt at the manner in which his services were recompensed? It is impossible to say. But Charles V took advantage of Cabot's departure to deprive him of his pension, which Edward VI hastened to replace, causing him to receive 250 marks annually, about 1/16 L. and a fraction, which was a considerable sum for that period. The post which Cabot occupied in England seems to be best expressed by the name of Intendant of the Navy. Under the authority of the King in Council, he appears to have superintended all maritime affairs. He issues licenses, he examines pilots, he frames instructions, he draws maps, a varied and complicated function for which he possessed the rare gift of both practical and theoretical knowledge. At the same time he instructed the young king in cosmography, explained to him the variation of the compass, and was successful in interesting him in nautical matters, and in the glory resulting from maritime discoveries. It was a high and almost unique situation. Cabot used it to put into execution a project which he had long cherished. At this period, we may almost say there was no trade in England. All commerce was in the hands of the Hanseatic towns, Antwerp, Hamburg, Bremen, and K. These companies of merchants had, on various occasions, obtained considerable reductions in import duties, and had ended by monopolizing the English trade. Cabot held that Englishmen possessed as good qualifications as these merchants for becoming manufacturers, and that the already powerful navy which England possessed might assist marvelously in the export of the products of the soil and of the manufactures. What was the use of having recourse to strangers when people could do their own business? If they had been unable up to this time to reach Cathay in India by the northwest, might they not endeavor to reach it by the northeast? And if they did not succeed, would they not find in this direction more commercial, and more civilized people than the miserable Eskimo on the coast of Labrador and Newfoundland? Cabot assembled some leading London merchants, laid his projects before them, and formed them into an association, of which on the 14th of December, 1551, he was named president for life. At the same time he exerted himself most vigorously with the king, and having made him understand the wrong which the monopoly enjoyed by strangers did to his own subjects, he obtained its abolition on the 23rd of February, 1551. And inaugurated the practice of free trade. The Association of English Merchants, under the name of Merchant Adventurers, hastened to have some vessels built, adapted to the difficulties to be encountered in the navigation of the Arctic regions. The first improvement which the English marine owed to Cabot was the sheathing of the keels, which he had seen done in Spain, but which had not hitherto been practiced in England. A flotilla of 3 vessels was assembled at Deptford. They were the Buona Speranza, of which the command was given to Sir Hugh Willoughby, a brave gentleman who had earned a high reputation in war, the Buona Confidencia, Captain Cornel Durforth. And the Bonaventure, Captain Richard Chancellor, a clever sailor, and a particular friend of Cabot's, he received the title of pilot major. The sailing master of the Bonaventure was Stephen Burrough, an accomplished mariner, who was destined to make numerous voyages in the North Seas, and later to become pilot-in-chief for England. Although age and his important duties prevented Cabot from placing himself at the head of the expedition, he wished at least to preside over all the details of the equipment. He himself wrote out the instructions, which have been preserved, and which prove the prudence and skill of this distinguished navigator. He there recommends the use of the log line, an instrument intended to measure the speed of the vessel, and he desires that the journal of the events happening at sea may be kept with regularity, and that all information as to the character, manners, habits, and resources of the people visited, and the productions of the country, may be recorded in writing. The sailors were to offer no violence to the natives, but to act towards them with courtesy. All blasphemy and swearing was to be punished with severity, and also drunkenness. The religious exercises are prescribed, prayers are to be said morning and evening, and the Holy Scriptures are to be read once in the day. Cabot ends by recommending union and concord above all, and reminds the captains of the greatness of their enterprise, and the honor which they might hope to gain. Finally he promises them to add his prayers to theirs for the success of their common work. The squadron set sail on the 20th of May, 1558, in presence of the court assembled at Greenwich, amid an immense concourse of people, after fêtes and rejoicings, at which the king, who was ill, could not be present. Near the Lofoten Islands, on the coast of Norway at the bearing of Ward House, the squadron was separated from the Bonaventure. Carried away by the storm, Willoughby's 2 vessels touched, without doubt, at Nova Zembla, and were forced by the ice to return southwards. On the 18th of September, they entered the port formed by the mouth of the river Arzina in East Lapland. Some time afterwards, the Buona Confidencia, separated from Willoughby by a fresh tempest, returned to England. As to the latter, some Russian fishermen found his vessel the following year, in the midst of the ice. The whole crew had died of cold. This, at least, is what we are led to suppose from the journal kept by the unfortunate Willoughby up to the month of January, 1554. Chancellor, after having waited in vain for his 2 consorts at the rendezvous which had been agreed upon in case of separation, thought they must have outsailed him, and rounding the North Cape, he entered a vast gulf which was none other than the White Sea. He then landed at the mouth of the Dwina, near the monastery of St. Nicholas, on the spot upon which the town of Archangel was soon to stand. The inhabitants of these desolate places told him that the country was under the dominion of the Grand Duke of Russia. Chancellor resolved at once to go to Moscow, in spite of the enormous distance which separated him from it. The Tsar then on the throne was Ivan IV. Wassiliewicz, called the Terrible. For some time before this, the Russians had shaken off the Tartar yoke, and Ivan had united all the petty rival principalities in one body politic, of which the power was already becoming considerable. The situation of Russia, exclusively continental, far from any frequented sea, isolated from the rest of Europe, of which it did not yet form part, so much were its habits and manners still Asiatic, promised success to Chancellor. Chancellor received by the Tsar. The Tsar, who up to this time, had not been able to procure European merchandise, except by way of Poland, and who wished to gain access to the German seas. Saw with pleasure the attempts of the English to establish a trade which would be beneficial to both parties. He not only received Chancellor courteously, but he made him most advantageous offers, granted him great privileges and encouraged him, by the kindness of his reception, to repeat his voyage. Chancellor sold his merchandise to great advantage, and after taking on board another cargo of furs, of seal and whale oils, copper, and other products, returned to England, carrying a letter from the Tsar. The advantages which the company of merchant adventurers had derived from this first voyage, encouraged them to attempt a second. So Chancellor the following year, made a fresh voyage to Archangel, and took 2 of the company's agents to Russia, who concluded an advantageous treaty with the Tsar. Then he set out again for England with an ambassador and his suite, sent by Ivan to Great Britain. Of the 4 vessels which composed the flotilla, one was lost on the coast of Norway, another as it left Drontheim, and the Bonaventure, on board of which were Chancellor and the ambassador, foundered in the Bay of Pitsligo, on the east coast of Scotland on the 10th of November, 1556. Chancellor was drowned in the wreck, being less fortunate than the Muscovite ambassador, who had the good luck to escape, but the presents and merchandise which he was carrying to England were lost. Wreck of the Bonaventure. Such was the commencement of the Anglo-Russian Company. A goodly number of expeditions succeeded each other in those parts, but it would be beside our purpose to give an account of them. Let us now return to Cabot. It was in 1554 that Queen Mary of England was married to Philip II, King of Spain. When the latter came to England he showed himself very ill-disposed towards Cabot, who had abandoned the service of Spain, and who, at this very moment was procuring for England a commerce which would soon immensely increase the maritime power of an already formidable country. Thus we are not surprised to learn that 8 days after the landing of the King of Spain, Cabot was forced to resign his office and his pension, both of which had been bestowed upon him for life by Edward VI. Worthington was nominated in his place. Mr. Nichols thinks that this dishonorable man, who had had some quarrels with the law, had a secret mission to seize among Cabot's plans, maps, instructions, and projects, those which could be of use to Spain. The fact is that all these documents are now lost, at least unless they may yet be discovered among the archives of Simancas. At the end of this period, history completely loses sight of the old mariner. The same mystery which hangs over his birth, also envelopes the place and date of his death. His immense discoveries, his cosmographical works, his study of the variations of the magnetic needle, his wisdom, his humane disposition, and his honorable conduct, place Sebastian Cabot in the foremost rank among discoverers. A figure lost in the shadow and vagueness of legends until our own day, Cabot owes it to his biographers, to Biddle, D'Avezac, and Nichols, that he is now better known, more highly appreciated, and for the first time really placed in the light. 2. Polar expeditions. John Verrazzano, Jacques Cartier and his 3 voyages to Canada, the town of Hochelaga, tobacco, the scurvy, voyage of Roberval, Martin Frobisher and his voyages, John Davis, Barents End. Heemskerk, Spitsbergen, winter season at Nova Zembla, return to Europe, relics of the expedition. From 1492 to 1524, France had stood aloof, officially at least, from enterprises of discovery and colonization. But Francis I could not look on quietly while the power of his rival Charles V received a large addition by the conquest of Mexico. He therefore ordered John Verrazzano, a Venetian who was in his service, to make a voyage of exploration. We will pause here for a short time, although the various places may have already been visited on several occasions, because for the first time the banner of France floats over the shores of the New World. This exploration besides, was to prepare the way for those of Jacques Cartier and of Champlain in Canada, as well as for the unlucky experiments in colonization of Jean Ribaut and of Laudonnière, the sanguinary voyage of reprisals of Gorges, and Villagagnon's attempt at a settlement in Brazil. We possess no biographical details with regard to Verrazzano. Under what circumstances did he enter the service of France? What was his title to the command of such an expedition? Nothing is known of the Venetian traveler, for all we possess of his writings is the Italian translation of his report to Francis I, published in the collection of Ramusio. The French translation of this Italian translation exists in an abridged form in Lescarbot's work on New France and in the Histoire de Voyages. For our very rapid epitome we shall make use of the Italian text of Ramusio, except in some passages where Lescarbot's translation has appeared to give an idea of the rich, original, and marvelously modulated language of the 16th century. Having set out with 4 vessels to make discoveries in the ocean, says Verrazzano in a letter written from Dieppe to Francis I. On the July 8, 1524, he was forced by a storm to take refuge in Brittany with 2 of his vessels, the Dauphine and the Normandie, there to repair damages. Thence he set sail for the coast of Spain, where he seems to have given chase to some Spanish vessels. We see him leave with the Dauphine alone on the 17th of January, 1524, a small inhabited island in the neighborhood of Madeira, and launch himself upon the ocean with a crew of 50 men. Well furnished with provisions and ammunition for an 8 months' voyage. 25 days later he has made 1,500 miles to the west, when he is assailed by a fearful storm. And 25 days afterwards, that is to say on the 8th or 9th of March, having made about 1,200 miles, he discovers land at 30 degrees north latitude, which he thought had never been previously explored. When we arrived, it seemed to us to be very low, but on approaching within a quarter of a league we saw by the great fires which were lighted along the harbors and borders of the sea, that it was inhabited. And in taking trouble to find a harbor in which to land and make acquaintance with the country, we sailed more than 150 miles in vain, so that seeing the coast trended ever southwards, we decided to turn back again. The Frenchmen, finding a favorable landing place, perceived a number of natives who came towards them, but who fled away when they saw them land. Soon recalled by the friendly signs and demonstrations of the French, they showed great surprise at their clothes, their faces, and the whiteness of their skin. The natives were entirely naked, except that the middle of the body was covered with sable skins, hung from a narrow girdle of prettily woven grasses, and ornamented with tails of other animals, which fell to their knees. Some wore crowns of birds' feathers. They have brown skins, says the narrative, and are exactly like the Saracens. Their hair is black, not very long, and tied at the back of the head in the form of a small tail. Their limbs are well proportioned, they are of middle height, although a little taller than ourselves, and have no other defect beyond their faces being rather broad. They are not strong, but they are agile, and some of the greatest and quickest runners in the world. It was impossible for Verrazzano to collect any details about the manners and mode of life of these people, on account of the short time that he remained among them. The shore at this place was composed of fine sand interspersed here and there with little sandy hillocks, behind which were scattered groves and very thick forests which were wonderfully pleasant to look upon. There were in this country, as far as we could judge, abundance of stags, fallow deer and hares, numerous lakes, and streams of sparkling water, as well as a quantity of birds. This land lies at 34 degrees. It is therefore the part of the United States which now goes by the name of Carolina. The air there is pure and salubrious, the climate temperate, the sea is entirely without rocks, and in spite of the want of harbors it is not unfavorable for navigators. During the whole month of March the French sailed along the coast, which seemed to them to be inhabited by a numerous population. The want of water forced them to land several times, and they perceived that the savages were most pleased with mirrors, bells, knives, and sheets of paper. One day they sent a longboat ashore with 25 men in it. A young sailor jumped into the water, because he could not land on account of the waves and currents, in order to give some small articles to these people, and having thrown them to them from a distance because he was distrustful of the natives. He was cast violently on shore by the waves. The Indians, seeing him in this condition, take him and carry him far away from the sea, to the great dismay of the poor sailor, who expected they were about to sacrifice him. Having placed him at the foot of a little hill, in the full blaze of the sun, they stripped him quite naked and wondered at the whiteness of his skin. Then lighting a large fire they made him come to it and recover his strength, and it was then that the poor young man as well as those who were in the boat, thought that the Indians were about to massacre and immolate him. roasting his flesh in this large brazier and then eating their victim, as do the cannibals. But it happened quite differently, for having shown a desire to return to the boat they reconducted him to the edge of the sea, and having kissed him very lovingly, they retired to a hill to see him re-enter the boat. Continuing to follow the shore northwards for more than 150 miles, the Frenchmen reached a land which seemed to them more beautiful, being covered with thick woods. Into these forests, 20 men penetrated for more than 6 miles and only returned to the shore from the fear of losing themselves. In this walk, having met 2 women, one young and the other old, with some children, they seized one of the latter who might be about 8 years old, with the idea of taking him away to France. But they could not do the same with the young woman, who began to cry with all her might, calling for aid from her compatriots, who were hidden in the wood. In this place the savages were whiter than any of those hitherto met with. They snared birds and used a bow of very hard wood, and arrows tipped with fish bones. Their canoes, 20 feet long and 4 feet wide, were hollowed by fire out of a trunk of a tree. Wild vines abounded and climbed over the trees in long festoons as they do in Lombardy. With a little cultivation they would no doubt produce excellent wine, for the fruit is sweet and pleasant like ours, and we thought that the natives were not insensible to it, for in all directions where these vines grew, they had taken care to cut away the branches of the surrounding trees so that the fruit might ripen. Wild roses, lilies, violets, and all kinds of odoriferous plants and flowers, new to the Europeans, carpeted the ground everywhere, and filled the air with sweet perfumes. Canadian landscape. After remaining for 3 days in this enchanting place, the Frenchmen continued to follow the coast northwards, sailing by day and casting anchor at night. As the land trended towards the east, they went 150 miles further in that direction, and discovered an island of triangular shape about 30 miles distant from the continent, similar in size to the island of Rhodes, and upon which they bestowed the name of the mother of Francis I. Louisa of Savoy. Then they reached another island 45 miles off, which possessed a magnificent harbor and of which the inhabitants came in crowds to visit the strange vessels. 2 kings, especially, were of fine stature and great beauty. They were dressed in deer skins, with the head bare, the hair carried back and tied in a tuft, and they wore on the neck a large chain ornamented with colored stones. This was the most remarkable nation which they had until now met with. The women are graceful, says the narrative published by Ramusio. Some wore the skins of the lynx on their arms, their head was ornamented with their plaited hair and long plaits hung down on both sides of the chest. Others had headdresses which recalled those of the Egyptian and Syrian women, only the elderly women, and those who were married, wore pendants in their ears of worked copper. This land is situated on the same parallel as Rome, in 41 degrees 40 minutes, but its climate is much colder. 2 Canadian kings. On the 5th of May, Verrazzano left this port and sailed along the seashore for 450 miles. At last he reached a country of which the inhabitants resembled but little any of those whom he had hitherto met with. They were so wild that it was impossible to carry on any trade with them, or any sustained intercourse. What they appeared to esteem above everything else were fish hooks, knives, and all articles in metal, attaching no value to all the trifling baubles which up to this time had served for barter. 25 armed men landed and advanced from 4 to 6 miles into the interior of the country. They were received by the natives with flights of arrows, after which the latter retired into the immense forests which appeared to cover the whole country. 150 miles further on spreads out a vast archipelago composed of 32 islands, all near the land, separated by narrow canals, which reminded the Venetian navigator of the archipelagos which in the Adriatic border the coasts of Sclavonia and Dalmatia. At length, 450 miles further on, in latitude 50 degrees, the French came to lands which had been previously discovered by the Bretons. Finding themselves then short of provisions, and having reconnoitred the coast of America for a distance of 2,100 miles, they returned to France, and disembarked safely at Dieppe in the month of July, 1524. Some historians relate that Verrazzano was made prisoner by the savages who inhabit the coast of Labrador, and was eaten by them. A fact which is simply impossible, since he addressed from Dieppe to Francis I. The account of his voyage which we have just abridged. Besides, the Indians of these regions were not anthropophagi. Certain authors, but we have not been able to discover on the authority of what documents, nor under what circumstances this happened, relate that Verrazano having fallen into the power of the Spaniards, had been taken to Spain and there hanged. It is wiser to admit that we know nothing certain about Verrazano, and that we are totally ignorant what rewards his long voyage procured for him. Perhaps when some learned man shall have looked through our archives, of which the abstract and inventory are far from being finished, he may recover some new documents, but for the present we must confine ourselves to the narrative of Ramusio. Jacques Cartier. From an old print. 10 years later a captain of St. Malo, named Jacques Cartier, born on the 21st of December, 1484, conceived the project of establishing a colony in the northern part of America. Being favorably received by Admiral Philippe de Chabot, and by Francis I, who asked to see the clause in Adam's will which disinherited him of the New World in favor of the kings of Spain and Portugal, Cartier left St. Malo with 2 vessels on the 20th of April, 1534. The vessel which carried him weighed only 60 tons and carried a crew of 61 men. At the end of only 20 days, so favorable was the voyage, Cartier discovered Newfoundland at Cape Bonavista. He then went northwards as far as Bird Island, which he found surrounded by ice, all broken up and melting, but on which he was able, nevertheless, to lay in a stock of 5 or 6 tons of guillemots, puffins, and penguins, without reckoning those which were eaten fresh. He then explored all the coast of the island, which at this time bore a number of Breton names, thus proving the assiduous manner in which the French frequented these shores. Then penetrating into the Strait of Belle Isle, which separates the continent from the island of Newfoundland, Cartier arrived at the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Along the whole of this coast the harbors are excellent. If the land only corresponded to the goodness of the harbors, says the St. Malo sailor, it would be a great blessing, but one ought not to call it land. It is rather pebbles and savage rocks and places fit for wild beasts. As for all the land towards the north, I never saw as much earth there as would fill a tumbrel. After having coasted along the continent, Cartier was cast by a tempest upon the west coast of Newfoundland, where he explored Cape Royal and Cape Milk, the Columba Islands, Cape St. John, the Magdalen Islands, and the Bay of Miramichi on the continent. In this place he had some intercourse with the savages, who showed a great and marvelous eagerness in the acquisition of iron tools and other things, always dancing and performing various ceremonies. Among others throwing sea water on their heads with their hands. So well did they receive us that they gave us all that they had, keeping back nothing. The next day the number of the savages was even greater, and our French sailors made an ample harvest of furs and skins of animals. After having explored the Bay of Chalez, Cartier arrived at the entrance of the estuary of the St. Lawrence, where he saw some natives, who possessed neither the appearance nor the language of the first. The latter may truly be called savages, for no poorer people can be found in the world, and I think that all put together, excepting their boats and their nets, they could not have had the value of 2 pence halfpenny. They have the head entirely shaved, with the exception of a lock of hair on the very top, which they allow to grow as long as a horse's tail, and which they fasten upon the head with some small copper needles. Their only dwelling is underneath their boats, which they overturn and then stretch themselves on the ground beneath them without any covering. After having planted a large cross in this place, Jacques Cartier obtained the chief's permission to take away with him 2 of his children, whom he was to bring back again on his next voyage. Then he set out again for France, and landed at St. Malo on the 5th of September, 1534. The following year, on the 19th of May, Cartier left St. Malo at the head of a fleet composed of 3 vessels called the Grande and the Petite Hermine and the Emerillon, on board of which some gentlemen of high rank had taken passages, among whom may be named Charles de la Pommeraye and Claude de Pontbriand, son of the Sieur de Montcevels and cupbearer to the Dauphin. Very soon the squadron was dispersed by the storm, and could not be brought together again until it reached Newfoundland after having landed at Bird Island, in Whitesand Harbour, which is in Castle Bay. Cartier penetrated into the Bay of St. Lawrence. He discovered there the island of Natiscotec, which we call Anticosti, and entered a great river called Hochelaga, which leads to Canada. On the banks of this river lies the country called Saguenay, whence comes the red copper, to which the two savages whom he had taken on his first voyage gave the name of Caquetés. But before entering the St. Lawrence, Cartier wished to explore the whole gulf, to see if no passage existed to the north. He afterwards returned to the Bay of the Seven Islands, went up the river, and soon reached the river Saguenay, which falls into the St. Lawrence on its northern bank. A little further on, after passing by 14 islands, he entered the Canadian territories, which no traveller before him had ever visited. The next day the Lord of Canada, called Donnacona, with 12 boats and accompanied by 16 men, approached the ships. When abreast of the smallest of our vessels he began to make a palaver or preachment in their fashion, while moving his body and limbs in a marvellous manner, which is a sign of joy and confidence. And when he arrived at the flagship where were the two Indians who had been brought back from France, the said chief spoke to them and they to him. And they began to relate to him what they had seen in France and the good treatment which they had received, at which the said chief was very joyful, and begged the captain to give him his arms that he might kiss and embrace them. Which is their mode of welcome in this country. The country of Stadacone, or St. Charles, is fertile and full of very fine trees of the same nature and kind as in France, such as oaks, elms, plum trees, yews, cedars, vines, hawthorns, which bear fruit as large as damsons, and other trees. Beneath them grows hemp as good as that of France. Cartier succeeded afterwards in reaching with his boats and his galleon a place which is the Richelieu of the present day, next, a great lake formed by the river, St. Peter's Lake, and at last he arrived at Hochelaga or Montreal, which is 630 miles from the mouth of the St. Lawrence. In this place are ploughed lands and large and beautiful plains full of the corn of the country, which is like the millet of Brazil, as large or larger than peas, on which they live as we do on wheat. And among these plains is placed and seated the said town of Hochelaga near to and joining on to some high ground which is around the town, and which is well cultivated and quite small, from the top of it one can see very far. We named this mountain the Mount Royal. The welcome given to Jacques Cartier could not have been more cordial. The chief Oragahana, who was crippled in all his limbs, begged the captain to touch them, as if he had asked him for a cure. Then the blind, and those who were blind in one eye, the lame, and the impotent came and sat down near Jacques Cartier, that he might touch them, so thoroughly were they persuaded that he was a god descended to heal them. The said captain, seeing the faith and piety of this people, recited the Gospel of St. John, namely, in principio, making the sign of the cross over the poor sick people, praying God that he would give them the knowledge of our holy faith and grace to accept Christianity and baptism. Then the said captain took a book of hours and read aloud the Passion of our Saviour, so well that all those present could hear it, all the poor people being quite silent, looking up to heaven and using the same ceremonies as they saw us use. After making themselves acquainted with the country, which could be seen for 90 miles around from the top of Mount Royal, and having collected some information about the waterfalls and rapids of the St. Lawrence, Jacques Cartier returned towards Canada, where he did not delay to rejoin his ships. We owe to him the first information on tobacco for smoking, which does not seem to have been in use throughout the whole extent of the New World. They have a herb, he says, of which they collect great quantities during the summer for the winter. They esteem it highly, and the men alone use it in the following manner: they dry it in the sun and carry it on their necks in a small skin of an animal in the shape of a bag, with a horn of stone or of wood. Then constantly they make the said herb into powder, and put it into one of the ends of the said horn. They then place a live coal upon it and blow through the other end, and so fill their body with smoke that it issues from the mouth and nostrils, as if from the shaft of a chimney. We have tried the said smoke, but after having put it into our mouths, it seemed as if there were ground pepper in them, so hot is it. In the month of December the inhabitants of Stadacone were attacked by an infectious disease which proved to be the scurvy. This malady spread so rapidly in our vessels that by the middle of February out of our 110 men there were but 10 in good health. Neither prayers, nor orisons, nor vows to Our Lady of Rocamadour brought any relief. 25 Frenchmen perished up to the 18th of April, and there were not 4 amongst them who were not attacked by the malady. But at this time a savage chief informed Jacques Cartier that a decoction of the leaves and sap of a certain tree, probably either the Canadian fir tree or the barberry, was very salutary. As soon as 2 or 3 had experienced its beneficial effects, there was a crowding as if they would have killed each other to be the first to get the medicine. And one of the tallest and largest trees I ever saw was used in less than 8 days, which had such an effect that if all the doctors of Louvain and Montpellier had been there with all the drugs of Alexandria, they had not done as much in a year as the said tree accomplished in 8 days. Some time after, Cartier, having noticed that Donnacona was trying to excite sedition against the French, caused him to be seized, as well as 9 other savages, that he might take them to France, where they died. He set sail from the harbor of St. Croix on the 6th of May, descended the St. Lawrence, and after a voyage which was not marked by any incident, he landed at St. Malo on the 16th of July, 1536. Francis I. In consequence of the report of this voyage which the St. Malo captain made to him, resolved to take effective possession of the country. After having appointed François de la Roque, Sieur de Roberval, Viceroy of Canada, he caused 5 vessels to be fitted out, which being laden with provisions and ammunition for 2 years, were to transport Roberval and a certain number of soldiers, artisans, and gentlemen to the new colony, which they were about to establish. The 5 vessels set sail on the 23rd of May, 1541. They met with such contrary winds that it took them 3 months to reach Newfoundland. Cartier did not arrive at the harbor of St. Croix till the 23rd of August. As soon as he had landed his provisions, he sent back 2 of his vessels to France with letters for the king, telling him what had been done, also that the Sieur de Roberval had not yet appeared, and that they did not know what had happened to him. Then he had works commenced to clear the land, to build a fort, and to lay the first foundations of the town of Quebec. He next set out for Hochelaga, taking with him Martin de Paimpont and other gentlemen, and went to examine the 3 waterfalls of Sainte Marie, La Chine, and St. Louis. On his return to St. Croix, he found Roberval had just arrived. Cartier returned to St. Malo in the month of October, 1542, where, probably 10 years later, he died. As to the new colony, Roberval having perished in a second voyage, it vegetated, and was nothing more than a factory until 1608, the date of the foundation of Quebec by M. de Champlain, of whom we shall relate the services and discoveries a little further on. We have just seen how Cartier, who had set out first to seek for the Northwest Passage, had been led to take possession of the country and to lay the foundations of the colony of Canada. In England a similar movement had begun, set on foot by the writings of Sir Humphrey Gilbert and of Richard Wills. They ended by carrying public opinion with them, and demonstrating that it was not more difficult to find this passage than it had been to discover the Strait of Magellan. One of the most ardent partisans of this search was a bold sailor, called Martin Frobisher, who after having many times applied to rich ship owners, at last found in Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, the favourite of Queen Elizabeth, a patron, whose pecuniary help enabled him to equip a pinnace and 2 poor barks of from 20 to 25 tons burden. It was with means thus feeble, that the intrepid navigator went to encounter the ice in localities which had never been visited since the time of the Northmen. Setting out from Deptford on the 8th of June, 1576, he sighted the south of Greenland, which he took for the Frisland of Zeno. Soon stopped by the ice, he was obliged to return to Labrador without being able to land there, and he entered Hudson's Straits. After having coasted along Savage and Resolution Islands, he entered a strait which has received his name, but which is also called by some geographers, Lunley's Inlet. He landed at Cumberland, took possession of the country in the name of Queen Elizabeth, and entered into some relations with the natives. The cold increased rapidly, and he was obliged to return to England. Frobisher only brought back some rather vague scientific and geographical details about the countries which he had visited. He received, however, a most flattering welcome when he showed a heavy black stone in which a little gold was found. At once all imaginations were on fire. Several lords and the Queen herself contributed to the expense of a new armament, consisting of a vessel of 200 tons, with a crew of 100 men, and 2 smaller barks, which carried 6 months' provision both for war and for nourishment. Frobisher had some experienced sailors, Fenton, York, George Best, and C. Hall, under his command. On the 31st of May, 1577, the expedition set sail, and soon sighted Greenland, of which the mountains were covered with snow, and the shores defended by a rampart of ice. The weather was bad. Exceedingly dense fogs, as thick as pea soup, said the English sailors, islands of ice 1.5 miles in circumference, floating mountains which were sunk 70 or 80 fathoms in the sea. Such were the obstacles which prevented Frobisher from reaching before the 9th of August, the strait which he had discovered during his previous campaign. The English took possession of the country, and pursued both upon land and sea some poor Eskimo, who, wounded in this encounter, jumped in despair from the top of the rocks into the sea, says Forster in his Voyages in the North. Which would not have happened if they had shown themselves more submissive, or if we could have made them understand that we were not their enemies. A great quantity of stones similar to that which had been brought to England were soon discovered. They were of gold marcasite, and 200 tons of this substance was soon collected. In their delight, the English sailors set up a memorial column on a peak to which they gave the name of Warwick Mount, and performed solemn acts of thanksgiving. Frobisher afterwards went 90 miles further on in the same strait, as far as a small island, which received the name of Smith's Island. There the English found 2 women, of whom they took one with her child, but left the other on account of her extreme ugliness. Suspecting, so much did superstition and ignorance flourish at this time, that this woman had cloven feet, they made her take the coverings off her feet, to satisfy themselves that they really were made like their own. Frobisher, now perceiving that the cold was increasing, and wishing to place the treasures which he thought he had collected, in a place of safety, resolved to give up for the present any farther search for the Northwest Passage. He then set sail for England, where he arrived at the end of September, after weathering a storm which dispersed his fleet. The man, woman, and child who had been carried off were presented to the Queen. It is said with regard to them, that the man, seeing at Bristol Frobisher's trumpeter on horseback wished to imitate him, and mounted with his face turned towards the tail of the animal. These savages were the objects of much curiosity, and obtained permission from the Queen to shoot all kinds of birds, even swans, on the Thames, a thing which was forbidden to every one else under the most severe penalties. They did not long survive, and died before the child was 15 months old. People were not slow in discovering that the stones brought back by Frobisher really contained gold. The nation, but above all the higher classes, were immediately seized with a fever bordering on delirium. They had found a Peru, an El Dorado. Queen Elizabeth, in spite of her practical good sense, yielded to the current. She resolved to build a fort in the newly discovered country, to which she gave the name of Meta Incognita, unknown boundary, and to leave there, with 100 men as garrison, under the command of Captains Fenton, Best, and Philpot. 3 vessels which should take in a cargo of the auriferous stones. These 100 men were carefully chosen. There were bakers, carpenters, masons, gold refiners, and others belonging to all the various handicrafts. The fleet was composed of 15 vessels, which set sail from Harwich on the 31st of May, 1578. 20 days later the western coasts of Friesland were discovered. Whales played round the vessels in innumerable troops. It is related even that one of the vessels propelled by a favorable wind, struck against a whale with such force that the violence of the shock stopped the ship at once, and that the whale after uttering a loud cry, made a spring out of the water and then was suddenly swallowed up. 2 days later, the fleet met with a dead whale which they thought must be the one struck by the Salamander. When Frobisher came to the entrance of the strait which has received his name, he found it blocked up with floating ice. The bark Dennis, 100 tons, says the old account of George Best, received such a shock from an iceberg that she sank in sight of the whole fleet. Following upon this catastrophe, a sudden and horrible tempest arose from the southeast. The vessels were surrounded on all sides by the ice. They left much of it, between which they could pass, behind them, and found still more before them through which it was impossible for them to penetrate. Certain ships, either having found a place less blocked with ice, or one where it was possible to proceed, furled sails and drifted. Of the others, several stopped and cast their anchors upon a great island of ice. The latter were so rapidly enclosed by an infinite number of islets of ice and fragments of icebergs, that the English were obliged to resign themselves and their ships to the mercy of the ice, and to protect the ships with cables, cushions, mats, boards, and all kinds of articles which were suspended to the sides, in order to defend them from the fearful shocks and blows of the ice. Frobisher himself was thrown out of his course. Finding the impossibility of rallying his squadron, he sailed along the west coast of Greenland, as far as the strait which was soon to be called Davis's Strait, and penetrated as far as the Countess of Warwick Bay. When he had repaired his vessels with the wood which was to have been used in the building of a dwelling, he loaded the ships with 500 tons of stones similar to those which he had already brought home. Judging the season to be then too far advanced, and considering also that the provisions had been either consumed, or lost in the Dennis, that the wood for building had been used for repairing the vessels, and having lost 40 men, he set out on his return to England on the 31st of August. Tempests and storms accompanied him to the shores of his own country. As to the results of his expedition, they were almost none as to discoveries, and the stones, which he had put on board in the midst of so many dangers, were valueless. This was the last Arctic voyage in which Frobisher took part. In 1585 we meet with him again as vice-admiral, under Drake. In 1588 he distinguished himself against the Invincible Armada. In 1590 he was with Sir Walter Raleigh's fleet on the coast of Spain. Finally, in a descent on the coast of France, he was so seriously wounded that he had only time to bring his squadron back to Portsmouth before he died. If Frobisher's voyages had only gain for their motive, we must put this down not to the navigator himself, but to the passions of the period, and it is not the less true that in difficult circumstances, and with means the insufficiency of which makes us smile, he gave proof of courage, talent, and perseverance. To Frobisher is due, in one word, the glory of having shown the route to his countrymen, and of having made the first discoveries in the localities where the English name was destined to render itself illustrious. If it became necessary to abandon the hope of finding in these circumpolar regions countries in which gold abounded as it did in Peru, this was no ground for not continuing to seek there for a passage to China. An opinion supported by very skillful sailors, and one which found many adherents among the merchants of London. By the aid of several high personages, 2 ships were equipped. The Sunshine, of 50 tons burden and carrying a crew of 23 in number, and the Moonshine, of 35 tons. They quitted Portsmouth on the 7th of June, 1585, under the command of John Davis. Davis discovered the entrance of the strait which received his name, and was obliged to cross immense fields of drifting ice, after having reassured his crew, who were frightened while in the midst of a dense fog, by the dash of the icebergs, and the splitting of the blocks of ice. On the July 20th, Davis discovered the land of desolation, but without being able to disembark upon it. 9 days later he entered Gilbert Bay, where he found a peaceable population, who gave him sealskins and furs in exchange for some trifling articles. These natives, some days afterwards, arrived in such numbers, that there were not less than 37 canoes around Davis's vessels. In this place, the navigator perceived an enormous quantity of drift wood, amongst which he mentions an entire tree, which could not have been less than 60 feet in length. On the 6th of August, he cast anchor in a fine bay called Totnes, near a mountain of the color of gold, which received the name of Raleigh. At the same time, he gave the names of Dyer and Walsingham to 2 capes of that land of Cumberland. During 11 days, Davis still sailed northwards on a very open sea, free from ice, and of which the water had the color of the ocean. Already he believed himself at the entrance of the sea, which communicated with the Pacific, when all at once the weather changed, and became so foggy, that he was forced to return to Yarmouth, where he landed on the 30th of September. Davis had the skill to make the owners of his ships partake in the hope which he had conceived. Thus on the 7th of May, 1586, he set out again with the 2 ships which had made the previous voyage. To them were added the Mermaid of 120 tons, and the pinnace North Star. When, on the 25th of June, he arrived at the southern point of Greenland, Davis dispatched the Sunshine and the North Star towards the north, in order to search for a passage upon the eastern coast. Whilst he pursued the same route as in the preceding year, and penetrated into the strait which bears his name as far as 69 degrees. But there was a much greater quantity of ice this year, and on the 17th of July, the expedition fell in with an icefield of such extent that it took 13 days to coast along it. The wind after passing over this icy plain was so cold, that the rigging and sails were frozen, and the sailors refused to go any further. It was needful, therefore, to descend again to the east-southeast. There Davis explored the land of Cumberland, without finding the strait he was seeking, and after a skirmish with the Eskimo, in which 3 of his men were killed, and 2 wounded, he set out on the 19th of September, on his return to England. Although once more his researches had not been crowned with success, Davis still had good hope, as is witnessed by a letter, which he wrote to the company, in which he said that he had reduced the existence of the passage to a species of certainty. Foreseeing, however, that he would have more trouble in obtaining the dispatch of a new expedition, he added that the expenses of the enterprise would be fully covered by the profit arising from the fishery of walrus, seals, and whales, which were so numerous in those parts, that they appeared to have there established their headquarters. On the 15th of May, 1587, he set sail with the Sunshine, the Elizabeth of Dartmouth, and the Helen of London. This time he went farther north than he had ever done before, and reached 72 degrees 12 minutes, that is to say, nearly the latitude of Upernavik, and he descried Cape Henderson's Hope. Stopped by the ice, and forced to retrace his way, he sailed in Frobisher Strait, and after having crossed a large gulf, he arrived, in 61 degrees 10 minutes latitude, in sight of a cape to which he gave the name of Chudley. This cape is a part of the Labrador coast, and forms the southern entrance to Hudson's Bay. After coasting along the American shores as far as 52 degrees, Davis set out for England, which he reached on the 15th of September. Although the solution of the problem had not been found, yet nevertheless, precious results had been obtained, but results to which people at that period did not attach any great value. Nearly the half of Baffin's Bay had been explored, and clear ideas had been obtained of its shores, and of the people inhabiting them. These were considerable acquisitions, from a geographical point of view, but they were scarcely those which would greatly affect the merchants of the city. In consequence, the attempts at finding a northwest passage were abandoned by the English for a somewhat long period. A new nation was just come into existence. The Dutch, while scarcely delivered from the Spanish yoke, inaugurated that commercial policy, which was destined to make the greatness and prosperity of their country. By the successive dispatch of several expeditions to seek for a way to China by the northeast. The same project formerly conceived by Sebastian Cabot, and which had given to England the Russian trade. With their practical instinct, the Dutch had acquainted themselves with English navigation. They had even established factories at Kola, and at Archangel, but they wished to proceed further in their search for new markets. The Sea of Kara appearing to them too difficult, they resolved, acting on the advice of the cosmographer Plancius, to try a new way by the north of Nova Zembla. The merchants of Amsterdam applied therefore, to an experienced sailor, William Barents, born in the island of Terschelling, near the Texel. This navigator set out from the Texel in 1594, on board the Mercure, doubled the North Cape, saw the island of Waigatz, and found himself, on the 4th of July, in sight of the coast of Nova Zembla, in latitude 73 degrees 25 minutes. He sailed along the coast, doubled Cape Nassau on the 10th of July, and 3 days later he came in contact with the ice. Until the 3rd of August, he attempted to open a passage through the pack, testing the mass of ice on various sides, going up as far as the Orange Islands at the northwestern extremity of Nova Zembla, sailing over 1,700 miles of ground, and putting his ship about no less than 81 times. We do not imagine that any navigator had hitherto displayed such perseverance. Let us add that he turned this long cruise to account, to fix astronomically, and with remarkable accuracy, the latitude of various points. At last, wearied with the fruitless boxing about along the edge of the pack, the crew cried for mercy, and it became necessary to return to the Texel. The results obtained were judged so important, that the following year, the Dutch States General entrusted to Jacob van Heemskerk the command of a fleet of 7 vessels, of which Barents was named chief pilot. After touching at various points upon the coasts of Nova Zembla and of Asia, this squadron was forced by the pack to go back without having made any important discovery, and it returned to Holland on the 18th of September. As a general rule, governments do not possess as much perseverance as do private individuals. The large fleet of the year 1595 had cost a great sum of money, and had produced no results. This was sufficient to discourage the States General. The merchants of Amsterdam therefore, substituting private enterprise for the action of the government, which merely promised a reward to the man who should first discover the northeast passage, fitted out 2 vessels, of which the command was given to Heemskerk and to Jan Cornelissen Rijp, while Barents, who had only the title of pilot, was virtually the leader of the expedition. The historian of the voyage, Gerrit de Veer, was also on board as second mate. The Dutchman sailed from Amsterdam on the 10th of May, 1596, passed by the Shetland and Faroe Islands, and on the 5th of June, saw the first masses of ice, whereat we were much amazed, believing at first that they were white swans. They soon arrived to the south of Spitzbergen, at Bear Island, upon which they landed on the 11th of June. They collected there a great number of seagulls' eggs, and after much trouble killed at some distance inland a white bear, destined to give its name to the land which Barents had just discovered. On the 19th of June, they disembarked upon some far-spreading land, which they took to be a part of Greenland, and to which on account of the sharp-pointed mountains, they gave the name of Spitzbergen. Of this they explored a considerable portion of the western coast. Forced by the polar pack to go southwards again to Bear Island, they separated there from Rijp, who was once more to endeavour to find a way by the north. On the 11th of July, Heemskerk and Barents were in the parts of Cape Canaan, and 5 days later they had reached the western coast of Nova Zembla, which was called Willoughby's Land. They then altered their course, and again going northwards, they arrived on the 19th at the island of Crosses, where the ice which was still attached to the shore, barred their passage. They remained in this place until the 4th of August, and 2 days later they doubled Cape Nassau. After several changes of course, which it would take too long to relate, they reached the Orange Islands at the northern extremity of Nova Zembla. They began to descend the eastern coast, but were soon obliged to enter a harbour, where they found themselves completely blocked in by the pack ice, and in which they were forced in great cold, poverty, misery, and grief, to stay all the winter. This was on the 26th of August. On the 30th the masses of ice began to pile themselves one upon another against the ship, with snow falling. The ship was lifted up and surrounded in such a manner, that all that was about her and around her began to crack and split. It seemed as if the ship must break into 1,000 pieces, a thing most terrible to see and to hear, and fit to make one's hair stand on end. The ship was afterwards in equal danger, when the ice formed beneath, raising her and bearing her up as though she had been lifted by some instrument. Soon the ship cracked to such a degree, that prudence dictated the debarkation of some of the provisions, sails, gunpowder, lead, the arquebus as well as other arms, and the erection of a tent or hut, in which the men might be sheltered from the snow and from any attacks by bears. Some days later, some sailors who had advanced from 4 to 6 miles inland, found near a river of fresh water, a quantity of driftwood. They discovered there also the traces of wild goats and of reindeer. On the 11th of September, seeing that the bay was filled with enormous blocks of ice piled one upon the other, and welded together, the Dutchmen perceived that they would be obliged to winter in this place, and resolved, in order to be better defended against the cold, and armed against the wild beasts, to build a house there, which might be able to contain them all, while they would leave to itself the ship, which became each day less safe and comfortable. Fortunately, they found upon the shore whole trees, coming doubtless from Siberia, and driven here by the current, and in such quantity that they sufficed not only for the construction of their habitation, but also for firewood throughout the winter. Barent's ship. From an old print. Never yet had any European wintered in these regions, in the midst of that slothful and immovable sea, which according to the very false expressions used by Tacitus, forms the girdle of the world, and in which is heard the uproar caused by the rising of the sun. The Dutchmen, therefore, were unable to picture to themselves the sufferings which threatened them. They bore them, however, with admirable patience, without a single murmur, and without the least want of discipline or attempt at mutiny. The conduct of these brave seamen, quite ignorant of what so apparently dark a future might have in reserve for them, but who with wonderful faith had placed their affairs in the hands of God, may be always proposed as an example even to the sailors of the present day. It may well be said that they had really in their heart the aes triplex of which Horace speaks. It was owing to the skill, knowledge, and foresight of their leader Barents, as much as to their own spirit of obedience, that the Dutch sailors ever came forth from Nova Zembla, which threatened to be their tomb, and again saw the shores of their own country. Interior view of the house. From an old print. The bears, which were extremely numerous at that period of the year, made frequent visits to the crew. More than one was killed, but the Dutchmen contented themselves with skinning them for the sake of their fur, and did not eat them, probably because they believed the flesh to be unwholesome. It would have been, however, a considerable addition to their food, and would have saved them from using their salted meat, and thus they might longer have escaped the attacks of scurvy. But that we may not anticipate, let us continue to follow the journal of Gerrit de Vere. On the September 23rd, the carpenter died, and was interred the next day in the cleft of a mountain, it being impossible to put a spade into the ground, on account of the severity of the frost. The following days were devoted to the transport of driftwood and the building of the house. To cover it in, it was necessary to demolish the fore and aft cabins of the ship. The roof was put on the October 2nd, and a piece of frozen snow was set up like a maypole. On the September 31st, there was a strong wind from the northwest, and as far as the eye could reach, the sea was entirely open and without ice. But we remained as though taken and arrested in the ice, and the ship was raised full 2 or 3 feet upon the ice, and we could imagine nothing else but that the water must be frozen quite to the bottom, although it was 3 fathoms and a half in depth. On the October 12th, they began to sleep in the house, although it was not completed. On the 21st, the greater part of the provisions, furniture, and everything which might be wanted was withdrawn from the ship, for they felt certain that the sun was about to disappear. A chimney was fixed in the center of the roof, inside a Dutch clock was hung up, bedplaces were formed along the walls, and a wine cask was converted into a bath. For the surgeon had wisely prescribed to the men frequent bathing as a preservative of health. The quantity of snow which fell during this winter was really marvelous. The house disappeared entirely beneath this thick covering, which, however, sensibly raised the temperature within. Every time that they wished to go forth, the Dutchmen were obliged to hollow out a long corridor beneath the snow. Each night they first heard the bears, and then the foxes, which walked upon the top of the dwelling, and tried to tear off some planks from the roof, that they might get into the house. So the sailors were accustomed to climb into the chimney, whence, as from a watchtower they could shoot the animals and drive them off. They had manufactured a great number of snares, into which fell numbers of blue foxes, the valuable fur of which served as a protection against cold, while their flesh enabled the sailors to economize their provisions. Always cheerful and good-tempered, they bore equally well the ennui of the long polar night, and the severity of the cold, which was so extreme, that during 2 of 3 days, when they had not been able to keep so large a fire as usual, on account of the smoke being driven back again by the wind, it froze so hard in the house, that the walls and the floor were covered with ice to the depth of 2 fingers, even in the cots where these poor people were sleeping. It was necessary to thaw the sherry, when it was served out, as was done every 2 days, at the rate of half a pint. On the 7th of December, the rough weather continued, with a violent storm coming from the northeast, which produced horrible cold. We knew no means of guarding ourselves against it, and while we were consulting together, what we could do for the best, one of our men in this extreme necessity proposed to make use of the coal which we had brought from the ship into our house. And to make a fire of it, because it burns with great heat and lasts a long time. In the evening we lighted a large fire of this coal, which threw out a great heat, but we did not provide against what might happen, for as the heat revived us completely, we tried to retain it for a long time. To this end we thought it well to stop up all the doors and the chimney, to keep in the delightful warmth. And thus, each went to repose in his cot, and animated by the acquired warmth, we discoursed long together. But in the end, we were seized with a giddiness in the head, some however, more than others. This was first perceived to be the case with one of our men who was ill, and who for this reason, had less power of resistance. And we also ourselves were sensible of a great pain which attacked us, so that several of the bravest came out of their cots and began by unstopping the chimney, and afterwards opening the door. But the man who opened the door fainted, and fell senseless upon the snow, on perceiving which, I ran to him and found him lying on the ground in a fainting fit. I went in haste to seek for some vinegar, and with it I rubbed his face until he recovered from his swoon. Afterwards, when we were somewhat restored, the captain gave to each a little wine, in order to comfort our hearts. On the 11th, the weather continued fine, but so extremely cold, that no one who had not felt it could imagine it. Even our shoes, frozen to our feet, were as hard as horn, and inside they were covered with ice in such a manner that we could no longer use them. The garments which we wore were quite white with frost and ice. On Christmas Day, the December 25th, the weather was as rough as on the preceding days. The foxes made havoc upon the house, which one of the sailors declared to be a bad omen, and upon being asked why he said so, answered, because we cannot put them in a pot, or on the spit, which would have been a good omen. If the year 1596 had closed with excessive cold, the commencement of 1597 was not more agreeable. Most violent storms of snow and hard frost prevented the Dutchmen from leaving the house. They celebrated Twelfth Night with gaiety, as is related in the simple and touching narrative of Gerrit de Vere. For this purpose, we besought the captain to allow us a little diversion in the midst of our sufferings, and to let us use a part of the wine which was destined to be served out to us every other day. Having 2 pounds of flour we made some pancakes with oil, and each one brought a white biscuit, which we soaked in the wine and eat. And it seemed to us that we were in our own country, and amongst our relations and friends. And we were as much diverted as if a banquet had been given in our honor, so much did we relish our entertainment. We also made a 12th night king, by means of paper, and our master gunner was king of Nova Zembla, which is a country enclosed between 2 seas, and of the great length of 600 miles. After the January 21st, the foxes became less numerous, the bears reappeared, and daylight began to increase, which enabled the Dutchmen, who had been so long confined to the house, to go out a little. On the 24th, one of the sailors, who had been long ill, died, and was buried in the snow at some distance from the house. On the 28th, the weather being very fine, the men all went out, walking about, running for exercise, and playing at bowls, to take off the stiffness of their limbs, for they were extremely weak, and nearly all suffering from scurvy. They were so much enfeebled that they were obliged to go to work several times before they could carry to their house the wood which was needful. At length in the first days of March, after several tempests and driving snowstorms, they were able to verify the fact that there was no ice in the sea. Nevertheless, the weather was still rough and the cold glacial. It was not feasible as yet to put to sea again, the rather because the ship was still embedded in the ice. On the 15th of April, the sailors paid a visit to her and found her in fairly good condition. Exterior view of the house. From an old print. At the beginning of May the men became somewhat impatient, and asked Barents if he were not soon intending to make the necessary preparations for departure. But Barents answered that he must wait until the end of the month, and then, if it should be impossible to set the ship free, he would take measures to prepare the longboats and the launch, and to render them fit for a sea voyage. On the 20th of the month the preparations for departure commenced, with what joy and ardor it is easy to imagine the launch was repaired, the sails were mended, and both boats were dragged to the sea, and provisions put on board. Then, seeing that the water was free, and that a strong wind was blowing, Heemskerk went to seek Barentz, who had been long ill, and declared to him, that it seemed good to him to set out from thence. And in God's name to commence the voyage and abandon Nova Zembla. William Barentz had before this written a paper setting forth how we had started from Holland to go towards the kingdom of China, and all that had happened, in order that, if by chance, someone should come after us, it might be known what had befallen us. This note he enclosed in the case of a musket which he hung up in the chimney. On the June 13, 1597, the Dutchmen abandoned the ship, which had not stirred from her icy prison, and commending themselves to the protection of God, the two open boats put to sea. They reached the Orange Islands, and again descended the western coast of Nova Zembla in the midst of ceaselessly recurring dangers. On the 20th of June Nicholas Andrew became very weak, and we saw clearly that he would soon expire. The lieutenant of the governor came on board our launch, and told us that Nicholas Andrew was very much indisposed, and that it was very evident that his days would soon end. Upon which, William Barentz said, "It appears to me that my life also will be very short." We did not imagine that Barentz was so ill, for we were chatting together, and William Barentz was looking at the little chart which I had made of our voyage, and we had various discourses together. Finally, he laid down the chart, and said to me, "Gerard, give me something to drink." After he had drunk, such weakness supervened that his eyes turned in his head, and he died so suddenly that we had not time to call the captain, who was in the other boat. This death of William Barentz saddened us greatly, seeing that he was our principal leader, and our sole pilot, in whom we had placed our whole trust. But we could not oppose the will of God, and this thought quieted us a little. Thus died the illustrious Barentz, like his successors Franklin and Hall, in the midst of his discoveries. In the measured and sober words of the short funeral oration of Gerrit de Vere may be perceived the affection, sympathy, and confidence which this brave sailor had been able to inspire in his unfortunate companions. Barentz is one of the glories of Holland, so prolific in brave and skillful navigators. We shall mention presently what has been done to honor his memory. After having been forced several times to haul the boats out of the water when they were on the point of being crushed between the blocks of ice, after having seen on various occasions the sea open, and again close before them. After having suffered both from thirst and hunger, the Dutchmen reached Cape Nassau. One day, being obliged to draw up the longboat, which was in danger of being stove in upon an iceberg, the sailors lost a part of their provisions and were all deluged with water, for the ice broke away under their feet. In the midst of so much misery they sometimes met with good windfalls. Thus, when they were upon the ice on the island of Crosses they found there 70 eggs of the mountain duck. But they did not know what they should put them in to carry them. At length one man took off his breeches, tying them together by the ends, and having put the eggs into them, they carried them on a pike between two, while the third man carried the musket. The eggs were very welcome, and we eat them like lords. From the July 19th, the Dutchmen sailed over a sea, which, if not altogether free from ice, was at least clear of those great fields of ice which had given them so much trouble to avoid. On the July 28th, when entering the Gulf of St. Lawrence, they met with 2 Russian vessels, which at first they dared not approach. But when they saw the sailors come to them unarmed and with friendly demonstrations, they put aside all fear, the rather as they recognized in the Russians some people whom they had met with the year before in the neighborhood of Waigatz. The Dutchmen received some assistance from them, and then continued their voyage, still keeping along the coast of Nova Zembla, and as close inshore as the ice would allow. Upon one occasion when they landed, they discovered the cochlearia, scurvy grass, a plant of which the leaves and seeds form one of the most powerful of known antiscorbutics. They eat them, therefore, by handfuls, and immediately experienced great relief. Their provisions were, however, nearly exhausted, they had only a little bread remaining and scarcely any meat. They decided therefore to take to the open sea, in order to shorten the distance which separated them from the coast of Russia, where they hoped to fall in with some fishermen's boats, from which they might obtain assistance. In this hope they were not deceived, although they had still many trials to undergo. The Russians were much touched by their misfortunes, and consented on several occasions to bestow provisions upon them, which prevented the Dutch sailors from dying of hunger. In consequence of a thick fog the two boats were separated from each other, and did not come together again until some distance beyond Cape Canaan on the further side of the White Sea, at Kilden Island, where some fishermen informed the Dutchmen that at Kola there were 3 ships belonging to their nation, which were ready to put to sea on their return to their own country. They therefore dispatched thither one of their men accompanied by a Laplander, who returned 3 days afterwards with a letter signed Jan Rijp. Great was the astonishment of the Dutch at the sight of this signature. It was only on comparing the letter just received with several others which Heemskerk had in his possession, that they were convinced that it really came from the captain who had accompanied them the preceding year. Some days later, on the September 30th, Rijp himself arrived with a boat laden with provisions, to seek them out and take them to the Kola River, in which his ship was at anchor. Rijp was greatly astonished at all that they related to him, and at the terrible voyage of nearly 1,200 miles which they had made, and which had not taken less than 104 days, namely, from the June 13th to the September 25th. Some days of repose accompanied by wholesome and abundant food sufficed to clear off the last remains of scurvy, and to refresh the sailors after their fatigues. On the September 17th, Jan Rijp left the Kola River, and on the November 1st the Dutch crew arrived at Amsterdam. We had on, says Gerrit de Veer, the same garments which we wore in Nova Zembla, having on our heads caps of white fox skin, and we repaired to the house of Peter Hassler, who had been one of the guardians of the town of Amsterdam charged with presiding over the fitting out of the 2 ships of Jan Rijp and of our own captain. Arrived at this house, in the midst of general astonishment, because that we had been long thought to be dead, and this report had been spread throughout the town, the news of our arrival reached the palace of the prince, where there were then at table the chancellor, and the ambassador of the high and mighty king of Denmark and Norway, of the Goths and the Vandals. We were then brought before them by Elecatets and 2 lords of the town, and we gave to the said Lord Ambassador, and to their lordships the burgomasters, a narrative of our voyage. Afterwards each of us retired to his own house. Those who had not dwellings in the town, were lodged in an inn until such time as we had received our money, when each went his own way. These are the names of the men who returned from this voyage: Jacob Heemskerk, clerk and captain, Peter Petersen Voss, Gerrit de Veer, mate, Jan Voss, surgeon, Jacob Jansen Sterenberg, Leonard Henry, Lawrence William, Jan Hillebrandts, Jacob Jansen Huchwout, Peter Cornet, Jacob de Buysen, and Jacob Everts. Of all these brave sailors we have nothing further to record except that de Veer published the following year the narrative of his voyage, and that Heemskerk, after having made several cruises to India, received in 1607 the command of a fleet of 26 vessels, at the head of which, on the 25th of April, he had a severe battle with the Spaniards under the guns of Gibraltar, in which battle, although the Dutch were the conquerors, Heemskerk lost his life. The spot where the unfortunate Barents and his companions had wintered was not revisited until 1871, nearly 300 years after their time. The first to double the northern point of Nova Zembla, Barents had remained alone in the achievement until this period. On the September 7, 1871, the Norwegian captain, Elling Carlsen, well known by his numerous voyages in the North Sea and the Frozen Ocean, arrived at the ice haven of Barents. And on the 9th he discovered the house which had sheltered the Dutchmen. It was in such a wonderful state of preservation that it seemed to have been built but a day, and everything was found in the same position as at the departure of the shipwrecked crew. Bears, foxes, and other creatures inhabiting these inhospitable regions had alone visited the spot. Around the house were standing some large puncheons, and there were heaps of seal, bear, and walrus bones. Inside, everything was in its place. It was the faithful reproduction of the curious engraving of Gerrit de Veer. The bed places were arranged along the partition as they are shown in the drawing, as well as the clock, the muskets, and the halberd. Amongst the household utensils, the arms, and the various objects brought away by Captain Carlson, we may mention 2 copper cooking pans, some goblets, gun barrels, augers and chisels, a pair of boots, 19 cartridge cases, of which some were still filled with powder, the clock, a flute, some locks and padlocks, 26 pewter candlesticks, some fragments of engravings, and 3 books in Dutch, one of which, the last edition of Mendoza's History of China, shows the goal which Barents sought in this expedition, and a Manual of Navigation proves the care taken by the pilot to keep himself well up in all professional matters. Upon his return to the port of Hammerfest, Captain Carlson met with a Dutchman, Mr. Lister K., who purchased the Barents relics, and forwarded them to the authorities of the Netherlands. These objects have been placed in the Naval Museum at The Hague, where a house, open in front, has been constructed precisely similar to the one represented in the drawing of Gerrit de Veer. And each object or instrument brought back has been placed in the very position which it occupied in the house in Nova Zembla. Surrounded by all the respect and affection which they merit, these precious witnesses of a maritime event so important as the first wintering in the Arctic regions, these touching reminiscences of Barents, Heemskerk, and their rough companions, constitute one of the most interesting monuments in the museum. Beside the clock is placed a copper dial, through the middle of which a meridian is drawn. This curious dial, invented by Plancius, which served without doubt to determine the variations of the compass, is now the only example extant of a nautical instrument which has never been in very general use. For this reason it is as precious as, from another point of view, are the flute used by Barents, and the shoes of the poor sailor who died during the winter sojourn. It is impossible to behold this curious collection without experiencing poignant emotion. Chapter 4. Voyages of Adventure and Privateering Warfare. Drake, Cavendish, De Noort, Walter Raleigh. A very poor cottage at Tavistock in Devonshire was the birthplace in 1540, of Francis Drake, who was destined to gain millions by his indomitable courage, which however, he lost with as much facility as he had obtained them. Edmund Drake his father, was one of those clergy who devote themselves to the education of the people. His poverty was only equalled by the respect which was felt for his character. Burdened with a family as he was, the father of Francis Drake found himself obliged from necessity to allow his son to embrace the maritime profession, for which he had an ardent longing, and to serve as cabin boy on board a coasting vessel which traded with Holland. Industrious, active, self-reliant, and saving, the young Francis Drake had soon acquired all the theoretical knowledge needed for the direction of a vessel. When he had realized a small sum, which was increased by the sale of a vessel bequeathed to him by his first master, he made more extended voyages. He visited the Bay of Biscay and the Gulf of Guinea, and laid out all his capital in purchasing a cargo which he hoped to sell in the West Indies. But no sooner had he arrived at Rio de la Hacha, than both ship and cargo were confiscated, we know not under what frivolous pretext. All the remonstrances of Drake, who thus saw himself ruined, were useless. He vowed to avenge himself for such a piece of injustice, and he kept his word. In 1567, 2 years after this adventure, a small fleet of 6 vessels, of which the largest was of 700 tons burden, left Plymouth with the sanction of the Queen, to make an expedition to the coasts of Mexico. Drake was in command of a ship of 50 tons. At first starting they captured some Negroes on the Cape de Verde Islands, a sort of rehearsal of what was destined to take place in Mexico. Then they besieged La Mina, where some more Negroes were taken, which they sold at the Antilles. Hawkins, doubtless by the advice of Drake, captured the town of Rio de la Hacha, after which he reached St. Jean d'Ulloa, having encountered a fearful storm. But the harbor contained a numerous fleet, and was defended by formidable artillery. The English fleet was defeated, and Drake had much difficulty in regaining the English coast in January, 1568. Drake afterwards made 2 expeditions to the West Indies for the purpose of studying the country. When he considered himself to have acquired the necessary information, he fitted out 2 vessels at his own expense, the Swan, of 25 tons, commanded by his brother John, and the Pasha of Plymouth, of 70 tons. The 2 vessels had as crew 73 Jactars, who could be thoroughly depended on. From July, 1572, to August, 1573, sometimes alone, sometimes in concert with a certain Captain Ross, Drake made a lucrative cruise upon the coasts of the Gulf of Darien, attacked the towns of Vera Cruz and of Nombre de Dios, and obtained considerable spoil. Unfortunately, these enterprises were not carried out without much cruelty and many acts of violence which would make men of the present day blush. But we will not dwell upon the scenes of piracy and barbarity which are only too frequently met with in the 16th century. After assisting in the suppression of the rebellion in Ireland, Drake, whose name was beginning to be well known, was presented to Queen Elizabeth. He laid before her his project of going to ravage the western coasts of South America, by passing through the Strait of Magellan, and he obtained, with the title of Admiral, a fleet of 6 vessels, on board of which were 160 picked sailors. Francis Drake started from Plymouth on the November 15, 1577. He had some intercourse with the Moors of Mogador, of which he had no reason to boast, made some captures of small importance before arriving at the Cape de Verde Islands, where he took in fresh provisions. And then was 56 days in crossing the Atlantic and reaching the coast of Brazil, which he followed as far as the estuary of La Plata, where he laid in a supply of water. He afterwards arrived at Seal Bay in Patagonia, where he traded with the natives, and killed a great number of penguins and sea wolves for the nourishment of his crew. Some of the Patagonians who were seen on the May 13 a little below Seal Bay, says the original narrative, wore on the head a kind of horn, and nearly all had many beautiful birds' feathers by way of hats. They also had the face painted and diversified by several kinds of colors, and they each held a bow in the hand, from which every time they drew it, they discharged 2 arrows. They were very agile, and as far as we could see, well instructed in the art of making war, for they kept good order in marching and advancing, and for so few men as they were, they made themselves appear a large number. M. Charton, in his Voyageurs Anciens et Modernes, notices that Drake does not mention the extraordinary stature which Magellan had attributed to the Patagonians. For this there is more than one good reason. There exists in Patagonia more than one tribe, and the description here given by Drake of the savages whom he met, does not at all resemble that given by Pigafetta of the Patagonians of Port St. Julian. If there exist, as seems now to be proved, a race of men of great stature, their habitat appears fixed upon the shores of the strait at the southern extremity of Patagonia, and not at 15 days' sail from Port Desire, at which Drake arrived on the June 2nd. On the following day he reached the harbor of St. Julian, where he found a gibbet erected of Europe by Magellan for the punishment of some rebellious members of his crew. Drake in his turn, chose this spot to rid himself of one of his captains, named Doughty, who had been long accused of treason and underhand dealing, and who on several occasions had separated himself from the fleet. Some sailors having confessed that he had solicited them to join with him in frustrating the voyage, Doughty was convicted of the crimes of rebellion, and of tampering with the sailors, and according to the laws of England, he was condemned by a court-martial to be beheaded. This sentence was immediately executed, although Doughty until the last moment vehemently declared his innocence. Was his guilt thoroughly proved? If Drake were accused upon his return to England, in spite of the moderation which he always evinced towards his men, of having taken advantage of the opportunity to get rid of a rival whom he dreaded, it is difficult to conceive that the 40 judges who pronounced the sentence should have concerted together to further the secret designs of their admiral and condemn an innocent man. On the 20th of August, the fleet, now reduced to 3 vessels, 2 of the ships having been so much damaged that they were at once destroyed by the admiral, entered the strait, which had not been traversed since the time of Magellan. Although he met with fine harbors, Drake found that it was difficult to anchor in them, on account both of the depth of the water close to the shore, and of the violence of the wind, which, blowing as it did in sudden squalls, rendered navigation dangerous. During a storm which was encountered at the point where the strait opens into the Pacific, Drake beheld one of his ships founder, while his last companion was separated from him a few days afterwards. Nor did he see her again until the end of the campaign. Driven by the currents to the south of the strait as far as 55 degrees 40 minutes, Drake had now only his own vessel. But by the injury which he did to the Spaniards, he showed what ravages he would have committed if he had had still under his command the fleet with which he left England. During a descent upon the island of Mocha, the English had 2 men killed and several wounded, while Drake himself, hit by 2 arrows on the head, found himself utterly unable to punish the Indians for their perfidy. In the harbor of Valparaiso he captured a vessel richly laden with the wines of Chile, and with ingots of gold valued at 37,000 ducats. Afterwards he pillaged the town, which had been precipitately abandoned by its inhabitants. At Coquimbo, the people were forewarned of his approach, so that he found there a strong force, which obliged him to re-embark at Arica. He plundered 3 small vessels, in one of which he found 57 bars of silver valued at 2006 L. In the harbor of Lima, where were moored 12 ships or barks, the booty was considerable. But what most rejoiced the heart of Drake was to learn that a galleon named the Cagafuego, very richly laden, was sailing towards Paraca. He immediately went in pursuit, capturing on the way a bark carrying 80 pounds of gold, which would be worth 14,080 French crowns, and in the latitude of San Francisco he seized without any difficulty the Cagafuego, in which he found 80 pounds weight of gold. This caused the Spanish pilot to say, laughing, "Captain, our ship ought no longer to be called Cagafuego, Spitfire, but rather Cagaplata, Spit Money. It is yours which should be named Cagafuego." After making some other captures more or less valuable, upon the Peruvian coast, Drake, learning that a considerable fleet was being prepared to oppose him, thought it time to return to England. For this, there were 3 different routes open to him. He might again pass the Strait of Magellan, or he might cross the Southern Sea, and doubling the Cape of Good Hope might so return to the Atlantic Ocean. Or he could sail up the coast of China and return by the Frozen Sea and the North Cape. It was this last alternative, as being the safest of the 3, which was adopted by Drake. He therefore put out to sea, reached the 38 degrees of north latitude, and landed on the shore of the Bay of San Francisco, which had been discovered 3 years previously by Bodega. It was now the month of June, the temperature was very low, and the ground covered with snow. The details given by Drake of his reception by the natives, are curious enough. When we arrived, the savages manifested great admiration at the sight of us, and thinking that we were gods, they received us with great humanity and reverence. As long as we remained, they continued to come and visit us, sometimes bringing us beautiful plumes made of feathers of divers colors, and sometimes petan, tobacco, which is a herb in general use among the Indians. But before presenting these things to us, they stopped at a little distance, in a spot where we had pitched our tents. Then they made a long discourse after the manner of a harangue, and when they had finished, they laid aside their bows and arrows in that place, and approached us to offer their presents. The first time they came their women remained in the same place, and scratched and tore the skin and flesh of their cheeks, lamenting themselves in a wonderful manner, whereat we were much astonished. But we have since learnt that it was a kind of sacrifice which they offered to us. The facts given by Drake with regard to the Indians of California are almost the only ones which he furnishes upon the manners and customs of the nations which he visited. We would draw the reader's attention here, to that custom of long harangues which the traveller especially remarks, just as Cartier had observed upon it 40 years earlier, and which is so noticeable amongst the Canadian Indians at the present day. Drake did not advance farther north and gave up his project of returning by the Frozen Sea. When he again set sail, it was to descend towards the line, to reach the Moluccas, and to return to England by the Cape of Good Hope. As this part of the voyage deals with countries already known, and as the observations made by Drake are neither numerous nor novel, our narrative here shall be brief. On the 13th of October, 1579, Drake arrived in latitude 8 degrees north, at a group of islands of which the inhabitants had their ears much lengthened by the weight of the ornaments suspended to them. Their nails were allowed to grow, and appeared to serve as defensive weapons, while their teeth, black as ship's pitch, contracted this color from the use of the betel nut. After resting for a time, Drake passed by the Philippines, and on the 14th of November arrived at Ternate. The king of this island came alongside, with 4 canoes bearing his principal officers dressed in their state costumes. After an interchange of civilities and presents, the English received some rice, sugar canes, fowls, figo, cloves, and sago. On the morrow, some of the sailors who had landed, were present at a council. When the king arrived, a rich umbrella or parasol all embroidered in gold was borne before him. He was dressed after the fashion of his country, but with extreme magnificence, for he was enveloped from the shoulders with a long cloak of cloth of gold reaching to the ground. He wore as an ornament upon the head, a kind of turban made of the same stuff, all worked in fine gold and enriched with jewels and tufts. On his neck there hung a fine gold chain many times doubled, and formed of broad links. On his fingers, he had 6 rings of very valuable stones, and his feet were encased in shoes of Morocco leather. After remaining some time in the country to refresh his crew, Drake again put to sea, but his ship on the 9th of January, 1580, struck on a rock. And to float her off it was necessary to throw overboard 8 pieces of ordnance and a large quantity of provisions. A month later, Drake arrived at Baratina Island where he repaired his ship. This island afforded much silver, gold, copper, sulfur, spices, lemons, cucumbers, coconuts, and other delicious fruits. We loaded our vessels abundantly with these. Being able to certify that since our departure from England we have not visited any place where we have found more comforts in the way of food and fresh provisions than in this island and that of Ternate. After quitting this richly endowed island, Drake landed at Greater Java, where he was very warmly welcomed by the 5 kings amongst whom the island was partitioned, and by the inhabitants. These people are of a fine degree of corpulence, they are great connoisseurs in arms, with which they are well provided, such as swords, daggers, and bucklers, and all these arms are made with much art. Drake had been some little time at Java when he learnt that not far distant there was a powerful fleet at anchor, which he suspected must belong to Spain. To avoid it he put to sea in all haste. He doubled the Cape of Good Hope during the first days of June, and after stopping at Sierra Leone to take in water, he entered Plymouth Harbour on the November 3, 1580, after an absence of 3 years all but a few days. The reception which awaited him in England was at first extremely cold. His having fallen by surprise both upon Spanish towns and ships, at a time when the 2 nations were at peace, rightly caused him to be regarded by a portion of society as a pirate, who tramples under foot the rights of nations. For 5 months the Queen herself, under the pressure of diplomatic proprieties, pretended to be ignorant of his return. But at the end of that time, either because circumstances had altered, or because she did not wish to show herself any longer severe towards the skilful sailor, she repaired to Deptford where Drake's ship was moored, went on board, and conferred the honour of knighthood upon the navigator. Elizabeth knighting Drake. From this period Drake's part as a discoverer is ended, and his afterlife as a warrior and as the implacable enemy of the Spaniards does not concern us. Loaded with honours, and invested with important commands, Drake died at sea on the January 28, 1596, during an expedition against the Spaniards. To him pertains the honour of having been the second to pass through the Strait of Magellan, and to have visited Tierra del Fuego as far as the parts about Cape Horn. He also ascended the coast of North America to a point higher than any his predecessors had attained, and he discovered several islands and archipelagos. Being a very clever navigator, he made the transit through the Strait of Magellan with great rapidity. If there are but very few discoveries due to him, this is probably either because he neglected to record them in his journal, or because he often mentions them in so inaccurate a manner that it is scarcely possible to recognize the places. It was he who inaugurated that privateering warfare by which the English, and later on the Dutch, were destined to inflict much injury upon the Spaniards. And the large profits accruing to him from it, encouraged his contemporaries, and gave birth in their minds to the love for long and hazardous voyages. Among all those who took example by Drake, the most illustrious was undoubtedly Thomas Cavendish or Candish. Cavendish joined the English marine service at a very early age, and passed a most stormy youth, during which he rapidly dissipated his modest fortune. That which play had robbed him of, he resolved to recover from the Spaniards. Having in 1585 obtained letters of marque, he made a cruise to the East Indies and returned with considerable booty. Encouraged by his easy success as a highwayman on the great maritime roads, He thought that if he could acquire some honor and glory while engaged in making his fortune, so much the better would it be for him. With this idea he bought 3 ships, the Desire, of 20 tons, the Content, of 60 tons, and the Hugh Gallant, of 40 tons, upon which he embarked 123 soldiers and sailors. Setting sail on the July 22, 1586, he passed by the Canaries, and landed at Sierra Leone, which town he attacked and plundered. Then, sailing again, he crossed the Atlantic, sighted Cape Sebastian in Brazil, sailed along the coast of Patagonia, and arrived on the November 27 at Port Desire. He found there an immense quantity of dogfish, very large, and so strong that 4 men could with difficulty kill them, and numbers of birds, which, having no wings, could not fly, and which fed upon fish. They are classed under the general names of auks and penguins. In this very secure harbor, the ships were drawn up on shore to be repaired. During his stay at this place Cavendish had some skirmishes with the Patagonians, men of gigantic size, and having feet 18 inches long, who wounded 2 of the sailors with arrows tipped with sharpened flints. On the January 7, 1587, Cavendish entered the Strait of Magellan, and in the narrowest part of it received on board his ships 120 Spaniards and 2 women, the sole survivors of the colony founded 3 years previously, under the name of Philippeville, by Captain Sarmiento. This town, which had been built to bar the passage through the strait, had possessed no fewer than 4 forts as well as several churches. Cavendish could discern the fortress, then deserted and already falling into ruins. Its inhabitants, who had been completely prevented by the continual attacks of the savages from gathering in their harvests, had died of hunger, or had perished in endeavoring to reach the Spanish settlements in Chile. The admiral, upon hearing this lamentable tale, changed the name of Philippeville into that of Port Famine, under which appellation the place is known at the present day. On the 21st the ships entered a beautiful bay, which received the name of Elizabeth, and in which was buried the carpenter of the Hugh Gallant. Not far from thence a fine river fell into the sea, on the banks of which dwelt the anthropophagi who had fought so fiercely with the Spaniards, and who endeavored, but in vain, to entice the Englishmen into the interior of the country. On the February 24, as the little squadron came forth from the strait, it encountered a violent storm, which dispersed it. The Hugh Gallant, left alone, and letting in water in all directions, was only kept afloat with the greatest trouble. Rejoined on the 15th by his consorts, Cavendish tried in vain to land on Mocha Island, where Drake had been so maltreated by the Araucanians. This country, rich in gold and silver, had hitherto successfully resisted all Spanish attempts to subjugate it, and its inhabitants, fully determined to maintain their liberty, repulsed by force of arms every attempt to land. It was necessary therefore to go to the island of Saint Maria, where the Indians, who took the Englishmen for Spaniards, furnished them with abundance of maize, fowls, sweet potatoes, pigs, and other provisions. On the March 30, Cavendish dropped anchor in 32 degrees 50 minutes in the Bay of Quintero. A party of 30 musketeers advanced into the country and met with oxen, cows, wild horses, hares, and partridges in abundance. The little troop was attacked by the Spaniards, and Cavendish was obliged to return to his ships after losing 12 of his men. He afterwards ravaged, plundered, or burnt the towns of Paraca, Cincha, Pisca, and Paita, and devastated the island of Puna, where he obtained a booty in coined money of the value of 25,760 L. After having scuttled the Hugh Gallant, which was totally unfit any longer to keep the water, Cavendish continued his profitable cruising, burnt, in the latitude of New Spain, a ship of 120 tons, plundered and burnt Aguatulio, and captured. After 6 hours of fighting, a vessel of 708 tons, laden with rich stuffs, and with 122,000 gold pesos. Then, victorious and contented, Cavendish wished to secure the great spoils which he was conveying against any chance of danger. He touched at the Ladrones, the Philippines, and Greater Java, doubled the Cape of Good Hope, recruited himself at St. Helena, and on the September 9, 1588, anchored at Plymouth, after 2 years of sailing, privateering, and fighting. At the end of 2 years after his return, of all the great fortune which he had brought back with him, there remained only a sum sufficient for the fitting out of a third, and as it proved, a last expedition. Cavendish started on the August 6, 1591, with 5 vessels, but a storm on the coast of Patagonia scattered the flotilla, which could not be collected again until the arrival at Port Desire. Assailed by fearful hurricanes in the Strait of Magellan, Cavendish was obliged to go back, after having seen himself deserted by 3 of his ships. The want of fresh provisions, the cold, and the privations of all kinds which he underwent, and which had decimated his crew, forced him to return northwards along the coast of Brazil, where the Portuguese opposed every attempt at landing. He was therefore obliged to put to sea again without having been able to revictual. Cavendish died, from grief perhaps as much as from hardships, before he reached the English coast. 1 year after the return of the companions of Barentz, 2 ships, the Mauritius and the Hendrik Frederick, with 2 yachts, the Eendracht and Esperance, having on board a crew of 248 men, quitted Amsterdam on the July 2, 1598. The commander-in-chief of this squadron was Oliver de Noort, a man at that time about 30 or thereabouts, and well known as having made several long cruising voyages. His second-in-command and vice-admiral was Jacob Claes d'Ulpenda, and as pilot there was a certain Melis, a skilful sailor of English origin. This expedition, fitted out by the merchants of Amsterdam with the concurrence and aid of the States General of Holland, had a double purpose, at once commercial and military. Formerly the Dutch had contented themselves with fetching from Portugal the merchandise which they distributed by means of their coasting vessels throughout Europe. But now they were reduced to the necessity of going to seek the commodities in the scene of their production. For this object, de Noort was to show his countrymen the route inaugurated by Magellan, and on the way to inflict as much injury as he could upon the Spaniards and Portuguese. At this period Philip II, whose yoke the Dutch had shaken off, and who had just added Portugal to his possessions, had forbidden his subjects to have any commercial intercourse with the rebels of the Low Countries. It was thus a necessity for Holland if she did not wish to be ruined, and as a consequence, to fall anew under Spanish rule, to open up for herself a road to the Spice Islands. The route which was the least frequented by the enemy's ships was that by the Strait of Magellan, and this was the one which de Noort was ordered to follow. After touching at Goree, the Dutch anchored in the Gulf of Guinea, at the island du Principe. Here the Portuguese pretended to give a friendly welcome to the men who went on shore, but they took advantage of a favorable opportunity, to fall upon and massacre them without mercy. Among the dead were Corneel de Noort, brother of the admiral, Melis, Daniel Goritz, and John de Bremen, the captain, Peter Eges, being the only man who escaped. It was a sorrowful commencement for a campaign, a sad presage which was destined not to remain unfulfilled. De Noort, who was furious over this foul play, landed from his ships 120 men. But he found the Portuguese so well entrenched, that after a brisk skirmish in which 17 more of his men were either killed or wounded, he was obliged to weigh anchor without having been able to avenge the wicked and cowardly perfidy to which his brother and 12 of his companions had fallen victims. On the December 25, one of the pilots named Jan Valkers, was abandoned on the African coast as a punishment for his disloyal intrigues, for endeavoring to foment a spirit of despondency amongst the crews, and for his well-proved rebellion. On the January 5, the island of Annobon, situated in the Gulf of Guinea, a little below the line, was sighted, and the course of the ships was changed for crossing the Atlantic. De Noort had scarcely cast anchor in the Bay of Rio Janeiro before he sent some sailors on shore to obtain water and buy provisions from the natives, but the Portuguese opposed the landing, and killed 11 men. Afterwards, repulsed from the coast of Brazil by the Portuguese and the natives, driven back by contrary winds, having made vain efforts to reach the island of St. Helena, where they had hoped to obtain the provisions of which they were in the most pressing want, the Dutchmen, deprived of their pilot, toss at random upon the ocean. They land upon the desert islands of Martin Vaz, again reach the coast of Brazil at Rio Doce, which they mistake for Ascension Island, and are finally obliged to winter in the desert island of Santa Clara. The putting into port at this place was marked by several disagreeable events. The flagship struck upon a rock with so much violence that had the sea been a little rougher, she must have been lost. There were also some bloody and barbarous executions of mutinous sailors, notably that of a poor man, who having wounded a pilot with a knife thrust, was condemned to have his hand nailed to the mainmast. The invalids, of whom there were many on board the fleet, were brought on shore, and nearly all were cured by the end of a fortnight. From the 2nd to the 21st of June, de Noort remained in this island, which was not more than 3 miles from the mainland. But before putting to sea he was obliged to burn the Eendracht, as he had not sufficient men to work her. It was not until the December 20th, after having been tried by many storms, that he was able to cast anchor in Port Desire, where the crew killed in a few days a quantity of dogfish and sea lions, as well as more than 5,000 penguins. The general landed, says the French translation of de Noort's narrative, published by de Bry, with a party of armed men, but they saw nobody, only some graves placed on high situations among the rocks, in which the people bury their dead. Putting upon the grave a great quantity of stones, all painted red, having besides adorned the graves with darts, plumes of feathers, and other singular articles which they use as arms. A sea lion hunt. From an old print. The Dutch saw also, but at too great a distance to shoot them, buffaloes, stags, and ostriches, and from a single nest they obtained 10 ostrich eggs. Captain Jacob Jens Huey de Cooper died during the stay at this place, and was interred at Port Desire. On the November 23rd, the fleet entered the Strait of Magellan. During a visit to the shore 3 Dutchmen were killed by some Patagonians, and their death was avenged by the massacre of a whole tribe of Inuits. The long navigation through the Narrows and the lakes of the Strait of Magellan was signalized by the meeting with 2 Dutch ships, under the command of Sebald de Weert, who had wintered not far from the Bay of Mauritius. And by the abandoning of Vice-Admiral Claaz, who, as it would appear, had been several times guilty of insubordination. Are not these acts, which we see so frequently committed by English, Dutch, and Spanish navigators, a true sign of the times? A deed which we should regard nowadays as one of terrible barbarity seemed, doubtless, a relatively mild punishment in the eyes of men so accustomed to set but little value upon human life. Nevertheless, could anything be more cruel than to abandon a man in a desert country, without arms and without provisions, to put him on shore in a country peopled by ferocious cannibals, prepared to make a repast on his flesh? What was it but condemning him to a horrible death? On the 29th of February, 1600, de Noort, after having been 99 days in passing through the strait, came out onto the Pacific Ocean. A fortnight later, a storm separated him from the Hendrik Frederick, which was never again heard of. As for de Noort, who had now with him only 1 yacht besides his own vessel, he cast anchor at the island of Mocha, and, unlike the experience of his predecessors, he was very well received by the natives. Afterwards he sailed along the coast of Chile, where he was able to obtain provisions in abundance in exchange for Nuremberg knives, hatchets, shirts, hats, and other articles of no great value. After ravaging, plundering, and burning several towns on the Peruvian coast, after sinking all the vessels that he met with, and amassing a considerable booty, de Noort, hearing that a squadron commanded by the brother of the viceroy, Don Luis de Velasco, had been sent in pursuit of him, judged it time to make for the Ladrone Islands, where he anchored on the 16th of September. The inhabitants came around our ship with more than 200 canoes, there being 3, 4, or 5 men in each canoe, crying out all together, Hierro, Hierro, iron, iron, which is greatly in request amongst them. They are as much at home in the water as upon land, and are very clever divers, as we perceived when we threw 5 pieces of iron into the sea, which a single man went to search for. De Noort could testify unfortunately, that these islands well deserved their name. The islanders tried even to drag the nails out of the ship, and carried off everything upon which they could lay their hands. One of them, having succeeded in climbing along a part of the rigging, had the audacity to enter a cabin and seize upon a sword, with which he threw himself into the sea. On the October 14th following, de Noort traversed the Philippine archipelago, where he made several descents, and burnt, plundered, or sunk a number of Spanish or Portuguese vessels, and some Chinese junks. While cruising in the Strait of Manila he was attacked by 2 large Spanish vessels, and in the battle which followed the Dutch had 5 men killed, and 25 wounded and lost their brigantine, which was captured with her crew of 25 men. The Spaniards lost more than 200 men, for their flagship caught fire and sank. Far from picking up the wounded and the able-bodied men, who were trying to save themselves by swimming, the Dutch, making way with sails set on the foremast, across the heads which were to be seen in the water, pierced some with lances, and also discharged their cannon over them. After this bloody and fruitless victory, de Noort went to recruit at Borneo, captured a rich cargo of spices at Java, and having doubled the Cape of Good Hope, landed at Rotterdam on the 26th of August. Having only 1 ship and 48 men remaining. If the merchants who had defrayed the expenses of the expedition approved of the conduct of de Noort, who brought back a cargo which more than reimbursed them for their expenditure, and who had taught his countrymen the way to the Indies, it behoves us, while extolling his qualities as a sailor, to take great exception to the manner in which he exercised the command, and to mete out severe blame for the barbarity which has left a stain of blood upon the first Dutch voyage of circumnavigation. Battle of Manila. From an old print. We have now to speak of a man who, endowed with eminent qualities and with at least equal defects, carried on his life's work in divers, sometimes even in opposing directions, and who after having reached the highest summit of honor to which a gentleman could aspire, at last laid his head upon a scaffold, accused of treason and felony. This man is Sir Walter Raleigh. If he have any claim to a place in this portrait gallery of great sailors, it is neither as founder of any English colony nor as a sailor, it is as a discoverer, and what we have to say of him is not to his credit. Walter Raleigh passed 5 years in France fighting against the League, in the midst of all those Gascons who formed the basis of the armies of Henry of Navarre. And in such society he perfected the habits of boasting and falsehood which belonged to his character. In 1577, after a campaign in the Low Countries against the Spaniards, he returns to England and takes a deep interest in the questions so passionately debated among his 3 brothers by the mother's side, John, Humphrey, and Adrian Gilbert. At this period England was passing through a very grave economic crisis. The practice of agriculture was undergoing a transformation. In all directions grazing was being substituted for tillage, and the number of agricultural laborers was greatly reduced by the change. From thence arose general distress, and also such a surplusage of population as was fast becoming a matter of anxious concern. At the same time, to long wars succeeds a peace, destined to endure throughout the reign of Elizabeth, so that a great number of adventurers know not how to find indulgence for their love of violent emotions. At this moment, therefore, arises the necessity for such an emigration as may relieve the country of its population, may permit all the miserable people dying of hunger to provide for their own wants in a new country, and by that means may increase the influence and prosperity of the mother country. All the more thoughtful minds in England, who follow the course of public opinion, Hakluyt, Thomas Hariot, Carlyle, Peckham, and the brothers Gilbert, are struck with this need. But it is to the last named that belongs the credit of indicating the locality suitable for the establishing of colonies. Raleigh only joined with his brothers in the scheme, following their lead, but he neither conceived nor began the carrying into execution, as he has been too often credited with doing, of this fruitful project. The colonization of the American shores of the Atlantic. If Raleigh, all-powerful with Queen Elizabeth, fickle and nevertheless jealous in her affections as she was, encourage his brothers, if he expend himself 40,000 L. sterling in his attempts at colonization, he still takes good care not to quit England, for the life of patience and self-devotion of the founder of a colony would have no attractions for him. He gives up and sells his patent as soon as he perceives the inutility of his efforts, while he does not forget to reserve for himself the 5th part of any profit arising eventually from the colony. Sir Walter Raleigh. From an old print. At the same time Raleigh fits out some vessels against the Spanish possessions, and himself soon takes part in the strife and the battles which saved England from the invincible Armada, afterwards proceeding to support the claims of the Prior de Crato, to the throne of Portugal. It is a short time after his return to England that he falls into disgrace with his royal mistress, and after his release from prison, while he is confined to his princely mansion of Sherborne, he conceives the project of his voyage to Guiana. To his mind, this is a gigantic enterprise of which the marvelous results are destined to draw upon him the attention of the whole world, and to restore to him the favor of his sovereign. Would not the discovery and conquest of El Dorado, of the country in which according to Orellana, the temples are roofed with plates of gold, where all the tools, even those for the meanest purposes, are made of gold. Where one walks upon precious stones, procure for him greater glory, these are the very words which Raleigh employs in his account, than Cortés had gained in Mexico, or Pizarro in Peru. He will have under him more golden towns and nations than the King of Spain, the Sultan of the Turks, and no matter what emperor. We have already spoken of the fables which Orellana had invented in 1539, and which had been the fruitful source of more than one legend. Humboldt discloses what had given them birth when he describes to us the nature of the soil and the rocks which surround Lake Parima, between the Essequibo and the Bronco. They are, says this great traveler, rocks of micaceous slate, and of sparkling talc, which are resplendent in the midst of a sheet of water, which acts as a reflector beneath the burning tropical sunday. So are explained those massive domes of gold, those obelisks of silver, and all those marvels of which the boastful and enthusiastic minds of the Spaniards afforded them a glimpse. Did Raleigh believe really in the existence of this city of gold, for the conquest of which he was about to sacrifice so many lives? Was he thoroughly convinced himself, or did he not yield to the illusions of a mind eager for glory? It is impossible to say, but this at least is indisputable, that, to borrow the just expressions of M. Filary Chasles, at the moment even of his embarkation men did not believe in his promises, they were suspicious of his exaggerations, and dreaded the results of an expedition directed by a man so foolhardy, and of a morality so equivocal. Raleigh seizes Berreo. From an old print. Nevertheless, it seemed that Raleigh had foreseen everything needful for this undertaking, and that he had made the necessary studies. Not only did he speak of the nature of the soil of Guiana, of its productions, and its inhabitants with imperturbable assurance, but he had taken care to send, at his own expense, a ship commanded by Captain Whiddon, to prepare the way for the fleet which he intended to conduct in person to the banks of the Orinoco. What he took good care, however, not to confide to the public, was that all the information he received from his emissary was unfavorable to the enterprise. Raleigh himself started from Plymouth on the February 9, 1595, with a small fleet of 5 vessels, and 100 soldiers, without reckoning marines, officers, and volunteers. After stopping 4 days at Fortaventura, one of the Canaries, to take in wood and water there, he reached Tenerife, where Captain Brereton ought to have rejoined him. Having waited for him in vain for 80 days, Raleigh sailed for Trinidad, where he met Whiddon. The island of Trinidad was at that time governed by Don Antonio de Berreo, who, it is said, had obtained accurate information concerning Guiana. The arrival of the English did not please him, and he immediately dispatched emissaries to Cumana and to Margarita, with orders to gather together the troops to attack the Englishmen. While at the same time he forbade any Indians or Spaniards to hold intercourse with them under pain of death. Raleigh, forewarned, determined to be beforehand with him. At nightfall he landed in secret with 100 men, captured the town of Asti. Joseph, to which the Indians set fire, without a blow, and carried off Berreo and the principal personages to the ships. At the same time arrived Captains Gifford and Ninan, from whom he had been separated upon the Spanish coasts. Raleigh at once sailed for the Orinoco, entered Capuri Bay with a large galley and 3 boats carrying 100 sailors and soldiers, became entangled in the inextricable labyrinth of islands and canals which formed the mouth of the river, and ascended the Orinoco for a distance of 330 miles. The account which Raleigh gives of his campaign is so fabulous, with the coolness of a Gascon transported to the banks of the Thames, he so heaps one falsehood upon the top of another, that one is almost tempted to class his narrative amongst the number of imaginary voyages. He says that some Spaniards who had seen the town of Manoa, called El Dorado, told him that this town exceeds in size and wealth all the towns in the world, and everything which the conquistadores had seen in America. There is no winter there, he says, a soil dry and fertile, with game, and birds of every species in great abundance, who filled the air with hitherto unknown notes. It was a real concert for us. My captain, sent to search for mines, perceived veins both of gold and silver, but as he had no tool but his sword, he was unable to detach these metals to examine them in detail. However, he carried away several bits of them which he reserved for future examination. A Spaniard of Caracas called this mine Madre del Oro, Mother of Gold. Then, as Raleigh well knows that the public is on its guard against his exaggerations, he adds, it will be thought perchance, that I am the sport of a false and cheating delusion, but why should I have undertaken a voyage thus laborious? If I had not entertained the conviction that there is not a country upon earth which is richer in gold than Guiana. Whiddon and Milechap, our surgeon, brought back several stones which resembled sapphires. I showed these stones to several inhabitants of Orinoco, who have assured me that there exists an entire mountain of them. An old cacique of the age of 110, who nevertheless could still walk 10 miles without fatigue, came to see Raleigh, boasted to him of the formidable power of the Emperor of Manoa, and proved to him that his forces were insufficient. He depicted these people as much civilized, as wearing clothes, and possessing great riches, especially in plates of gold. Finally, he spoke to him of a mountain of pure gold. Raleigh relates that he wished to approach this mountain, but, sad mischance, it was at that moment half submerged. It had the form of a tower, and appeared to me rather white than yellow. A torrent which precipitated itself from the mountain, swollen by the rains, made a tremendous noise, which could be heard at the distance of many miles, and which deafened our people. I recollected the description which Berreo had given of the brilliancy of the diamonds and of the other precious stones scattered over the various parts of the country. I had, however, some doubt as to the value of these stones. Their extraordinary whiteness, nevertheless surprised me. After a short time of repose on the banks of the Vinicapra, and a visit to the village of the cacique, the latter promised to conduct me to the foot of the mountain by a circuitous route. But at the sight of the numerous difficulties which presented themselves, I preferred to return to the mouth of the Cumana, where the caciques of the neighborhood came to bring various presents, consisting of the rare productions of the country. We will spare the reader the description of people 3 times taller than ordinary men, of cyclops, of natives who had their eyes upon the shoulders, their mouth in the chest, and the hair growing from the middle of the back, all affirmations seriously related, but which give to Raleigh's narrative a singular resemblance to a fairy tale. One fancies while reading it that it must be a page taken out of the 1001 Nights. If we put on one side all these figments of an imagination run mad, what gain has been derived for geography? There was certainly no pain spared in announcing with much noise, and very great puffing, this fantastic expedition, and we may well say with the fable writer. In fancy free I an author see, who says, the awful war I'll sing, of Titans with the Thunder King. Of this grand promise the result, we find, is often wind. Chapter 5. Missionaries and Settlers, Merchants and Tourists. I. Distinguishing characteristics of the 17th century, the more thorough exploration of regions previously discovered, to the thirst for gold succeeds apostolic zeal, Italian missionaries in Congo, Portuguese missionaries in Abyssinia, Brew in Senegal and Flaycourt. In Madagascar, the apostles of India, of Indochina, and of Japan. The 17th century has a distinctive character of its own, differing from that of the preceding century in the fact that nearly all the great discoveries have been already made, and that the work of this whole period consists almost exclusively in perfecting the information already acquired. It contrasts equally with the century which is to succeed it, because scientific methods are not yet applied by astronomers and sailors, as they are to be 100 years later. It appears in fact, that the narratives of the first explorers, who were only able, so to speak, to obtain a glimpse of the regions which they traversed while waging their wars, may have in some degree exercised a baneful influence upon the public mind. Curiosity, in the narrowest sense of the word, is carried to an extreme. Men travel over the world to gain an idea of the manners and customs of each nation, of the productions and manufactures of each country, but there is no real study. They do not seek to trace what they see to its source, and to reason scientifically upon the why and wherefore of facts. They behold, curiosity is satisfied, and they pass on. The observations do not penetrate beneath the surface, and the great object appears to be to visit, as rapidly as may be, all the regions which the 16th century has brought to light. Besides, the abundance of the wealth diffused on a sudden over the whole of Europe has caused an economic crisis. Commerce, like industry, is transformed and altered. New ways are opened, new mediums arise, new wants are created, luxury increases, and the eagerness to make a fortune rapidly by speculation, turns the heads of many. If Venice from a commercial point of view be dead, the Dutch are about to constitute themselves, to use a happy expression of M. Leroy Beaulieu, the carriers and agents of Europe, and the English are preparing to lay the foundations of their vast colonial empire. To the merchants succeed the missionaries. They alight in large numbers upon the newly discovered countries, preaching the gospel, civilizing the barbarous nations, studying and describing the country. The development of apostolic zeal is one of the dominant features of the 17th century, and it behoves us to recognize all that geography and historic science owe to these devoted, learned, and unassuming men. The traveler only passes through a country, the missionary dwells in it. The latter has evidently much greater facilities for acquiring an intimate knowledge of the history and civilization of the nations which he studies. It is therefore very natural that we should owe to them narratives of journeys, descriptions, and histories, which are still consulted with advantage, and which have served as a basis for later works. If there be any country to which these reflections more particularly apply, it is to Africa, and especially to Abyssinia. How much of this vast triangular continent of Africa was known in the 17th century? Nothing but the coasts, it will be said. A mistake. From the earliest times the two branches of the Nile, the Astapus and the Bahr el Abayad, had been known to the ancients. They had even advanced, if the lists of countries and nations discovered at Karnak by M. Mariette may be believed, as far as the Great Lakes of the interior. In the 12th century, the Arab geographer Edrisi writes an excellent description of Africa for Roger II of Sicily, and confirms these data. Later on, Cadamosto and Ibn Battuta travel over Africa, and the latter goes as far as Timbuktu. Marco Polo affirms that Africa is only united to Asia by the Isthmus of Suez, and he visits Madagascar. Lastly, when the Portuguese, led by Vasco da Gama, have completed the circumnavigation of Africa, some of them remain in Abyssinia, and in a short time diplomatic relations are established between that country and Portugal. We have already said something of Francesco Alvarez. In his train several Portuguese missionaries settle in the country, amongst whom must be named Fathers Paes and Lobo. Father Paes left Goa in 1588 to preach Christianity upon the eastern coast of North Africa. After long and sad mishaps, he landed at Massoa in Abyssinia, traversed the country, and in 1618 pushed on as far as the sources of the Blue Nile, a discovery the authenticity of which Bruce was hereafter to dispute, but of which the narrative differs only in some unimportant particulars from that of the Scotch traveller. In 1604, Paes, arrived at the court of the king Za Denghel, had preached with such success that he had converted the king and all his court. He had even soon acquired so great an influence over the Abyssinian monarch, that the latter, in writing to the Pope and to the King of Spain to offer them his friendship, asked them to send him men fitted to teach his people. Father Geronimo Lobo landed in Abyssinia with Alfonso Menezes, Patriarch of Ethiopia, in 1625. But times were greatly changed. The king converted by Paes had been murdered, and his successor, who had summoned the Portuguese missionaries, died after a short time. A violent revulsion of feeling ensued against the Christians, and the missionaries were driven away, imprisoned, or given up to the Turks. Lobo was charged with the mission of obtaining the sum necessary for the ransom of his companions. After many wanderings, which led him to Brazil, Carthagena, Cadiz, and Seville, to Lisbon and to Rome, where he gave the Pope and the King of Spain numerous and accurate details upon the Church of Ethiopia and the manners of the inhabitants. He made a last journey in India, and returned to Lisbon to die, in 1678. Christianity had been introduced into Congo, upon the Atlantic coast, in 1489, the year of its discovery by the Portuguese. At first Dominicans were sent. But as they made scarce any progress, the Pope, with the consent of the King of Portugal, dispatched thither some Italian Capuchins. These were Carli de Placenza in 1667, Giovanni Antonio Cavazzi, from 1654 to 1668, afterwards Antonio Zucchelli in Gradisca, from 1696 to 1704. We shall mention these missionaries only, because they have published accounts of their journeys. Cavazzi explored in succession Angola, the country of Matumba, and the islands of Coanza and Loana. In the ardor of his apostolic zeal, he could devise no better means of converting the blacks than by burning their idols, rebuking the kings for the time-honored custom of polygamy, and subjecting to torture, or to being torn with whips, those who relapsed into idolatry. Notwithstanding all this, he gained considerable ascendancy over the natives, which, if it had been well directed, might have produced very useful results in the development of civilization and the progress of religion. The same reproach is due also to Father Zucchelli and to the other missionaries in Congo. The narrative of Cavazzi, published at Rome in 1687, asserted that Portuguese influence extended from 200 to 300 miles from the coast, and that in the interior there existed a very important town, known by the name of San Salvador, which possessed 12 churches, a Jesuit college, and a population of 50,000 souls. At the close of the 14th century Pigafetta published the account of the journey of Duarte Lopez, ambassador from the King of Congo to the courts of Rome and Lisbon. A map which accompanies this narrative presents to us a Lake Zambra, in the very place occupied by Lake Tanganyika, and more to the west, Lake Aklunda, from whence issued the Congo River. South of the equator 2 lakes are indicated, one the Lake of the Nile, the other, more to the east, bears the name of Kalyu. They appear to be the Albert and the Victoria Nyanza. This most curious information was rejected by the geographers of the 19th century, who left blank the whole interior of Africa. Upon the west coast of Africa at the mouth of the Senegal, the French had established settlements which, under the skillful administration of Andrew Brue, speedily received considerable extension. Brue, Commandant for the King and Director-General of the Royal French Company upon the Senegal coast and in other parts of Africa, so ran his official title, although he may be little known. And the article which treats of him may be one of the most curtailed in the great collections of biography, deserves to occupy one of the most prominent positions among colonizers and explorers. Not content with extending the colony as far as its present limits, he explored countries which have been only lately revisited by Lieutenant Mage, or which have not been visited at all since Brue's time. He carried the French outposts eastwards above the junction of the Senegal and the Falim, northwards as far as Argan, which we have since abandoned, although reserving our rights, and southwards as far as the island of Bissau. He explored in the interior Gollum and Bambouk, so rich in gold, and collected the earliest documents concerning the Pools, Poles or Fowls, the Yolofs and the Mussulman, who coming from the north, attempted the religious conquest of all the black nations of the country. The information thus collected by Brue about the history and migrations of these various people, is of the greatest value, affording clear light, even in the present day, to the geographer and the historian. Not only has Brue left us the narrative of deeds of which he was witness and the description of the places which he visited, but we also owe to him much information about the productions of the countries, the plants, the animals, and all the objects which would give occasion for commercial or industrial enterprise. These most curious documents, put together very maladroitly it must be confessed, by Father Labat, formed the subject, a few years ago, of a very interesting work by M. Berlioz. To the southeast of Africa, during the first half of the 17th century, the French founded some commercial settlements in Madagascar, an island long known under the name of St. Lawrence. They built Fort Dauphin under the administration of M. de Flacourt, Several unknown districts of the island are explored as well as the neighboring islands upon the coast. The Mascarene Islands are occupied in 1649. Although firm and moderate towards his countrymen, de Flecourt did not use the same self-control towards the natives. He even brought about a general revolt, as a consequence of which he was recalled. Expeditions into the interior of Madagascar were henceforth very rare, and it is not until the present day that we find a thorough exploration carried out. Of Indochina and Thibet, the only information which reached Europe during the whole of the 17th century was due to the missionaries. Such names as Father Alexander de Rhodes, and D. Andrada, Avril, Benedict Goes, may not be passed over in silence. In their annual letters is to be found a quantity of information, which even in the present day retains a real interest, as concerning regions so long closed against Europeans. In Cochin China and Tonkin, Father Tackhart devoted himself to astronomical observations, of which the result was to prove by the most conclusive evidence the great errors in the longitudes given by Ptolemy. This called the attention of the learned world to the necessity of a reform in the graphic representation of the countries of the extreme East, and for attaining this end, to the absolute need of close observations made by specially qualified scientific men, or by navigators familiar with astronomical calculations. The country which especially attracted the missionaries was China, that enormous and populous empire, which ever since the arrival of Europeans in India had persevered with the greatest strictness in the absurd policy of abstention from any intercourse whatsoever with foreigners. It was not until the close of the 16th century that the missionaries obtained the permission, so often demanded before in vain, to penetrate into the Middle Empire. Their knowledge of mathematics and astronomy facilitated their settlement and enabled them to gather, as well from the ancient annals of the country, as during their journeys, a prodigious quantity of most valuable information concerning the history, ethnography, and geography of the Celestial Empire. Fathers Mendoza, Ricci, Trigault, Vistalou, Lecomte, Verbiest, Navarrete, Schall, and Martini, deserve a special mention for having carried to China the arts and sciences of Europe, while they diffused in the West the first accurate and precise information upon the unprogressive civilization of the flowery land. 2. Missionaries and settlers. Merchants and tourists. The Dutch in the Spice Islands, Lemaire and Schouten, Tasman, Mendana, Quiros and Torres, Pierd de Laval, Pietro della Valle, Tavernier, Thevenot, Bernier, Robert Knox, Chardin, De Bruyne, Camphor. The Dutch were not slow in perceiving the weakness and decadence of the Portuguese power in Asia. They felt with how much ease a clever and prudent nation might in a short time become possessed of the whole commerce of the extreme East. After a considerable number of private expeditions and voyages of reconnaissance, they had founded in 1602 that celebrated Company of the Indies, which was destined to raise to so high a pitch the wealth and prosperity of the metropolis. Equally in its strife with the Portuguese as in its dealing with the natives, the company pursued a very skillful policy of moderation. Far from founding colonies, or repairing and occupying the fortresses which they took from the Portuguese, the Dutch bore themselves as simple traders, exclusively occupied with their commerce. They avoided building any fortified factory, except at the intersection of the great commercial roads. Thus they were able in a short time to seize all the carrying trade between India, China, Japan, and Oceania. The one fault committed by the all-powerful company was the concentrating in its own hands a monopoly of the trade in spices. It drove away the foreigners who had settled in the Moluccas or in the islands of Sunda, or who came thither to obtain a cargo of spices. It even went the length, in order to raise the price of this valuable commodity, of proscribing the cultivation of certain species in a large number of islands, and of forbidding, under pain of death, the exportation and sale of seeds and cuttings of the spice-producing trees. In a few years the Dutch were established in Java, Sumatra, Borneo, the Moluccas, and at the Cape of Good Hope, harbors the best placed for ships returning to Europe. It was at this time that a rich merchant of Amsterdam, Jacob Lemaire, in concert with a skillful mariner, named Wilhelm Cornelis Schouten, conceived a project for reaching the Indies by a new route. The Dutch States General had in fact forbidden any subject of the United Provinces, not in the pay of the Company of the Indies, from going to the Spice Islands by way of the Cape of Good Hope or of the Strait of Magellan. Schouten, according to some, Lemaire, according to others, had formed the idea of eluding this interdict by seeking a passage to the south of Magellan Strait. This much is certain, that Lemaire bore one half of the expense of the expedition, while Schouten, by the aid of several merchants whose names have been handed down to us, and who filled the chief offices in the town of Horn, provided the other half. They fitted out the Concord, a vessel of 360 tons, and a yacht, carrying together a crew of 65 men, and 29 cannon. This was certainly an equipment but little in accordance with the magnitude of the enterprise. But Schouten was a skillful mariner, the crew had been carefully chosen, and the vessels were abundantly furnished with provisions and spare rigging. Lemaire was commissioner, and Schouten the captain of the ship. The destination was kept secret, and officers and crew entered into an unlimited engagement to go wherever they might be led. On the June 25, 1615, 11 days after quitting the Texel, and when there was no longer anything to be feared from indiscretion, the crews were assembled to listen to the reading of an order which ran as follows: the two vessels would seek another passage than that of Magellan, by which to enter the South Sea, and to discover their certain southern countries, in the hope of obtaining enormous profits from them, and if heaven should not favor this design, they would repair by means of the same sea to the East Indies. This declaration was received with enthusiasm by the whole crew, who were animated, like all Dutchmen of that period, with a love for great discoveries. The route then usually pursued for reaching South America, as may perhaps have been already observed, followed the African coasts as far as below the equator. The Concord did not try to deviate from it. She reached the shores of Brazil, Patagonia, and Port Desire, at 300 miles to the north of the Strait of Magellan, but was for several days hindered by storms from entering the harbor. The yacht even remained for the space of one whole tide, aground and lying on her side, but high water set her afloat again. Only for a short time however, for whilst some repairs were being done to her keel, her rigging took fire, and she was consumed in spite of the energetic efforts of the two crews. On the January 13, 1616, Lemaire and Schouten arrived at the Sibaldine Islands, discovered by Sebald de Weert, and followed the coast of Tierra del Fuego at a short distance from land. The coast ran east-quarter-southeast, and was skirted by high mountains covered with snow. On the 24th of January at midday, they sighted its extreme point, but eastward stretched some more land, which also appeared to be of great elevation. The distance between these two islands, according to the general opinion, appeared to be about 24 miles, and Schouten entered the strait which divided them. It was so encumbered with whales that the ship was obliged to tack more than once to avoid them. The island to the east received the name of Staten Island, and that to the west the name of Maurice of Nassau. The sea was so encumbered with whales. 24 hours after entering this strait, which received the name of Lemaire, the ship emerged from it, and to an archipelago of small islands situated to starboard was given the name of Barneveld, in honor of the Grand Pensionary of Holland. In 58 degrees Lemaire doubled Cape Horn, so named in remembrance of the town where the expedition had been fitted out, and entered the South Sea. Lemaire afterwards went northwards as far as the parallel of the Juan Fernandez Islands, where he judged it wise to stop, in order to recruit his men who were suffering from scurvy. As Magellan had done, Lemaire and Schouten passed without perceiving them amongst the principal Polynesian archipelagos, and cast anchor on the April 10, at the Island of Dogs, where it was only possible to procure a little fresh water and some herbs. They hoped to reach the Solomon Islands, but in the north the dangerous archipelago was entered, in which were discovered Waterland Island, so named on account of its containing a great lake, and Fly Island, because a cloud of these insects settled upon the vessel, and it was impossible to get rid of them until at the end of 4 days there was a change of wind. Afterwards Lemaire crossed the Friendly Archipelago, and entered that of the Navigators, or of Samoa, of which 4 small islands still retain the names which were then given to them, Good Hope, Cocoa, Horn, and Traders' Islands. The inhabitants of these parts showed themselves extremely addicted to stealing, they tried to draw out the bolts from the ship and to break the chains. Scurvy continued to prevail among the crew, and it was therefore a great boon to receive from the king a present of a black boar and some fruits. The sovereign, who was named Latu, speedily arrived in a large canoe with sails, in shape like the Dutch sledges, traîneaux, escorted by a flotilla of 25 boats. The king did not venture himself to go on board the Concorde, but his son was of a bolder spirit, and inquired the reason of everything he saw with the most lively curiosity. The next day the number of canoes was greatly augmented, and the Dutch perceived by certain indications that an attack was impending. Accordingly, a shower of stones falls on a sudden upon the ship, the canoes approach nearer, become annoying, and the Dutch to free themselves from them are forced to resort to a discharge of musketry. This island was rightly named Traitors' Island. It was now the 18th of May, and Lemaire ordered the course to be changed, that the Moluccas might be reached by the north of New Guinea. He probably passed within sight of the Solomon Archipelago, the Admiralty Islands, and the Thousand Islands, Mill Isles, coasting afterwards along New Guinea from 143 degrees to Geelwink Bay. He frequently landed, and gave names to a number of points, the 25 islands which form a part of the Admiralty Archipelago, the High Corner. The high mountain, Hoogberg, which seems to correspond to a portion of the neighboring coast of Cornelis Skinner's Bay, Moa and Aramoa, two islands again seen later on by Tasman, the island to which was given the name of Schouten, but which is now called Mysore and which must not be confounded with some other Schouten Islands situated upon the coast of Guinea but much farther to the west, and finally the Cape Good Hope, which appears to be Cape Saavedra at the western extremity of Mysore. After sighting the country of Papua, Schouten and Lemaire reached Gilolo, one of the Moluccas, where they received an eager welcome from their compatriots. When they were thoroughly rested from their fatigues and cured of scurvy, the Dutch went to Batavia, arriving there on the October 23, 1616, only 13 months after quitting the Texel, and having lost only 13 men during the long voyage. But the Company of the Indies did not at all understand their privileges being infringed upon, and a possibility discovered of reaching the colonies by a way not foreseen in the letters patent which had been granted to the company at the time of its establishment. The governor caused the Concorde to be seized, and arrested her officers and sailors, whom he sent off to Holland, there to be tried. Poor Lemaire, who had expected a totally different recompense for his toils and fatigues, and for the discoveries which he had made, could not bear up under the blow which had fallen so unexpectedly upon him. He fell ill of grief and died in the latitude of the island of Mauritius. As for Schouten, he appears not to have been molested upon his return to his own country, and to have made several voyages to the Indies, which were not distinguished by any fresh discovery. He was returning to Europe in 1625, when he was forced by bad weather to enter Antongil Bay, upon the east coast of Madagascar, where he died. Such was the history of this important expedition, which by means of Strait Lemaire opened up a shorter and less dangerous route than that by Magellan Strait, an expedition signalized by several discoveries in Oceania, and by a more attentive exploration of points already seen by Spanish or Portuguese navigators. But it is often a matter of difficulty to settle with accuracy to which of these nations the discovery of certain islands, countries, or archipelagos in the neighborhood of Australia, may be due. Since we are speaking of the Dutch, we shall put the chronological order of discoveries a little on one side, that we may relate as well as those of Mendana and Quiros, the expeditions of Jan Abel Tasman. What was the early history of Tasman? By what concurrence of circumstances did he embrace the profession of a sailor? By what means did he acquire the nautical skill and science of which he gave so many proofs, and which conducted him to his important discoveries? From ignorance we cannot answer these questions. All we know of his biography commences with his departure from Batavia on June 2, 1639. After passing the Philippines, he would seem during this first voyage to have visited in company with Matthew Quast the Bonin Islands, then known by the fantastic title of the Gold and Silver Islands. In a second expedition, composed of 2 vessels of which he had the chief command, and which sailed from Batavia on the 14th of August, 1642, he reached the Mauritius on the September 5, and afterwards sailed to the southeast. Seeking for the Australian continent. On the November 24 in latitude 42 degrees 25 minutes south, he discovered land, to which he gave the name of Van Diemen, after the governor of the Sunda Islands, but which is now with much greater justice called Tasmania. He anchored there in Frederick Hendrick Bay, and ascertained that the country was inhabited, although he could not see a single native. After following this coast for a certain time, he sailed eastwards, with the intention of afterwards making once more for the north, to reach the Solomon Archipelago. On the December 13, in latitude 42 degrees 10 minutes, he came in sight of a mountainous country which he followed towards the north, until the December 18, when he cast anchor in a bay. But even the boldest of the savages whom he met with there, did not approach the ship within a stone's throw. Their voices were rough, their stature tall, their color brown inclining to yellow, and their black hair, which was nearly as long as that of the Japanese, was worn drawn up to the crown of the head. On the morrow they summoned courage to go on board one of the vessels and carry on traffic by means of barter. Tasman, upon seeing these pacific dispositions, dispatched a boat for the purpose of obtaining a more accurate knowledge of the shore. Of the sailors who manned it, 3 were killed without provocation by the natives, while the others escaped by swimming, and were picked up by the ship's boats, but by the time they were in readiness to fire upon the assailants, these had disappeared. The spot where this sad event happened, received the name of Assassins, Moordenaars, Bay. Tasman, who felt convinced that he could not carry on any intercourse with such fierce people, weighed anchor and sailed up the coast as far as its extreme point, which he named Cape Maria Van Diemen, in honor of his lady. For a legend states that having had the audacity to pretend to the hand of the daughter of the governor of the East Indies, the latter had sent him to sea with 2 dilapidated ships, the Heemskirk and the Zeechen. 3 were killed by the natives without provocation. The land thus discovered received the name of Staten Land, soon changed into that of New Zealand. On the January 21, 1643, Tasman discovered the islands of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, upon which he found a great quantity of pigs, fowls, and fruit. On the February 6, the ships entered an archipelago, consisting of a score of islands, which were called Prince William Islands, and after sighting Anthong Java, Tasman followed the coast of New Guinea from Cape Santa Maria. Passed by the various points previously discovered by Lemaire and Schouten, and anchored off Batavia on the June 15 following, after a 10 months' voyage. In a second expedition, Tasman, in obedience to his orders dated 1664, was to visit Van Diemen's Land, and to make a careful examination of the western coast of New Guinea, as far as 17 degrees south latitude, in order to ascertain whether that island belonged to the Australian continent. It does not appear that Tasman carried out this program, but the loss of his journals causes complete uncertainty as to the route which he followed, and the discoveries which he may have made. From this time there is no record of the events which marked the close of his career, nor of the place and date of his death. From the period of the taking of Malacca by Albuquerque, the Portuguese conceived that a new world extended to the south of Asia. Their ideas were soon shared by the Spaniards, and henceforward a series of voyages were made on the Pacific Ocean, to search for a southern continent, of which the existence appeared geographically necessary to counterbalance the immense extent of the lands already known. Java the Great, designated later by the names of New Holland and Australia, had been seen by the French perhaps, or as is more probable by Saavedra, from 1530 to 1540, and it was sought for by a crowd of navigators, amongst whom we may mention the Portuguese, Serrao and Menezes, and the Spaniards, Saavedra, Hernando de Grijalva, Alvarado, and Inigo Ortiz de Redes, who explored the greater part of the islands to the north of New Guinea, as well as that great island itself. Afterwards come Mendana, Torres, and Quiros, upon whose deeds we shall pause a little, on account of the importance and authenticity of the discoveries which we owe to them. Alvaro Mendana de Neira was nephew to the governor of Lima, Don Pedro de Castro, who warmly advocated with the home government his nephew's project of searching for new countries in the Pacific Ocean. Mendana was 21 when he took the command of 2 ships and 125 soldiers and sailors. He sailed from Callao, the port of Lima, on the November 19, 1567. After sighting the small island of Jesus, he discovered on the February 7 between 7 degrees and 8 degrees south latitude, the island of Santa Isabella, where the Spaniards built a brigantine, with which they explored the archipelago of which this island was a part. The inhabitants, says the narrative of a companion of Mendana, are anthropophagi, they devour those whom they can make their prisoners in war, and even without being in open hostility, those whom they can succeed in taking by treachery. One of the chiefs in the island sent to Mendana as a delicacy, a quarter of a child, but the Spanish commander caused it to be buried in the presence of the natives, who appeared much hurt by an act which they could not understand. The Spaniards explored the island Las Palmas, Palm Island, Los Ramos, so named because it was discovered on Palm Sunday, Galley Island, and Buena Vista, of which the inhabitants, under the appearance of friendship, concealed hostile intentions, which were not long in displaying themselves. The same reception awaited the Spaniards at the island San Dimas, at Cesarga, and at Guadalcanar, upon which ginger was found for the first time. In the return voyage to Santa Isabella, the Spaniards pursued a course which enabled them to discover St. George Island, where they found bats as large as kites. Scarcely had the crew of the brigantine cast anchor in the harbor of Santa Isabella, than they were obliged again to weigh it, for the place was so unhealthy that 5 soldiers died and a great number of others were taken ill. Mendana stopped at the island of Guadalcanar, where out of 10 men who had landed to fetch water, 1 Negro alone escaped from the attacks of the natives, who were extremely angry at one of their fellows having been carried off by the Spaniards. The punishment was terrible, 20 men were killed and a number of houses burnt. Mendana afterwards visited several islands of the Solomon archipelago, amongst others the 3 Marys and San Juan. Upon the latter island, whilst the ships were being repaired and caulked, several affrays with the natives occurred, in which some prisoners were made. After this checkered rest, Mendana again put to sea, and visited the islands of San Cristobal, Santa Catalina, and Santa Ana. But as by this time the number of invalids was considerable, the provisions and ammunition nearly exhausted, and the rigging become rotten, the flotilla now set out to return to Peru. The separation of the flagship, the discovery of certain islands which it is difficult to identify, and probably of the Sandwich Islands, violent storms, during which the sails were carried away. The sickness caused by the insufficiency and putrefaction of the water and biscuit on board, were all incidents signalizing this long and trying return voyage, which was ended by the arrival of the ships at the port of Colima in California after 5 months of navigation. The narrative of Mendana excited no enthusiasm, in spite of the name of Solomon which he gave to the archipelago discovered by him, to make it believed that from thence came the treasures of the Jewish king. Marvelous recitals had no longer any fascination for men glutted with the riches of Peru. Proofs were what they demanded, the smallest nugget of gold, or the least grain of silver would have been more satisfactory to them. Mendana had 27 years to wait before he was able to organize another expedition, but then his fleet was a large one, it being proposed to found a colony in the island of San Cristobal which Alvaro de Mendana had seen during his first voyage. Thus 4 ships carrying nearly 400 people sailed from the port of Lima on the April 11, 1595. Amongst those on board may be named Dona Isabella, wife of Mendana, the 3 brothers-in-law of the general, and the pilot Pedro Fernandez Quiros, who later on distinguished himself as commander-in-chief of another expedition. The fleet did not finally leave the Peruvian coast, where its equipment had been completed, until the April 16. At the end of a month's navigation, not distinguished by any remarkable incident, an island was discovered, which according to custom received the name of the saint whose day it was, and was called Magdalena. Immediately the fleet was surrounded by a crowd of canoes bearing more than 400 Indians, of fine stature and nearly white, and who while presenting coconuts and other fruits to the sailors, appeared to entreat them to disembark. The natives no sooner came on board than they began to pilfer, and it was necessary to fire a cannon to get rid of them. A wound which one of the natives received in the fray soon changed their disposition, and a discharge of musketry was the reply to the shower of arrows which they let fly from their boats. Not far from this island 3 others were discovered, San Pedro, Dominica, and Santa Cristina, and the name of Los Marqueses de Mendaca was given to the group, in honor of the governor of Peru. So friendly had been the intercourse at the beginning, that an Indian woman upon seeing the beautiful fair hair of Dona Isabella de Mendana had begged her by signs to give her a curl of it. But by the fault of the Spaniards the mutual relations speedily became hostile, and so continued until the day when the natives, becoming conscious of the great inferiority of their arms, begged for peace. On the August 5 the Spanish flotilla again put to sea and made 1,200 miles west-northwest. On the August 20 were discovered the St. Bernard, since called Dangerous Islands, and afterwards Queen Charlotte's Islands, upon which notwithstanding the scarcity of provisions, no landing was made. After Solitary Island, a name which explains its situation, the Santa Cruz archipelago was reached. But at this time, during a storm, the flagship became separated from the fleet, and although search was made several times, no tidings of her were obtained. 50 canoes, carrying a crowd of natives of a tawny complexion, or of a lustrous black, immediately approached the ships. All had frizzled hair, black, red, or some other color, for it was dyed, their teeth also were dyed red. The head was half-shaven, the body was naked, except a small veil of fine linen, the face and the arms painted black, glittering and striped with various colors. The neck and limbs loaded with several strings of small beads, of gold, or of black wood, of fish's teeth, or of a species of metals made of mother of pearl, or of pearls. For arms they carried bows, poisoned arrows with sharp points hardened in the fire, or tipped with bone and steeped in the juice of a herb, great stones, heavy wooden swords made of stiff wood, with 3 harpoon points, each more than a handbreadth long. Slung over their shoulders they had haversacks exceedingly well made out of palm leaves, and filled with biscuits made from certain roots which serve them for food. Dona Isabella consults the officers. At first Mendana thought he recognized in these natives the inhabitants of the islands he was seeking, but he was quickly undeceived. The vessels were received with a shower of arrows, which was the more vexatious because Mendana, seeing that he could not find the Solomon Islands, had determined to establish his colony in this archipelago. At this juncture, discord reigned among the Spaniards, a revolt fomented against the general was almost immediately suppressed, and the guilty were executed. But these sorrowful events and the fatigues of the voyage had so completely undermined the health of the head of the expedition, that he died on the October 17. After having had time to indicate his wife as his successor in the conduct of the enterprise. After the death of Mendana the hostilities with the natives redoubled, and many of the Spaniards were so exhausted by sickness and hardships, that a score of thoroughly determined natives might easily have gained the mastery over them. To persist in the intention of founding a settlement under such conditions would have been folly, all agreed in this, and the anchor was raised on the November 18. Dona Isabella de Mendana's project was to go to Manila, and there to obtain recruits from amongst the colonists, with whom she would return to found a settlement. She consulted the officers, who all gave their approval in writing. And she found in Quiros a devotion and skill which were speedily to be put to a severe proof. They at once steered away from New Guinea, in order to avoid being entangled amongst the numerous archipelagos surrounding it, and also to enable them sooner to reach the Philippines, which the dilapidated state of the ships rendered necessary. After passing within sight of several islands surrounded by reefs of madrepore, upon which the crews wished to land, a permission which Quiros with great prudence always refused, after having been separated from one of the ships of the squadron, which could not or would not follow, the flotilla arrived at the Ladrone, soon to be called the Marianne Islands. The Spaniards went on shore several times to buy some provisions. The natives did not desire either their silver or gold, but set the highest value upon iron and all tools made of that metal. The narrative contains here some details upon the veneration shown by the natives towards their ancestors, which are curious enough to warrant our reproducing them verbatim. They take out the bones from the bodies of their relations, burn the flesh, and mixing the ashes with tuba, a wine made from the cocoa palm, swallow them. They weep for the dead every year for a whole week. There are a great number of female mourners, who are to be hired for the purpose. Besides that, all the neighbors come to weep in the house of the deceased. the compliment being returned to them when the turn comes for the feast to take place at their house. These anniversaries are much frequented, all those assisting at them being liberally regaled. They weep all day and drink to intoxication all night. They recite in the midst of tears, the life and deeds of the dead, beginning with the moment of his birth, and dealing with the whole course of his life, recounting his strength, his height, his beauty, in a word, all that can in any way do him honor. If some amusing action occur in the recital, the company begin to laugh as if they would split their sides, then on a sudden they drink and are again drowned in tears. There are sometimes 200 persons present at these absurd anniversaries. When the Spanish crew arrived at the Philippines, it was scarcely more than a company of skeletons, emaciated and half dead with hunger. Dona Isabella landed at Manila on the February 11, 1596, under a salute from the guns, and was solemnly received in the midst of the troops drawn up under arms. The rest of the crew, 50 having died since the departure from Santa Cruz, were housed and fed at the public expense, and the women all found husbands in Manila, except 4 or 5 who embraced the religious life. As for Dona Isabella, she was escorted back to Peru some time afterwards by Quiros, who lost no time in submitting to the viceroy a project for a fresh voyage. But Luis de Velasco, who had succeeded Mendoza, referred the navigator to the King of Spain and the Council of the Indies, under the pretext that such a decision would overstep the limits of his authority. Quiros therefore went to Spain and thence to Rome, where he received a kindly welcome from the Pope, who recommended him warmly to Philip III. At length in 1605, after numberless applications and solicitations, he was empowered to fit out at Lima the 2 vessels which he should judge the most suitable for the investigation of the Australian continent and for continuing the discoveries of Mendana. With 2 ships and 1 light vessel, Quiros set out from Callao on the December 21, 1605. At 3,000 miles from Peru he had as yet discovered no land. In latitude 25 degrees south he observed a group of small islands belonging to the dangerous archipelago. These were the Conversion de San Pablo, the Osnabrück of Wallace, and de Quena, so named because it was the 10th island seen. Although this island was defended by rocks, intercourse was carried on with the natives, whose dwellings were scattered about amongst palm trees on the sea shore. The natives were strong and well proportioned, and their chief wore on his head a kind of crown made of small black feathers so fine and supple that they might have been taken for silk. His fair hair, which descended to the waist, excited the wonder of the Spaniards, who, not being able to understand how a man with so tawny-colored a face could have such light yellow hair, chose to think that he was married, and that he wore his wife's hair. This singular color was only due to the habitual use of powdered lime, which burns the hair and causes it to turn yellow. This island to which Quiros gave the name of Sagittaria, is, according to Fleurieu, Tahiti, one of the principal of the group of Society Islands. On the succeeding days Quiros sighted several other islands, upon which he did not land, and to which he gave names taken from the calendar, according to a practice which has changed all the native nomenclature of Oceania into a veritable litany. One island visited may be especially noticed. It was named the island of La Gente Hermosa on account of the beauty of its inhabitants, and of the fair color and coquetry of its women, who, as the Spaniards declared, even bore away the palm for grace and attractiveness from their own fellow countrywomen of Lima, whose beauty is proverbial. This island, according to Quiros, was situated upon the same parallel as Santa Cruz, to which he intended to go. He therefore sailed westward and reached an island called by the natives Tomaco, in 10 degrees south latitude and 240 miles east of Santa Cruz. This must have been one of the Duff Islands, and here Quiros was told that if he directed his course southwards, he would discover a great land, of which the inhabitants were whiter than those whom he had hitherto seen. This information determined him to abandon his scheme of going to Santa Cruz. He steered in a southwesterly direction, and after having sighted several small islands, he arrived on the May 1, 1606, in a bay more than 24 miles broad. He gave to this island the name which it still bears, of Espiritu Santo. It was one of the New Hebrides group. What events happened during the stay of the ships here? The narrative is silent upon this subject, but we know from other sources that the crew mutinied, made Quiros prisoner, and abandoning the second ship and the brigantine, set out on the June 11th to return to America, where they arrived on the October 3, 1606, after a 9 months' voyage. Ed Charton throws no light upon this incident. He is silent upon the mutiny of the crew, and even throws all the blame of the separation upon the commander of the second vessel, Luis Vz de Torres, who abandoned his chief in quitting Espiritu Santo. Now it is known by a letter from Torres himself to the King of Spain, published by Lord Stanley at the end of his English edition of Antoine de Morga's History of the Philippines, that he remained 15 days waiting for Quiros in the Bay of St. Philip and St. James. The officers met in council, resolved to weigh anchor on the June 26, and to continue the search for the Australian continent. Hindered by bad weather, which prevents him from sailing round Espiritu Santo Island, assailed by the demands of a crew over whom prevails a slight breath of mutiny, Torres decides to steer to the northeast to reach the Spanish islands. In 11 degrees 30 minutes he discovers land, which he imagines must be the commencement of New Guinea. All this land is part of New Guinea, says Torres. It is peopled by Indians who are not very white, and who go naked, although their middles are covered with the bark of trees. They fight with javelins, bucklers, and certain clubs of stone, the whole adorned with beautiful feathers. All along this land there are other inhabited islands. Upon the whole of this coast there are numerous and vast harbors, with very broad rivers and great plains. Outside these islands stretch reefs and shallows. The islands are between these dangers and the mainland, and a channel runs between. We took possession of these harbors in your Majesty's name. Having pursued this coast for 900 miles, and seen our latitude decrease from 2½ degree until we found ourselves in 9 degrees, at this point commenced a shoal of from 3 to 9 fathoms deep, which stretched along the coast to 7½ degree. Not being able to proceed farther on account of the numerous shallows and powerful currents which we encountered, we decided to alter our course to the southwest, by the deep channel which has been mentioned, as far as about 11 degrees. There is there, from one end to the other, an archipelago of innumerable islands, by which I passed. At the end of the 11th degree the bottom became deeper. There were some very large islands there, and there appeared to be more of them towards the south. They were inhabited by a black population, very robust and quite naked, bearing for arms, strong and long spears, arrows, and stone clubs roughly fashioned. Modern geographers are agreed in recognizing in the localities thus described, that portion of the Australian coast which ends in York Peninsula, and the extremity of New Guinea recently visited by Captain Moresby. It was known that Torres had entered the strait which has been named after him, and which divides New Guinea from Cape York. But the very recent exploration of the southeastern portion of New Guinea, of which the population has been discovered to be of a comparatively light color and differing much from the Papus, has just furnished an unexpected confirmation of the discoveries of Quiros. It is for this reason that we have dwelt at some length upon them, referring for the purpose to a very learned work of M.E.T. Hamey, which appeared in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie. It behoves us now to say a few words about some travelers who explored some unfrequented countries, and furnished their contemporaries with more exact knowledge of a world until then almost unknown. The first of these travelers is François Pirard, of Laval. Having embarked in 1601 on board a St. Malo ship to go to the Indies to trade, he was wrecked in the Maldive archipelago. These islets or atolls, detached coral reefs, to the number of at least 12,000, descend into the Indian Ocean from Cape Comorin as far as the equator. The worthy Pirard relates his shipwreck, the flight of a portion of his companions in captivity in the archipelago, and his long sojourn of 7 years upon the Maldive Islands. A stay rendered almost agreeable by the pains which he took to acquire the native language. He had plenty of time to learn the manners, customs, religion, and industries of the inhabitants, as well as to study the productions and climate of the country. Thus his narrative is filled with details of all kinds, and had retained its attractions until recent years, because travelers do not voluntarily frequent this unhealthy archipelago, the isolated situation of which had kept away foreigners and conquerors. Peerard's narrative therefore, is still instructive and agreeable reading. In 1607, a fleet was sent to the Maldives by the King of Bengal, in order to carry off the 100 or 120 cannon which the Maldives sovereign owed to the wreck of numerous Portuguese vessels. Peerard, notwithstanding all the liberty allowed him, and that he had become a landholder, was desirous to behold his beloved Brittany once more. He therefore eagerly embraced this opportunity of quitting the archipelago with the 3 companions who out of the whole crew alone remained with him. But the eventful travels of Peerard were not yet concluded. Taken first to Ceylon, he was carried afterwards to Bengal, and endeavored to reach Cochin. Before reaching this town he was captured by the Portuguese and carried prisoner to Cochin. He afterwards fell ill and was nursed in the hospital of Goa, which he only quitted to serve for 2 years as a soldier, at the end of which time he was again thrown into prison, and it was not until 1611 that he was able to revisit the good town of Laval. After so many trials, Peerard must doubtless have felt the need of repose, and we are justified in imagining, from the silence of history as to the close of his life, that he was privileged at length to find happiness. While the honest Burgess François Peerard was, so to speak, in spite of himself, and from having indulged the desire of making a fortune too rapidly, launched into adventures in which he had to pass much of his life. Circumstances of a different and romantic kind caused Pietro della Valle to determine upon traveling. Descendant of an ancient and noble family, he is by turns a soldier of the Pope, and a sailor chasing Barbary corsairs. Upon his return to Rome he finds that a rival, profiting by his absence, has taken his place with a young girl whom he was to have married. So great a misfortune demands an heroic remedy, and della Valle makes a vow of pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre. But if, as saith the proverb, there is no road which does not lead to Rome, so there is no circuit so long as not to lead to Jerusalem, and of this della Valle was to make proof. He embarks at Venice in 1614, passes 13 months at Constantinople, reaches Alexandria by sea, afterwards Cairo, and joins a caravan which at length brings him to Jerusalem. But while en route, Delia Valle had no doubt imbibed a taste for a traveler's life, for he visits in succession Baghdad, Damascus, Aleppo, and even pushes on as far as the ruins of Babylon. We must believe that della Valle was marked out as an easy prey to love, for upon his return he becomes enamored of a young Christian woman of Mardin, of wondrous beauty, whom he marries. One would imagine that here at length is fixed the destiny of this indefatigable traveler. Nothing of the kind. Della Valle contrives to accompany the Shah in his war against the Turks, and to traverse during 4 consecutive years the provinces of Iran. He quits Ispahan in 1621, loses his wife in the month of December of the same year, causes her to be embalmed, and has her coffin carried about in his train for 4 years longer, which he devotes to exploring Ormuz, the western coasts of India, the Persian Gulf, Aleppo, and Syria, landing at length at Naples in 1626. The countries which this singular character visited, urged on as he was by an extraordinary enthusiasm, are described by him in a shrewd, gay, and natural style, and even with some degree of fidelity. But he inaugurates the pleiad of amateur, curious, and commercial travelers. He is the first of that prolific race of tourists who each year encumber geographical literature with numerous volumes, from which the savant finds nothing to glean beyond meager details. Tavernier is a specimen of insatiable curiosity. At 22 he has traversed France, England, the Low Countries, Germany, Switzerland, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. Then when Europe no longer offers any food for his curiosity, he starts for Constantinople, where he remains for a year, and then arrives in Persia, where the opportunity end. Quelques diable, aussi, le pausant. He sets to work to purchase carpets, stuffs, precious stones, and those thousand trifles of which lovers of curiosities soon became passionately fond, and for which they were ready to pay fabulous sums. The profit which Tavernier realized from his cargo induced him to resume his travels. But like a wise and prudent man, before starting he learnt from a jeweler the art of knowing precious stones. During 4 successive journeys from 1638 to 1663, he travelled over Persia, the Mughal Empire, the the Indies as far as the frontier of China, and the islands of Sunda. Dazzled by the immense fortune which his traffic had obtained for him, Tavernier would play the lord, and soon saw himself on the verge of ruin, which he hoped to avert by sending one of his nephews to the east with a considerable venture. But instead, his ruin was consummated by this young man, who, judging it best to appropriate the goods which had been confided to him, settled down at Ispahan. Tavernier, who was a well-educated man, made a number of interesting observations upon the history, manners and customs, of the countries which he visited. His narrative certainly contributed to give his contemporaries a much more correct idea of the countries of the East than they previously possessed. All travelers during the reign of Louis XIV take the route to the East Indies, whatever may be the end they have in view. Africa is entirely deserted, and if America be the theater of any real exploration, it is carried out without aid from government. Whilst Tavernier was accomplishing his last and distant excursions, a distinguished archaeologist, Jean de Thevenot, nephew of Melchisedec Thevenot, a learned man to whom we owe an interesting series of travels, journeyed through Europe and visited Malta, Constantinople, Egypt, Tunis, and Italy. He brought back in 1661 an important collection of medals and monumental inscriptions, recognized nowadays as so important a help to the historian and the philologist. In 1664, he set out anew for the Levant, and visited Persia, Bassora, Surat, and India, where he saw Masulipatam, Burampur, Aurungabad, and Golconda. But the fatigues which he had experienced prevented his return to Europe, and he died in Armenia in 1667. The success of his narratives was considerable, and was well deserved by the care and exactitude of a traveler whose scientific attainments in history, geography, and mathematics, far surpassed the average level of his contemporaries. We must now speak of the amiable Bernier, the pretty philosopher, as he was entitled in his polite circle, in which were found Ninon and La Fontaine, Madame de la Sablière, St. Evremont and Chapelle, without reckoning many other good and gay spirits, refractories from the stiff solemnity which then weighed upon the entourage of Louis XIV. Bernier could not escape from the fashion of travelling. After having taken a rapid survey of Syria and Egypt, he resided for 12 years in India, where his good knowledge of medicine conciliated the favour of Aurungzebe, and gave him the opportunity of beholding in detail, and with profit, an empire then in the full bloom of its prosperity. To the south of Hindostan, Ceylon had more than one surprise in reserve for its explorers. Robert Knox, taken prisoner by the natives, owed to this sad circumstance his long residence in the country and the collection of the first authentic documents relating to the forests and the savage natives of Ceylon, the Dutch. With a commercial jealousy which they were not singular in evincing, having until now kept secret all the information which had come to light concerning an island of which they were endeavoring to make a colony. Jean Chardin. From an old print. Another merchant, Jean Chardin, the son of a rich Parisian jeweler, jealous of the successes of Tavernier, desired, like him, to make his fortune by trading in diamonds. The countries which attract these merchants are those of which the fame for wealth and prosperity is become proverbial. These are Persia and India, where rich costumes sparkle with jewels and gold, and where there are mines of diamonds of a fabulous size. The moment is well chosen for visiting these countries. Thanks to the Mughal emperors, civilization and art have been developed, mosques, palaces, temples have been built, and towns have risen suddenly. Their taste, that curious taste, so distinctly characterized, so different from our own, is displayed in the construction of gigantic edifices, quite as much as in jewelry and goldsmiths' work. And in the manufacture of those costly trifles of which the East was beginning to be passionately fond. Like a wise man, Chardin takes a partner, as good a connoisseur as himself. At first Chardin only traversed Persia in order to reach Ormuz and to embark for the Indies. The following year he returns to Ispahan, and applies himself to learn the language of the country, in order to be able to transact business directly and without any intermediary agent. He has the good fortune to please the Shah, Abbas II. From that time his fortune is made, for it is at once genteel and also the part of a prudent courtier to employ the same purveyor as his sovereign. But Chardin had another merit besides that of making a fortune. He was able to collect so considerable a mass of information concerning the government, manners, creeds, customs, towns, and populations of Persia, that his narrative has remained to our own days the vade-mecum of the traveler. This guide is so much the more precious because Chardin took care to engage at Constantinople a clever draftsman named Grelet, by whom were reproduced the monuments, cities, scenes, costumes, and ceremonies which so well portray what Chardin called, the everyday of a people. When Chardin returned to France in 1670, the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, with the barbarous persecutions which resulted from it, had chased from their country great numbers of artisans, who, taking refuge in foreign countries, enriched them with our arts and manufactures. Chardin, being a Protestant, clearly perceived that his religion would hinder him from attaining to what are termed honors and advancement. As, to use his own words, one is not free to believe what one will, he resolved to return to the Indies, where, without being urged to a change of religion, he could not fail of attaining an honorable position. Thus liberty of conscience was at that period greater in Persia than in France. Such an assertion on the part of a man who had made the comparison, is but little flattering to the grandson of Henry IV. This time, however, Chardin did not follow the same route as before. He passed by Smyrna and Constantinople, and from thence, crossing the Black Sea, he landed in the Crimea, in the garb of a religious. Whilst passing through the region of the Caucasus he had the opportunity of studying the Abkhazians and Circassians. He afterwards penetrated into Mingrelia, where he was robbed of his goods and papers, and of a portion of the jewels which he was taking back to Europe. He could not have escaped himself had it not been for the devotion to him of the Theatines, from whom he had received hospitality, but he escaped only to fall into the hands of the Turks, who, in their turn, accepted a ransom for him. After further misadventures he arrived at Tiflis on the 17th of December, 1672, and as Georgia was then governed by a prince who was a tributary of the Shah of Persia, it was easy for Chardin to reach Yerevan, Tauriz, and finally Ispahan. After a stay of 4 years in Persia, and a concluding journey to India, during which he realized a considerable fortune, Chardin returned to Europe and settled in England, his own country on account of his religion, being forbidden ground to him. The journal of his travels forms a large work, in which everything that concerns Persia is especially developed. The long stay he made in the country and his intimate acquaintance with the highest personages of the state enabled him to collect numerous and authentic documents. It may fairly be said that in this way Persia was better known in the 17th century than it was 100 years later. The countries which Chardin had just explored were visited again some years later by a Dutch painter, Cornelius de Bruyne, or Lebrun. The great value of his work consists in the beauty and accuracy of the drawings which illustrate it, for as far as the text is concerned, it contains nothing which was not known before, except in what relates to the Samoyeds, whom he was the first to visit. Japanese warrior. From an old print. We must now speak of the Westphalian, Känfer, almost a naturalized Swede in consequence of his long sojourn in Scandinavian countries. He refused the brilliant position which was there offered him in order to accompany as secretary, an ambassador who was going to Moscow. He was thus enabled to see the principal cities of Russia, a country which at that period had scarcely entered upon the path of Western civilization. Afterwards he went to Persia, where he quitted the ambassador Fabricius, in order to enter the service of the Dutch Company of the Indies, and to continue his travels. He thus visited in the first place Persepolis, Shiraz, Ormuz upon the Persian Gulf, where he was extremely ill, and whence he embarked in 1688 for the East Indies. Arabia Felix, India, the Malabar coast, Ceylon, Java, Sumatra, and Japan were afterwards all visited by him. The object of these journeys was exclusively scientific. Känfer was a physician, but was more especially devoted to the various branches of natural history, and collected, described, drew, or dried, a considerable number of plants then unknown in Europe. Gave new information upon their use in medicine or manufactures, and collected an immense herbarium, which is now preserved with the greater part of his manuscripts in the British Museum in London. But the most interesting portion of his narrative, nowadays indeed quite obsolete and very incomplete since the country has been opened up to our scientific men, was for a long time that relating to Japan. He had contrived to procure books treating of the history, literature, and learning of the country, when he had failed in obtaining from certain personages to whom he had rendered himself very acceptable information which was not usually imparted to foreigners. To conclude, if all the travelers of whom we have just spoken are not strictly speaking discoverers, if they do not explore countries unknown before, they all have, in various degrees and according to their ability or their studies, the merit of having rendered the countries which they visited better known. Besides, they were able to banish to the domain of fable many of the tales which others less learned had naively accepted, and which had for long become so completely public property that nobody dreamed of disputing them. Thanks to these travelers, something is known of the history of the East, the migrations of nations began to be dimly suspected, and accounts to be given of the changes in those great empires of which the very existence had been long problematical. Chapter 6. The Great Corsair. William Dampier, or a Sea King of the 17th century. William Dampier was born in 1612 at East Coker, and by the death of his parents was from his childhood left to his own control. Not possessing any great taste for study, he preferred running wild in the woods, and fighting with his companions, to remaining in his place on the school benches. While still young he was sent to sea as cabin boy on board merchant ships. After a voyage to Newfoundland and a campaign in the East Indies, he took service in the naval marine, and being wounded in a battle, returned to Greenwich to be nursed. Free from any prejudices, Dampier forgot his engagement when he left the military hospital, and started for Jamaica in the position of manager of a plantation. It did not require a long trial to discover that this occupation was not to his taste. So he abandoned his negroes at the end of 6 months, and went on board a ship bound for the Bay of Campeche, where he worked for 3 years at gathering in woods for dyeing. At the end of that period he is again found in London, but the laws and the officers charged with compelling their observance are too strict for his comfort. He goes back to Jamaica, where he speedily puts himself into communication with those famous buccaneers and corsairs, who at that time did so much harm to the Spaniards. These English or French adventurers, established in the island of Tortuga, off the coast of San Domingo, had sworn implacable hatred to Spain. Their ravages were not confined to the Gulf of Mexico, they crossed the Isthmus of Panama and devastated the coast of the Pacific Ocean from the Strait of Magellan to California. Terror exaggerated the exploits of these pirates, which however presented something of the marvelous. It was amongst these adventurers, then commanded by Harris, Sawkins, and Shays, that Dampier enrolled himself. In 1680 we find him in Darien, where he pillages Santa Maria, endeavors in vain to surprise Panama, and with his companions, on board of some wretched canoes stolen from the Indians, captures 8 vessels well armed, which were at anchor not far from the town. In this affair the losses of the corsairs are so great in the fight, and the spoil is so poor, that they separate from each other. Some go back to the Gulf of Mexico, while others establish themselves upon the island of Juan Fernandez, whence shortly after they attack Arica. But here again they were so roughly handled that a new secession takes place, and Dampier is sent to Virginia, where his captain hoped to make some recruits. Their captain Cook was fitting out a vessel, with the intention of reaching the Pacific by the Strait of Magellan, and Dampier joins the expedition. It begins by privateering upon the African coast, in the Cape de Verde Islands, at Sierra Leone, and in the river Shrewsbury, for this is the route habitually taken by the ships going to South America. In 36 degrees south latitude, Dampier, who notes in his journal every interesting fact, remarks that the sea is become white or rather pale, but of this he cannot explain the reason, which he might easily have done had he made use of the microscope. The Cebuldine Islands are passed without incident, the Strait of Le Maire is traversed, Cape Horn is doubled on the February 6, 1684, and as soon as he can escape from the storms which usually assail ships entering the Pacific, Captain Cook arrives at the island of Juan Fernandez, where he hopes to revictual. Dampier wondered if he would find a Nicaraguan Indian there, who had been left behind in 1680 by Captain Sharp. This Indian had remained alone upon the island for more than 3 years. He had been in the woods hunting goats when the English captain had ordered his men to re-embark, and they had set sail without perceiving his absence. He had only his gun and his knife, with a small horn of powder and a little lead. When his powder and lead were exhausted, he had contrived to saw the barrel of his gun into small pieces with his knife, and out of them to make harpoons, spears, fish hooks and a long knife. With these instruments he obtained all the supplies which the island afforded, goats and fish. At the distance of 1/2 mile from the sea, he had a small hut covered with goat skins. He had no clothes left, but an animal's skin covered his loins. We have dwelt at some length upon this involuntary hermit because he served Daniel Defoe as the original of his Robinson Crusoe, a romance which has formed the delight of every child. We shall not relate minutely all the expeditions in which Dampier participated. Suffice it to mention that in this campaign he visited the Galapagos Islands. In 1686, Dampier was serving on board of Captain Swan's ship, who, seeing that the greater part of his enterprises failed, went to the East Indies, where the Spaniards were less upon their guard, and where the corsairs reckoned upon seizing the Manila galleon. But when our adventurers arrived at Guaham, they had only 3 days' provisions, and the sailors had plotted, if the voyage should be prolonged, to eat in turn all those who had declared themselves in favor of the voyage, and to begin with the captain who had proposed it. Dampier's turn would have come next. Thus it came to pass, says he very humorously, that after having cast anchor at Guaham, Swan embraced him and said, "Ah, Dampier, you would have made them but a sorry meal." He was right, he adds, for I was as thin and lean, as he was fat and plump. Mindanao, Manila, certain parts of the Chinese coasts, the Moluccas, New Holland, and the Nicobar Islands, were the places visited and plundered by Dampier in this campaign. In the last-named archipelago he became separated from his companions, and was discovered half dead upon the coast of Sumatra. Ah! Dampier, you would have afforded them but a sorry meal. During this voyage, Dampier had discovered several hitherto unknown islands, and especially the Bachi group. Like the thorough adventurer he was, immediately he recovered his health he travelled over the south of Asia, Malacca, Tonkin, Madras, and Bencoolen, where he enrolled himself as an artilleryman in the English service. 5 months afterwards he deserted and returned to London. The narrative of his adventures and his privateering obtained for him a certain amount of sympathy amongst the higher classes, and he was presented to the Earl of Oxford, Lord High Admiral. He speedily received the command of the ship Roebuck to attempt a voyage of discovery in the seas which he had already explored. He left England on the January 14, 1699, with the intention of passing through the Strait of Magellan, or of making the tour of Tierra del Fuego, so as to commence his discoveries on the coasts of the Pacific, which had hitherto received the visits of a comparatively small number of travelers. After crossing the line on the March 10, he sailed for Brazil, where the ship was revictualled. Far from being able again to descend the coast of Patagonia, he beheld himself driven by the wind to 48 miles south of the Cape of Good Hope, whence he steered east-southeast towards New Holland. A long passage which was not signalized by any adventure. On the August 1, Dampier saw land, and at once sought for a harbor in which to land. 5 days later he entered the Bay of Sea Dogs upon the western coast of Australia. But he only found there a sterile soil, and met with neither water nor vegetation. Until the August 31, he sailed along this coast without discovering what he sought. Once when he landed, he had a slight skirmish with some of the inhabitants, who seemed to be very thinly scattered over the country. Their chief was a young man of middle height, but quick and vigilant. His eyes were surrounded by a single ring of white paint, while a stripe of the same color descended from the top of his forehead to the end of his nose. His chest and arms were likewise striped with white. His companions were black, fierce in aspect, their hair woolly, and in shape they were tall and slender. For 5 weeks Dampier hovered near land, and found neither water nor provisions. However, he would not give in, and intended to continue to ascend the coast northwards, but the shallows which he incessantly encountered, and the monsoon from the northwest which was soon due, obliged him to give up the enterprise. after having discovered more than 900 miles of the Australian continent. He afterwards steered towards Timor, where he intended to repose and recruit his crew, exhausted by the long voyage. But he knew little of these parts, and his charts were quite insufficient. He was therefore obliged to make a reconnaissance of it, as if the Dutch had not already been long settled there. Thus he discovered a passage between Timor and Anamabayo, in a locality in which his map only indicated a bay. The arrival of Dampier in a port known only to themselves, astonished and greatly displeased the Dutch. They imagined that the English could only have reached it by means of charts taken on board a ship of their own. However, in the end they recovered from their fright and received the strangers with kindness. Although the precursors of the monsoon were making themselves felt, Dampier again put to sea, and steered towards the western coast of New Guinea, where he arrived on the February 4, 1700, near to Cape Maho of the Dutch. Amongst the things which struck him, Dampier notices the prodigious quantities of a species of pigeon, bats of extraordinary size, and scallops, a kind of shell fish, of which the empty shell weighed as much as 258 pounds. On the 7th of February he approaches King William's Island and runs to the east, where he soon sights the Cape of Good Hope of Schouten, and the island named after that navigator. On the 24th the crew witnessed a curious spectacle. 2 fish, which had accompanied the vessel for 5 or 6 days, perceived a great sea serpent, and began to pursue it. They were about the shape and size of mackerel, but yellow and green in color. The serpent, who fled from them with great swiftness, carried his head out of the water, and one of them attempted to seize his tail. As soon as he turned round, the first fish remained in the rear, and the other took his place. They retained their wind for a long time, always heedful to defend themselves by flight, until they were lost to view. On the 25th, Dampier gave the name of St. Matthias to a mountainous island, 30 miles long, situated above and to the east of the Admiralty Islands. Further on at the distance of 21 or 24 miles, he discovered another island, which received the name of Squally Island, on account of violent whirlwinds which prevented him from landing upon it. Dampier believed himself to be on the coast of New Guinea, while he was in reality sailing along that of New Ireland. He endeavored to land there, but he was surrounded by canoes carrying more than 200 natives, and the shore was covered by a large crowd. Seeing that it would be imprudent to send a boat on shore, Dampier ordered the ship to be put about. Scarcely was the order given, when the ship was assailed by showers of stones, which the natives hurled from a machine of which Dampier could not discover the shape, but which caused the name of Slingers Bay to be given to this locality. A single discharge of cannon stupefied the natives, and put an end to hostilities. A little further on, at some distance from the coast of New Ireland, the English discover the islands of Dennis and St. John. Dampier is the first to pass through the strait which separates New Ireland from New Britain, and discovers Vulcan, Crown, Rook, Long Reach and Burning Islands. Battle in Slingers Bay. After this long cruise, distinguished by important discoveries, Dampier again steered towards the west, reached Missouri Island, and at length arrived at the island of Ceram, one of the Moluccas, where he made a somewhat long stay. He went afterwards to Borneo, passed through the Strait of Macassar, and on the 23rd of June anchored at Batavia, in the island of Java. He remained there until the 17th of October, when he set out for Europe. On arriving at the island of Ascension on the 23rd of February, 1701, his vessel had so considerable a leak that it was impossible to stop it. It was necessary to run the ship aground and to put the crew and cargo on shore. Happily there was no want of water, turtles, goats, and land crabs, which prevented any fear of dying of hunger before some ship should call at the island, and transport the shipwrecked sailors to their country. For this they had not long to wait, for on the 2nd of April an English vessel took them on board and carried them to England. We shall have occasion again to speak of Dampier with relation to the voyages of Wood Rogers. 2. The Pole and America. Hudson and Baffin, Champlain and La Salle, the English upon the coast of the Atlantic, the Spaniards in South America. Summary of the information acquired at the close of the 17th century, the measure of the terrestrial degree, progress of cartography, inauguration of Mathematical geography. Although the attempts to find a passage by the northwest had been abandoned by the English for 20 years, they had not, however, given up the idea of seeking by that way, for a passage which was only to be discovered in our own days, and of which the absolute impracticability was then to be ascertained. A clever sailor, Henry Hudson, of whom Ellis says, that never did anyone better understand the seafaring profession, that his courage was equal to any emergency, and that his application was indefatigable, concluded an agreement with a company of merchants to search for the passage by the northwest. On the 1st of May, 1607, he sailed from Gravesend in the Hopewell, a craft about the size of one of the smallest of modern collier brigs, and having on board a crew of 12 men. And on the 13th of June, reached the eastern coast of Greenland at 73 degrees, and gave it a name answering to the hopes he entertained, in calling it Cape Hold with Hope. The weather here was finer and less cold than it had been 10 degrees southwards. By the 27th of June, Hudson had advanced 5 degrees more to the north, but on the 2nd of July, by one of the sudden changes which so frequently occur in those countries, the cold became severe. The sea, however, remained free, the air was still, and driftwood floated about in large quantity. On the 14th of the same month, in 33 degrees 23 minutes, the master's mate and the boatswain of the vessel landed upon a shore which formed the northern part of Spitzbergen. Traces of musk oxen, and foxes, great abundance of aquatic birds, 2 streams of fresh water, one of them being warm, proved to our navigators that it was possible to live in these extreme latitudes at this period of the year. Hudson, who had re-embarked without delay, found himself arrested at the height of 82 degrees, by thick pack ice, which he endeavored in vain to penetrate or sail round. He was compelled to return to England, where he arrived on September 15, after having discovered an island, which is probably that of Jan Mayen. The route followed in this first voyage having had no result towards the north, Hudson would try another, and accordingly set sail on April 21 in the following year, and advanced between Spitzbergen and Nova Zembla. But he could only follow for a certain distance the coast of that vast land, without being able to attain as high an elevation as he had wished. The failure of this second attempt was more complete than that of the voyage of 1607. In consequence, the English company, which had defrayed the expenses of both attempts, declined to proceed further. This was doubtless the reason which decided Hudson to take service in Holland. The Company of Amsterdam gave him, in 1609, the command of a vessel, with which he set sail from the Texel at the beginning of the year. Having doubled the North Cape, he advanced along the coasts of Nova Zembla. But his crew, composed of English and Dutch, who had made voyages to the East Indies, were soon disheartened by the cold and ice. Hudson found himself forced to change his route, and to propose to his sailors, who were in open mutiny, to seek for a passage either by Davis's Strait, or the coasts of Virginia, where, according to the information of Captain Smith, who had frequently visited them, an outlet must surely be found. The choice of this crew, little accustomed to discipline, could not be doubtful. In order not to render the outlay of the company completely abortive, Hudson was obliged to make for the Faroe Islands, to descend southward as low as 44 degrees, and to search on the coast of America for the strait, of the existence of which he had been assured. On July 18, he disembarked on the continent, in order to replace his foremast, which had been broken in a storm, and he took the opportunity of bartering furs with the natives. But his undisciplined sailors, having by their exactions roused the indignation of the poor and peaceable natives, compelled him again to set sail. He continued to follow the coast until August 3, and then landed a second time. At 40 degrees 30 minutes, he discovered a great bay which he explored in a canoe for more than 150 miles. In the meantime, his provisions began to run short, and it was impossible to procure supplies on land. The crew, which appears to have imposed its wishes on its captain during this whole voyage, assembled. Some proposed to winter in Newfoundland, in order to resume the search for the passage in the following year, others wished to make for Ireland. This latter proposition was adopted, but when they approached the shores of Great Britain, the land proved so attractive to his men, that Hudson was obliged, on November 7, to cast anchor at Dartmouth. The following year, 1610, notwithstanding all the mortifications which he had experienced, Hudson tried to renew his engagement with the Dutch company. But the terms which they named as the price of their concurrence compelled him to renounce the project, and induced him to submit to the requirements of the English company. This company imposed on Hudson as a condition, that he should carry on board, rather as an assistant than as a subordinate, a clever seaman, named Colburn, in whom they had full confidence. It is easy to understand how mortifying this condition was to Hudson. Accordingly, he took the earliest opportunity of ridding himself of the superintendent who had been imposed upon him. He had not yet left the Thames when he sent Colburn back to shore with a letter for the company, in which he endeavored to palliate and justify this certainly very strange proceeding. Towards the end of May, when the ship had cast anchor in one of the ports of the island, the crew formed on the subject of Colburn, its first conspiracy, which was repressed without difficulty, and when Hudson quitted the island on June 1st. He had re-established his authority. After having passed Frobisher's Strait, he sighted the land of desolation of Davis, entered the strait which has received his name, and speedily penetrated into a wide bay, the entire western coast of which he examined until the beginning of September. At this epoch, one of the inferior officers, continuing to excite revolt against his chief, was superseded, but this act of justice only exasperated the sailors. In the early part of November, Hudson, having arrived at the extremity of the bay, sought for an appropriate spot to winter in, and having soon found one, drew up the ship on dry land. It is difficult to understand such a resolution. On the one hand, Hudson had left England with provisions for 6 months only, which had already been largely reduced, and he could scarcely reckon, considering the barrenness of the country, upon procuring a further supply of nourishment. On the other, the crew had exhibited such numerous signs of mutiny, that he could hardly rely upon its discipline and goodwill. Nevertheless, although the English were often obliged to content themselves with scanty rations, they did not, owing to the arrival of great numbers of birds, pass a very distressing winter. But, on the return of spring, as soon as the ship was prepared to resume her route to England, Hudson found that his fate was decided. He made his arrangements accordingly, distributed to each his share of biscuit, paid the wages due, and awaited the course of events. He had not long to wait. The conspirators seized their captain, his son, a volunteer, the carpenter, and 5 sailors, put them on board a boat, without arms, provisions, or instruments, and abandoned them to the mercy of the ocean. The culprits reached England again, but not all. 2 were killed in an encounter with the Indians, another died of sickness, while the others were sorely tried by famine. Eventually, no prosecution was commenced against them. Only, the company, in 1674, procured employment, on board a vessel, for the son of Henry Hudson, lost in the discovery of the Northwest, the son being entirely destitute of resources. Hudson abandoned by his crew. The expeditions of Hudson were followed by those of Button and of Gibbons, to whom we owe, if not new discoveries, important observations on the tides, the variation of the weather and the temperature, and on a number of natural phenomena. In 1615, the English company entrusted to Byleth, who had taken part in the last voyages, the command of a vessel of 50 tons. Her name, the Discovery, was of good augury. She carried, as pilot, the famous William Baffin, whose renown has eclipsed that of his captain. Setting sail from England on April 13, the English explorers sighted Cape Farewell by the 6th of May, passed from the Island of Desolation to the Savage Islands, where they met with a great number of natives, and ascended northwestward as high as 64 degrees. On July 10, land appeared on the starboard, and the tide flowed from the north, from which they conceived so much hope of the passage sought for, that they gave to the cape, discovered on this spot, the name of Comfort. It was probably Cape Walsingham, for they ascertained, after doubling it, that the land inclined towards the northeast, and the east. It was at the entry of Davis's Strait, that their discoveries came to an end for this year. They returned to Plymouth on September 9, without having lost a single man. So strong were the hopes entertained by Byleth and Baffin, that they obtained permission to put to sea again in the same vessel the following year. On May 14, 1616, after a voyage in which nothing worthy of remark occurred, the two captains penetrated into Davis's Strait, sighted Cape Henderson's Hope, the extreme point formerly reached by Davis, and ascended as high as 72 degrees 40 minutes to the Women's Island, thus named after some Eskimo females whom they met with. On June 12, Byleth and Baffin were forced by the ice to enter a bay on the coast. Some Eskimo brought them a great quantity of horns, without doubt tusks of walruses, or horns of musk oxen, from which they named the bay Horn Sound. After remaining some days in this place, they were able to put to sea again. On setting out from 75 degrees 40 minutes, they encountered a vast expanse of water free from ice, and penetrated, without much danger, beyond the 78 degrees of latitude, to the entrance of the strait, which prolonged northwards the immense bay which they had just traversed, and which received the name of Baffin. Then turning to the west, and afterwards to the southwest, Byleth and Baffin discovered the Carey Islands, Jones Strait, Coburg Island, and Lancaster Strait. And afterwards they descended along the entire western shore of Baffin's Bay as far as Cumberland Land. Despairing then of being able to carry his discoveries further, Byleth, who had several men among his crew afflicted with scurvy, found himself obliged to return to the shores of England, where he disembarked at Dover, on August 30. If this expedition terminated again in failure, in the sense that the Northwest Passage was not discovered, the results obtained were nevertheless considerable. Byleth and Baffin had prodigiously increased the knowledge of the seas and coasts in the quarters of Greenland. The captain and the pilot, in writing to the director of the company, assured him that the bay which they had visited was an excellent spot for fishing, in which thousands of whales, seals, and walruses disported themselves. The event could not be long in amply proving the correctness of this information. Let us now descend again upon the coast of America, as far as Canada, and see what had happened since the time of Jacques Cartier. This latter, we may remember, had made an attempt at colonization, which had not produced any important results. Nevertheless, some Frenchmen had remained in the country, had married there, and founded families of colonists. From time to time, they received reinforcements brought by fishing vessels from Dieppe or St. Malo. But it was difficult to establish a current of emigration. It was under these circumstances that a gentleman, named Samuel de Champlain, a veteran of the wars of Henry IV, and who, for 2 years and a half, had frequented the East Indies, was engaged by the commander of chastes with the Sieur de Pontgrave, to continue the discoveries of Jacques Cartier, and to choose the situations most favorable for the establishment of towns and centers of population. This is not the place for us to consider the manner in which Champlain understood the business of a colonizer, nor his great services, which might well entitle him to be called the father of Canada. We will, therefore, advisedly leave this aspect of his undertaking, not the least brilliant, in order simply to occupy ourselves with the discoveries which he effected in the interior of the continent. Setting sail from Honfleur, on March 15, 1603, the two chiefs of the enterprise first ascended the St. Lawrence, as far as the harbor of Tadoussac, 240 miles from its mouth. They were welcomed by the populations, which had, however, neither faith, nor law, and lived without God, and without religion, like brute beasts. At this place they quitted their ships, which could not have advanced further without danger, and reached in a boat the Fall of St. Louis, where Jacques Cartier had been stopped. They even penetrated a little into the interior, and then returned to France, where Champlain printed a narrative of the voyage for the king. Henry IV resolved to continue the enterprise. In the meantime de Chastes having died, his privilege was transferred to de Monts, with the title of Vice-Admiral and Governor of Acadia. Champlain accompanied de Monts to Canada, and passed 3 whole years, whether in aiding by his counsels and his exertions the efforts of colonization, or in exploring the coasts of Acadia, the bearings of which he took beyond Cape Cod, or in making excursions into the interior and visiting the savage tribes which it was important to conciliate. In 1607, after a new voyage to France to recruit colonists, Champlain returned again to New France, and founded, in 1608, a town which was to become Quebec. The following year was devoted to again ascending the St. Lawrence, and ascertaining its course. On board of a pirogue, with 2 companions only, Champlain penetrated, with some Algonquins, to the Iroquois, and remained conqueror in a great battle fought on the borders of a lake which has received his name. He then descended the river Richelieu, as far as the St. Lawrence. In 1610, he made a fresh incursion into the territory of the Iroquois, at the head of his allies, the Algonquins, whom he had the greatest possible difficulty in making observe the European discipline. In this campaign he employed instruments of warfare which greatly astonished the savages, and easily secured him the victory. For the attack of a village, he constructed a cavalier of wood, which 200 of the most powerful men carried before this village to within a pike's length, and displayed 3 arquebusiers well protected from the arrows and stones which might be shot or launched at them. A little later, we see him exploring the river Ottawa, and advancing, in the north of the continent, to within 225 miles of Hudson's Bay. After having fortified Montreal, in 1615, he twice ascended the Ottawa, explored Lake Huron, and arrived by land at Lake Ontario, which he crossed. Siege of a village by Champlain. It is very difficult to divide into 2 parts a life so occupied as Champlain's. All his excursions, all his reconnaissances, had but one object, the development of the work to which he had consecrated his existence. Thus detached from what gives them their interest, they appear to us unimportant, and yet if the colonial policy of Louis XIV. and his successor had been different, we should possess in America a colony which assuredly would not yield in prosperity to the United States. Notwithstanding our abandonment, Canada has preserved a fervent love for the mother country. We must now leap over a period of 40 years, to arrive at Robert Cavelier de La Salle. During this time, the French establishments have acquired some importance in Canada, and have extended themselves over a great part of North America. Our hunters and trappers scour the woods, and bring, every year, with their load of furs, new information respecting the interior of the continent. In this latter task they are powerfully seconded by the missionaries, in the first rank of whom we must place Father Marquette, whom the extent of his voyages on the Great Lakes and as far as the Mississippi marks out for special acknowledgment. 2 men, besides, deserve to be mentioned for the encouragements and facilities which they afforded to the explorers, viz., M. de Frontenac, Governor of New France, and Talon, Intendant of Justice and Police. In 1678, there arrived in Canada, without any settled purpose, a young man named Cavelier de La Salle. He was born at Rouen, says Father Charlevoix, of a family in easy circumstances. But having passed some years with the Jesuits, he had had no share in the inheritance of his parents. He had a cultivated mind, he wished to distinguish himself, and he felt within himself sufficient genius and courage to ensure success. In reality, he was not deficient in resolution to enter upon, nor in perseverance to follow up, an undertaking, nor in firmness in contending against obstacles, nor in resource to repair his losses. But he knew not how to make himself loved, nor how to manage those of whom he stood in need, and when he had attained authority, he exercised it with harshness and arrogance. With such defects he could not be happy, and in fact he was not. Father Charlevoix's portrait appears to us somewhat too black, and he does not seem to estimate at its true value the great discovery which we owe to Cavelier de La Salle. A discovery, which has nothing like it, we do not say equal to it, except that of the river Amazon, by Orellana, in the 16th century, and that of the Congo, by Stanley, in the 19th. However this may be, no sooner had he arrived in the country, than he set himself, with extraordinary application, to study the native idioms, and to associate with the savages in order to render himself familiar with their manners and habits. At the same time he gathered from the trappers a mass of information on the situation of the rivers and lakes. He communicated his projects of exploration to M. de Frontenac, who encouraged him, and gave him the command of a fort constructed at the outlet of the lake into the St. Lawrence. In the meantime, one Joliet arrived at Quebec. He brought the news that in company with Father Marquette and 4 other persons, he had reached a great river called the Mississippi, flowing towards the south. Cavalier de la Salle very soon understood what advantage might be derived from an artery of this importance, especially if the Mississippi had, as he believed, its mouth in the Gulf of Mexico. By the lakes and the Illinois, an affluent of the Mississippi, it was easy to effect a communication between the St. Lawrence and the Sea of the Antilles. What marvelous profit would France derive from this discovery? La Salle explained the project which he had conceived to the Count of Frontenac, and obtained from him very pressing letters of recommendation to the Minister of Marine. On arriving in France, La Salle learned the death of Colbert. But he remitted to his son, the Marquis of Seignelay, who had succeeded him, the dispatches of which he was the bearer. This project, which appeared to rest upon solid foundations, could not fail to please a young minister. Accordingly, Seignelay presented La Salle to the king, who caused letters of nobility to be prepared for him, granted him the seigneury of Catarocouy, and the government of the fort which he had built, with the monopoly of commerce in the countries which he might discover. La Salle had also found means to procure the patronage of the Prince de Conti, who asked him to take with him the Chevalier Tonty, son of the inventor of the tontine, in whom he felt an interest. He was for La Salle a precious acquisition. Tonty, who had made a campaign in Sicily, where his hand had been carried off by the explosion of a grenade, was a brave and skillful officer, who always showed himself extremely devoted. La Salle and Tonty embarked at Rochelle, on July 14, 1678, carrying with them about 30 men, workmen and soldiers, and a Recollet, monk, Father Hennepin, who accompanied them in all their voyages. Then La Salle, being conscious that the execution of his project required more considerable resources than those which were at his disposal, constructed a boat upon the Lake Erie, and devoted a whole year to scouring the country, visiting the Indians, and carrying on an active trade in furs, which he stored in his fort of Niagara, while Tonty pursued the same course in other directions. At length, towards the middle of August, of the year 1679, his boat, the Griffin, being prepared for sailing, he embarked on the Lake Erie, with 30 men, and 3 fathers, Recollets, for Michilimackinac. In crossing the Lakes St. Clair and Huron, he experienced a violent storm, which caused the desertion of some of his people, whom, however, Tonty brought back to him. La Salle arrived at Michilimackinac, and very soon entered the Green Bay. But during this time his creditors at Quebec had sold all that he possessed, and the Griffin, which he had dispatched, laden with furs, to the fort of Niagara, was either lost or pillaged by the Indians. Which of these took place has never been precisely ascertained. For himself, although the departure of the Griffin had displeased his companions, he continued his route, and reached the river St. Joseph, where he found an encampment of Miamis, and where Tonty speedily rejoined him. Their first care was to construct a fort on this spot. Then they crossed the dividing line of the water between the basin of the Great Lakes, and that of the Mississippi. They subsequently reached the river of the Illinois, an affluent on the left of that great river. With his small band of followers, upon whose fidelity he could not entirely depend, the situation of La Salle was critical, in the midst of an unknown country, and among a powerful nation, the Illinois, who, at first allies of France, had been prejudiced and excited against us by the Iroquois and the English, jealous of the progress of the Canadian colony. Nevertheless, it was necessary, at all cost, to attach to himself these Indians, who from their situation, were able to hinder all communication between La Salle and Canada. In order to strike their imagination, Cavalier de La Salle proceeds to their encampment, where more than 3,000 men are assembled. He has but 20 men, but he traverses their village haughtily, and stops at some distance. The Illinois, who have not yet declared war, are surprised. They advance towards him, and overwhelm him with pacific demonstrations. So versatile is the spirit of the savages. Such an impression does every mark of courage make upon them. Without delay, La Salle takes advantage of their friendly dispositions, and erects upon the very site of their camp, a small fort, which he calls Crevecoeur, in allusion to the troubles which he has already experienced. There he leaves Tonty with all his people, and he himself, anxious about the fate of the Griffin, returns with 3 Frenchmen and 1 Indian, to the fort of Catarocouy, separated by 500 leagues from Crèvecoeur. Before setting out, he had detached with Father Hennepin, one of his companions named Descans, on a mission to reascend the Mississippi beyond the river of the Illinois, and if possible, to its source. These 2 travelers, says Father Charlevoix, set out from the fort of Crèvecoeur, on February 28, and having entered the Mississippi, ascended it as far as 46 degrees of north latitude. There they were stopped by a considerable waterfall, extending quite across the river, to which Father Hennepin gave the name of Saint Anthony of Padua. Then they fell, I know not by what mischance, into the hands of the Sioux, who kept them for a long time prisoners. On his journey back to Catarocouy, La Salle, having discovered a new site appropriate to the construction of a fort, summoned Tonty thither, who immediately set to work, while La Salle continued his route. This is Fort St. Louis. On his arrival at Catarocouy, La Salle learned news which would have broken down a man of a less hardy temperament. Not only had the Griffin, on board of which he had furs of the value of 10,000 crowns, been lost, but a vessel which was bringing him from France a cargo worth 880 had been shipwrecked, and his enemies had spread a report of his death. Having no further business at Catarocouy, and having proved by his presence that the reports of his disappearance were all false, he arrived again at the fort of Crèvecoeur, where he was much astonished to find no one. This is what had happened. While the Chevalier Tonty was employed in the construction of Fort St. Louis, the garrison of Fort Crèvecoeur had mutinied, had pillaged the magazines, had done the same at Fort Miami, and then fled to Michilimackinac. Tonty, almost alone in face of the Illinois, who were roused against him by the depredations of his men, and judging that he could not resist in his fort of Crèvecoeur, had left it on September 11, 1680. With the 5 Frenchmen who composed his garrison, and had retired as far as the bay of the Lake Michigan. After having placed a garrison at Crèvecoeur and at Fort St. Louis, La Salle came to Michilimackinac, where he rejoined Tonty, and together they set out again from thence towards the end of August for Catarocouy, whence they embarked on the Lake Erie with 55 persons, on August 28, 1681. After a journey of 240 miles along the frozen river of the Illinois, they reached Fort Crèvecoeur, where the water, free from ice, permitted the use of their canoes. On February 6, 1682, La Salle arrived at the confluence of the Illinois and the Mississippi. He descended the river, sighted the mouth of the Missouri, and that of the Ohio, where he raised a fort, penetrated into the country of the Arkansas, of which he took possession in the name of France, crossed the country of the Natchez, with whom he made a treaty of friendship, and finally passed out into the Gulf of Mexico on April 9, after a navigation of 1,050 miles in a mere bark. The anticipations so skillfully conceived by Cavalier de La Salle were realized. He immediately took formal possession of the country, to which he gave the name of Louisiana, and called the immense river which he had just discovered the St. Louis. La Salle's return to Canada occupied not less than 1 year and a half. There is no ground for astonishment, when all the obstacles scattered in his path are considered. What energy, what strength of mind were requisite in one of the greatest travelers of whom France has reason to be proud, to succeed in such an enterprise. Unhappily, a man, otherwise well-intentioned, but who allowed himself to be prejudiced against La Salle by his numerous enemies, M. Lefebvre de la Barre, who had succeeded M. de Frontenac as Governor of Canada, wrote to the Minister of Marine, that the discoveries of La Salle were not to be regarded as of much importance. This traveler, he said, was actually, with about 20 French vagabonds and savages, at the extremity of the bay, where he played the part of sovereign, plundered and ransomed those of his own nation, exposed the people to the incursions of the Iroquois, and covered all these acts of violence with the pretext of the permission, which he had from his Majesty, to carry on commerce alone in the countries which he might be able to discover. Cavalier de La Salle could not allow himself to remain exposed to these calumnious imputations. On the one side, honor prompted him to return to France to exculpate himself. On the other, he would not leave others to reap the profit of his discoveries. He set out, therefore, and received from Seignelay a kindly welcome. The minister had not been much influenced by the letters of M. de la Barre. He was aware that men could not accomplish great achievements without wounding much self-love, nor without making numerous enemies. La Salle took the opportunity to explain to him his project of discovering the mouth of the Mississippi by sea, in order to open a way for French vessels, and to found an establishment there. The minister entered into these views, and gave him a commission which placed Frenchmen and savages under his orders, from Fort St. Louis to the sea. At the same time the commandant of the squadron which was to transport him to America, was to be under his authority, and to furnish him on his disembarkation with all the succors which he might require. Provided that nothing was done to the prejudice of the king. 4 vessels, one of them a frigate of 40 guns, commanded by M. de Beaujeu, were to carry 280 persons, including the crews, to the mouth of the Mississippi, to form the nucleus of the new colony. Soldiers and artisans had been very badly chosen, as was perceived when too late, and no one knew his business. Setting sail from La Rochelle, on July 24, 1684, the little squadron was almost immediately obliged to return to port, the bowsprit of the frigate having broken suddenly in the very finest weather. This inexplicable accident was the commencement of misunderstanding between M. de Beaujeu and M. de la Salle. The former could scarcely be pleased to see himself subordinated to a private individual, and did not forgive Cavalier this. Nothing however would have been more easy than to decline the command. La Salle had not the gentleness of manner and the politeness necessary to conciliate his companions. The disagreement did but gather force during the voyage by reason of the obstacles raised by M. de Beaujeu to the rapidity and secrecy of the expedition. The annoyances of La Salle had indeed become so great when he arrived at St. Domingo, that he fell seriously ill. He recovered, however, and the expedition set sail again on November 25. A month later, it was off Florida. But, as La Salle had been assured that in the Gulf of Mexico, all the currents bore eastwards, he did not doubt that the mouth of the Mississippi must be far to the west, an error which was the source of all his misfortunes. La Salle then steered to the west, and passed by, without perceiving it, without deigning even to attend to certain signs which he was asked to observe, the mouth of the Mississippi. When he perceived his mistake, and entreated M. de Beaujeu to turn back, the latter would no longer consent. La Salle, seeing that he could make no impression upon the contradictory mind of his companion, decided to disembark his men and his provisions in the Bay of St. Bernard. Yet, in this very last act, Beaujeu manifested an amount of culpable ill will, which did as little honor to his judgment as to his patriotism. Not only was he unwilling to land all the provisions, under the pretext that certain of them being at the bottom of the hold, he had no time to change his stowage. But further he gave shelter on board his own ship to the master and crew of the transport, laden with the stores, utensils, and implements necessary for a new establishment. People whom everything seems to convict of having purposely cast their vessel upon shore. At the same time, a number of savages took advantage of the disorder caused by the shipwreck of the transport, to plunder everything on which they could lay their hands. Nevertheless, La Salle, who had the talent of never appearing depressed by misfortune, and who found in his own genius resources adapted to the circumstances of the case, ordered the works of the establishment to be begun. In order to give courage to his companions, he more than once took part with his own hands in the work, but very slow progress was made, in consequence of the ignorance of the workmen. Struck with the resemblance of the language and habits of the Indians of these parts to those of the Mississippi, La Salle was very soon persuaded that he was not far distant from that river, and made several excursions in order to approach it. But, if he found a country beautiful and fertile, he did not make progress towards what he was in search of. He returned each time to the fort more gloomy and more harsh. And this was not the way to restore calm to spirits embittered by sufferings and the inutility of their efforts. Grain had been sown, but scarcely any came up for want of rain, and what had sprung up was soon laid waste by the savages and the deer. The hunters who wandered far from the camp were massacred by the Indians, and sickness found an easy prey in men overwhelmed with ennui, disappointment, and misery. In a short time, the number of the colonists fell to 37. At length, La Salle resolved to try a last effort to reach the Mississippi, and in descending the river to seek help from the nations with which he had made alliance. He set out on January 12, 1687, with his brother, his 2 nephews, 2 missionaries, and 12 colonists. He was approaching the country of the Shawnees, when, in consequence of an altercation between one of his nephews and 3 of his companions, these latter assassinated the young man and his servant during their sleep, and resolved immediately to do the same with the chief of the enterprise. De La Salle, uneasy at not seeing his nephew return, set out to seek him on the morning of the 19th, with Father Anastase. The assassins, seeing him approach, lay in ambush in a thicket, and one of them shot him in the head, and stretched him on the ground stark dead. Thus perished Cavalier de La Salle, a man of a capacity, says Father Charlevoix, of a largeness of mind, of a courage and firmness of soul, which might have led him to the achievement of something great, if with so many great qualities. He had known how to master his gloomy and atrabilious disposition, and to soften the severity or rather the harshness of his nature. Many calumnies had been spread abroad against him. But it is necessary so much the more to be on our guard against all these malevolent reports, as it is only too common to exaggerate the defects of the unfortunate, to impute to them even some which they had not. Especially when they have given occasion for their misfortune, and have not known how to make themselves beloved. What is sadder for the memory of this celebrated man, is that he has been regretted by few persons, and that the ill success of his undertakings, only of his last, has given him the air of an adventurer, among those who judge only by appearances. Unhappily, these are usually the most numerous, and in some degree the voice of the public. Assassination of La Salle. We have but little to add to these last wise words. La Salle knew not how to obtain pardon for his first success. We have related subsequently by what concurrence of circumstances his second enterprise miscarried. He died, the victim it may be said, of the jealousy and malevolence of the Chevalier de Beaujeu. It is to this slight cause that we owe the failure to found in America a powerful colony, which would very soon have been found in a condition to compete with the English establishments. We have narrated the beginning of the English colonies. The events which took place in England were highly favorable to them. The religious persecutions, the revolutions of 1648 and 1688, furnished numerous recruits, who, animated by an excellent spirit, set themselves to work and transported to the other side of the Atlantic the arts, the industry, and in a short time the prosperity, of the mother country. Very soon, the immense forests which covered Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Carolina, fell beneath the hatchet of the squatter, and the soil became cleared, while the hunters of the woods, driving back the Indians, made the interior of the country better known, and prepared the work of civilization. In Mexico, in the whole of Central America, in Peru, in Chile, and on the shores of the Atlantic, a different state of things prevailed. The Spaniards had extended their conquests. But, far from acting like the English, they had reduced the Indians to slavery. Instead of applying themselves to the cultivation appropriate to the variety of the climates and of the countries of which they had made themselves masters, they sought only in the produce of the mines the resources and prosperity which they should have endeavored to obtain from the land. If a country can thus rapidly attain prodigious wealth, yet this factitious system cannot last long. With the mines a prosperity which does not renew itself, must ere long become exhausted. The Spaniards could not fail to experience the sad result. Thus then, at the end of the 17th century, a great part of the New World was known. In North America, Canada, the shores of the Atlantic and of the Gulf of Mexico, the valley of the Mississippi, the coasts of California and of New Mexico, were discovered or colonized. All the central part of the continent, from Rio del Norte, as far as terra firma, was subject, at least nominally, to the Spaniards. In the south, the savannas and the forests of Brazil, the pampas of the Argentine, and the interior of Patagonia, escaped the observation of the explorers, as they were destined to do for a long time yet. In Africa, the long line of coasts, which are washed by the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans, had been patiently followed and observed by navigators. At some points only, colonists and missionaries had tried to penetrate the mystery of this vast continent. Senegal, Congo, the Valley of the Nile, and Abyssinia, were all that were known with some degree of detail and of certainty. If many of the countries of Asia, surveyed by the travelers of the Middle Ages, had not been revisited since that epoch, we had carefully explored the whole anterior part of that continent. India had been revealed to us. We had even founded some establishments there. China had been touched by our missionaries, and Japan, that famous Cipango which had exercised so great an attraction for our travelers of the preceding age, was at length known to us. Only Siberia and the whole northeast angle of Asia had escaped our investigations, and it was not yet known whether America was not connected with Asia, a mystery which was before long to be cleared up. In Oceania, a number of archipelagos, of islands and separate islets, remained still to be discovered, but the islands of Sunda were colonized, the coasts of Australia and of New Zealand had been partially revealed. And the existence of that great continent which, according to Tasman, extended from Tierra del Fuego to New Zealand, began to be doubted. But it still required the long and careful researches of Cook to banish definitely into the domain of fable a chimera so long cherished. Geography was on the point of transforming itself. The great discoveries made in astronomy were about to be applied to geography. The labors of Fernel and above all of Picard, upon the measure of a terrestrial degree between Paris and Amiens, had made it clear that the globe is not a sphere, but a spheroid, that is to say, a ball flattened at the poles and swollen at the equator, and thus were found at one stroke the form and the dimensions of the world which we inhabit. At length the labors of Picard, continued by La Hire and Cassini, were completed at the commencement of the following century. The astronomical observations, rendered possible by the calculation of the satellites of Jupiter, enabled us to rectify our maps. If this rectification had been already effected with regard to certain places, it became indispensable when the number of points of which the astronomical position had been observed, had been considerably increased. And this was to be the work of the next century. At the same time, historical geography was more studied. It began to take for its foundation the study of inscriptions, and archaeology was about to become one of the most useful instruments of comparative geography. In a word, the 17th century is an epoch of transition and of progress. It seeks and it finds the powerful means which its successor, the 18th century, was destined to put into operation. The era of the sciences has already opened, and with it the modern world commences. End of the second part. Gilbert and Rivington, Limited, St. John's Square, London.